This story is about two twins whose tears turned into precious stones. The elder sister always cried with sadness. For the youngest, things were the other way around, because she cried exclusively from happiness. The stones varied in size and value. The tears shed had incredible power, which had its own meaning. Everyone wanted to get at least one stone. The main character never asked for this power, and now not even a day goes by when she doesn't regret the way things are for her. The woman is pulled by the hair, grabbing roughly and inaccurately. Screaming that tears are already flowing, the girl asks to leave her alone. The tower door swings open. A small beauty with pink hair appears at the door and smiles. Cornelia asks if her sister is doing well, but she can no longer stand the way they treat her because it is too cruel. The girl does not consider what is happening terrible because her friend is fulfilling her duty as the eldest daughter of the Randall family, and this is actually a great honor. They hope for the heroine, so the little girl asks not to behave selfishly. My sister believes in beauty. Sitting down next to him, the girl asks to behave decently when her father comes. She needs to show how hard she works. No matter how sad it is to realize, the lady is simply being kept in captivity. She doesn't remember the last time Dad came to the tower. The blue-haired girl understands that she needs to make every effort to surprise the guests, and for this, she needs to be ready to do anything. The baby grabs the stone that has been lying on the ground all this time and heals all her wounds, finally sighing with satisfaction. The door swings open, and as soon as the figure of a man appears in the passage, Cornelia runs to hug him. The young man noticed that they decided to visit his older sister. No matter how cute it may be, the lady may get her dress dirty, so you definitely shouldn't go deep into it. Ingrid says the name, but in return she is met with a terrifying look that gives no rest. It seems that everything is already over for her. The woman does not believe that she is finally free and can leave. The services are no longer needed for any of the Randalls. The jewelry had magical powers, but now this is not quite enough. There is no other choice but to do what we have planned. The daughter must understand for herself how to create the most powerful stone in existence. Not understanding why they are doing this to her, the girl tries to scream, but the executioner grabs her hair, stretching her body further. A painful death will give birth to the most powerful stone of all, and this is worth the sacrifice. This is exactly how it was from generation to generation, because death at the hands of others enhances the magic several times. The lady, as the eldest daughter of the Randall family, has her own responsibility. You cannot escape fate and let down your entire family. The girl, in despair, begins to scream that she will be useful and will endure all the pain, while crying even more. Efforts will be made. The man is adamant. If the baby really wants to be useful to the family, she must do strictly what she is told. After all that has been said, the executioner throws the body to the ground, pressing it to the ground with his foot. He suggests covering your head with a rag. This will not work. It will be a problem if the fabric becomes soaked with her tears, because then they will not turn into stones and everything will be in vain. The order to carry out the plan has been given. Virgo tries to look at the people who were once dear to her, but she is struck by the fact that Cornelia is smiling. Death occurred immediately. The words turned out to be true, because such a powerful stone was formed from the tears that it illuminated everything around. This was only the first death of the main character. She went back in time and found herself in the same tower where she was imprisoned earlier. Being in a state of shock, at first it seemed like it was a dream, but every time the lady died for the good of the family. Each time he was unable to escape his fate. The fact of death remained unchanged. When the lady shed her last tear, a magical force rewinded time. Obviously, this was not what I wanted. The power doesn't even allow you to die peacefully without any problems along the way. The girl can't stand it, but Cornelia appears again, rejoicing that they are finally alone. When adults are around, you have to behave more decently, and this becomes not fun at all, but even sad. Dad does everything to make the beauty happy and fulfills every whim. The information was not entirely important. Everything the girl says about her sister, the man unquestioningly believes and fulfills any request that is asked. The girl leans over, asking if the heroine is in pain, but then leaves a scratch on her cheek. It becomes pleasant for her to watch her friend suffer. Even though they were twins, the older sister's tears were always much more beautiful than those of the younger sister, who was unremarkable. All the baby did was cry constantly. At that moment, the lady gave Randall the idea that if you die, the mightiest stone will fall. Unbidden tears well up in your eyes again as the lady asks in a trembling voice what kind of terrible joke this is. The face is simply perfect, and it makes you want to cry. The eldest cries constantly from pain, while the younger one cries from happiness, enjoying herself. The woman looks at the beauty in disbelief as if she were weak-minded, because only now her eyes have begun to open to the truth. Sitting behind, the girl asks to die for her, fulfilling her request. She really hates whoever she lives with all her heart. In fact, every time the woman died because of the selfishness and envy of the youngest, who could not control herself. All these years, the girl was kept in a tower, not allowed out, treated like cattle, and hated only because of her little sister. Rising, the beauty confidently looks into Cornelia's eyes, saying that she hates her too. At least once she must answer with dignity. This time, the lady promises herself not to cry at the whim of others, but decides to end everything with her death, after which a bright scarlet light erupts. The lady woke up again. She sits up and tries to hold back her tears, not letting more than 2 fall. You need to be serious, so grabbing a gray pebble, the girl takes off her handcuffs, which evaporate. Sweetly stretching, the lady exhales. She can finally afford to get a good night's sleep without side effects. There are people in the world who have mysterious powers. There are those who turn tears into jewels, and there are those who command fire, or those who can see the future. Those with powers are called magicians. Not many people in society have magic, which is saying something. Even in a family of hereditary magicians, 1 or at best 2 people may be born in 1 generation. Often everyone is an aristocrat with their own estates. The door is opened from the foot. The maid screams, asking how long the lady is going to sleep. She must get up to cry. Every morning the girl was obliged to get up as instructed and stand still while people helped get the stones. Usually, in order to help, the others were either beaten or morally humiliated, which forced them to break. Sometimes the maids swung their arms, pretending that they were about to hit, and then began to laugh at their helplessness. The Randall family has a power called the precious tear. The twins inherited what was meant for one. Since childhood, the little girl always cried over every little thing, while Cornelia literally glowed with happiness. A woman screams from another corner, reminding her of her presence. The ward was too lost in her thoughts. The brunette thinks that the baby is plain compared to Mrs. Cornelia, and looks like a pig. The father always loved his lovely youngest daughter the most. He needed the second only as an exceptional crybaby. Like a goose laying golden eggs, the girl was locked in a cage from which she was not allowed to leave for a long time. In any case, when the mother was alive, the heroine could calmly walk around the mansion like an unnoticed ghost. 6 years ago, life turned upside down. During her imprisonment, the girl was convinced that her sister was also crying for the good of the family. More and more people adored the girl, but the beauty's tears compared to Ingrid's were like stones on the side of the road. The maid lost her patience. She orders him to rise and is angry that he is obliged to collect emeralds that do not belong to her. Every morning, the lady is forced to climb to the top of the tower, in which she will have to cope with the scoundrel. Ingrid asks to shut up, and since everything is so complicated, to never come again. The brunette swings her broom sharply. The little girl doesn't decide to give up and let herself be beaten, so this time she brings up a dark stone, causing the thing to disintegrate into dust. Determination is visible in the eyes. It is obvious that the maid does not want to be in the place where she belongs. From now on, the lady is obliged to follow all the mistress's orders, otherwise things can only get worse. First of all, the beauty orders him to bring her a new dress. In such rags, she cannot go out to the others. The woman also asks to prepare a bath with hot water, and is already leaving. Behind you, you can hear someone thinking, saying that it is not allowed to leave the tower. The maid must decide for herself what she wants more. Turn to ashes or disobey the order just once. Cornelia's dress in a delicate shade is already showing off on her body. Ingrid has nothing of her own, so there is nothing surprising. The girl goes down the stairs and heads straight ahead. She stops near the entrance to the estate. The servants immediately begin to whisper, not understanding what is happening. The boss comes to the noise. A second later, the woman is nearby. She menacingly asks who allowed the lady to leave the tower and return home. This man burned marks on the body with a hot poker, and after that, the lady cried all night, unable to sleep due to unbearable pain. The memories will remain that way. The beauty intends to move on, but they grab her hand to stop her. The palm flies off to the side very quickly. Such behavior is enough, because the lady has much more important things to do. Cornelia woke up late, as usual. She's looking for the dress she wanted to wear for the morning, but notices an argument in the hall. A strange expression forms on his face. I can't believe that my little sister managed to get out of the tower so easily. Finding herself at the end of the stairs, the heroine is surprised that her outfit ended up on Ingrid. She wants to ask something else. An important guest will arrive at the estate, and for this day the lady was preparing this particular robe. She blushes, continuing to pretend. The maid asks him to calm down, saying that he should have had enough courage to steal the clothes. Something out of the ordinary replaced the essence. The boss promises to punish the thief. While nothing is decided, they can go ahead and choose another outfit that will be even better than the first. What was said makes me sick. Randall did nothing, because for the jewelry she produces, she could have bought herself an entire estate. There is no strength left to restrain himself, because he dares to point out something else, doing it to the fullest. The boss breaks down very quickly. The brunette promises to tell the gentleman about her behavior. He won't be delighted, but it doesn't seem to frighten his interlocutor one bit. There is a black diamond in his hands. This way you can scare people or do something more serious. The stone has no special properties. Among all the magic stones, it is not popular, but not when Ingrid uses it. The vase in the hall evaporates in a split second, while the owner moves forward towards the people. The magic of precious tears can only be fully revealed by those who cry, and in this case, it worked. If the maid still wants to complain, no one will stop her. But in fact, it is best to think twice before doing so. Forcing those gathered to jump to the sides, the blue-haired woman follows forward along the stairs straight to the office. Panic set in immediately. No one has any idea what to tell Randall, who most likely won't understand either, because he's never seen anything like this. The lady is shaking with anger, but when asked what happened, she says that she is scared. She needs help soon. Cornelia can only create one type of magic stone, unlike her sister, and the power is called bewitchment. At one time, the main character was also overcome by those same forces. Magic will work as long as people around you love it. Thanks to repeated deaths, the heroine was finally able to free herself from the spell and find out the truth. It's ironic. A handsome man comes out of the room in response to the noise. He asks what happened, and the maid asks for forgiveness. He was just curious, so that's no reason to say sorry. The young man is asked to wait in the guest room for now. He is not going to obey because he is dying of curiosity and must see everything with his own eyes. The beauty moves on, stopping at the door. This time she will save the person, so she decisively goes inside. There's a girl lying on the bed coughing. She can't stand all the pain she has to go through. She can't imagine how many times Ingrid has seen her friend get worse. My heart sank every time. While the lady was still unaware of her powers, a new maid arrived at the estate. Her name was Abby. The girl takes lunch. Yesterday, she was beaten so much that she couldn't even move her jaw, which hurt like crazy. Asking what the reason is, the lady honestly says that she wants to eat, but cannot because she was creating stones at night. The baby needs to eat so that she doesn't completely dry out. The brunette was the first to put the jewelry aside to take care of her mistress. This is an amazing phenomenon. The girl promised that she would bring water to clean her face and received a meek thank you in response. For the first time, I was able to feel a human connection. Over time, the beauty was entrusted with collecting stones, and she began to visit much more often. She never insulted or beat. The friends always just chatted about everything. One day, the beauty said that she also had a sister who lived in the city. The girl's name is Gemma. If the lady feels bad, then her friend will also suffer, because the most important thing is health. After saying this, the maiden hesitated. She acts like an older sister, but asks for forgiveness even though she is told that everything is fine. The conversation continues, and of course the lady standing around the corner all this time smiles, realizing that she can use what happened to her advantage. It is clear that if the lady does not start bringing at least something, she will never be allowed in again. Thinking that she would never be able to meet again, the little girl cried all night. The woman prepared the jewelry, but her friend did not come again. Then the lady decided to ask the other maid what happened. Instead of answers, the beauty was hit on the head with a broom, and that day she was beaten very badly. I hoped that Abby had returned to her sister in town. The lady returned to that hell of bullying and ridicule from others, but remembering the girl's voice and smile, she could endure anything. All hopes helped to move forward, but exactly until the day when the sister appeared in the tower with a smile. She decided to bring some kind of gift. A bundle was thrown to the ground, from which Abby rolled out. She coughed a lot, which made her even more scared because it was terrible. Cornelia said that the beauty was terminally ill. She decided that before her friend died, she would want to say goodbye because of their good relationship. It was for one reason that the body was brought to the tower. Nothing more was said, but it was written all over his face. Tears well up in your eyes again when the body ends up in your arms. In desperation, the girl asks about doctors and some medicines. Cornelia believes that the disease is incurable, which means nothing can be done to help. I don't want to believe this. Abby woke up, but it didn't last long. She tries to say something when she sees a friend's face very close. Taking up persuasion again, the girl begs Cornelia to do something because her older sister is waiting for her friend in the city. Virgo promises that she will do whatever the family wants if they help Abby. The friend immediately remembers the doctor on the estate. At that time, the lady was still under Cornelia's spell. She was sure that the good maiden would save lives. The blue-eyed one sincerely hoped that everything would only get better with time, but what a disappointment it was when it became clear what was to come. The girl was already dead. After the words were spoken, the heroine's heart broke into 1,000 pieces, and she herself, sitting, begged Abby to start breathing. Tears flowed like hail, and in addition to the usual blue pebbles, there were also diamonds of despair. Cornelia walks around, whispering in her ear that everyone who gets involved with her friend eventually gets a portion of bad luck. Because of the girl, her friend died, and if she had known then that she could save someone with her power, she definitely would not have put it off. This time, it is not destined to let death take away body and soul. A handful of jewelry ends up on the bed. The brunette opens her eyes, asking God what she forgot in the room. It is immediately noticeable that it has become much better and even easier to breathe. Now everything will be completely fine. Ingrid looks around carefully, but it seems she has changed a lot. Although the blue-eyed one helped, it is clear that it is not safe to stay in the room. She helps me get out of bed. The door swings open. Inside is the same man who is interested in how exactly he can help. Passing by, the lady proudly declares that they will manage without help. She simply decided to ignore any attempts her friend made. Cornelia sees the girl and immediately begins to think about how she can take advantage of her. What's more important is the sister who hasn't gone anywhere. A smile blooms on her face when the maiden notices that this is exactly the maid who is sick and taking a break from her duties. Rest after illness is needed, but the heroine says that she no longer needs doctors or medicine because she is completely healthy. Only now it became clear that aquamarine magic was used on the body. I can't believe that stones can even treat such cases. It doesn't matter now what happened. The sister needs to be returned to the tower as quickly as possible because an important guest has finally arrived at the estate. With a strange look, the lady says that it would be best to return to the tower. The girl should not upset her father, who will feel sad. On the blue-eyed one, they are again trying to pull off the tricks that were used. This won't work anymore. Only yesterday the girl obeyed unquestioningly, but now something has happened, so she behaves completely differently, like a different person. Mr. Joshua enters the room in the middle of a conversation. Cornelia, smiling, says that she was just about to meet him, changing her face. The guy was bored sitting in one place, so he decided to take a walk and ended up getting lost almost immediately. Joshua Belschmidt passes by a friend and says he's glad to walk around the estate. He goes to Ingrid. The magician of primeval fire is glad to meet you and almost immediately introduces himself so that those gathered know about him. Her twin sister Randall is very similar to her, although at the same time they are quite different. The woman chuckles. The man heard about the ancestral magic of the precious tear, which everyone already knows about. They look alike with bright eyes. Standing behind, Cornelia wants to scream with envy. For some reason, Belschmidt doesn't pay any attention to her. My little sister is in poor health, so she does not leave the estate. Virgo speaks and climbs in to hug at the same time. The maid comes running to inform them that the master is expecting them. Joshua can't let Joshua know that his sister made all the jewelry. I'll have to ask my father to do something about what's happening. The girl grabs her sister's arm, saying that her father is already waiting for them. Turning away, the blue-eyed girl asks to convey that she herself will come when she wants to communicate. Until this moment, nothing will happen. A woman should not behave like an egoist. Cornelia will go and tell them that soon the eldest will also join their company. Mr. Joshua will be left alone for a while, but very soon they will have the opportunity to see each other again, at least once. Randall has beautiful eyes, but the lady is different. Belschmidt met the most beautiful jewel in this world. The couple doesn't seem to get along at all, and it's all because of their quarrels. Turning away, the girl reminds that one should not poke one's curious nose into other people's families. Firstly, the lady doesn't look like she's sick, and secondly, she doesn't like living in the tower. Apparently, he learned the truth from the maids. Basically, the boy was taught magic, so perhaps his manners are a little different from the ideal version. The hero believes that his new acquaintance will be much more relaxed in a mansion than in a high tower. A young lady can come to him as a guest and stay to stay. The girl understands that the offer sounds tempting, but again, she will only arrive when she wants it. No questions asked. We shouldn't have expected anything less. The lady takes Abby with her as they both need to prepare to leave the place. There is no need to worry about Randall, because he is the one who will not interfere once this is dealt with more thoroughly. The Virgin tries to run away, but it's as if someone is stepping on her heels. If she did not leave the cursed place, she would most likely be killed again almost immediately. After helping with her friend's things, the heroine went to her father, who was already angry. He asks if the lady even knows what she's doing. The blue-eyed girl shrugs. She just decided to visit her sick maid without any malicious intent. Cornelia said that they tried to harm her with new magic. The Count even found out about this, and quite quickly, after all the stories. As far as the heroine can remember, her father's eyes almost always frightened her madly. More often than not, just looking at it made you feel uneasy. Since childhood, the little girl dreamed of being given at least part of the love, like her youngest daughter, who was surrounded by care. One day the beauty realized that her father loved flowers, so she picked a lot day and night and wove a wreath. Dad should be happy to receive a gift. In the evening, the girl went to the office to present the little thing, but the reaction was strange. The brunette was angry that someone had picked the flowers from the garden. There are tears in her eyes again as the girl asks for forgiveness. She just wanted to please the Count, who was sad. Instead of showing even a drop of sympathy and reassuring his daughter, the Count ordered all the stones from the floor to be collected and then proudly walked away. Now the heroine does not understand why she was so drawn to the love of a man who turned out to be rotten. Ingrid thinks Randall is confused. She never resisted servants who tried to beat or intimidate her. The little girl is not going to harm either Cornelia or anyone else because she does not consider this something acceptable. The woman does not answer honestly. The little sister was scared to death, so it seems that something else was used here. Ingrid is silent and then repeats again that there is nothing to be afraid of. There was a misunderstanding that doesn't really mean anything. The girl asks her father not to be angry. It had been many years since little sister had left the tower, and it was shocking. It would be better to return to the tower as soon as possible so as not to scare anyone else. They are literally deciding for the lady again. Cornelia is very sweet and kind. Ingrid is the head magician of the Randall family, and she should think about the prosperity of the estate and not about the maid. If the heroine really wants to be useful, she simply must do whatever she is told, without any talking. Precious Tear is a special power of the family, which manifests itself only in the women of the clan. No one dares to tell Virgo, because prosperity depends directly on her. In fact, Cornelia's tears are useless, which is why she gets so angry. Nobody is going to buy anything from her. I can't believe my father still thinks he has to give orders. It would be better to beg the daughter to start producing stones for the benefit of the family. If it's so hard for the Randalls to ask normally, the lady will simply leave this house, leaving them with nothing. Apparently, the girl is terrible at fulfilling her duties, since they give her dry orders and do not intend to give her any credit. The man is not going to let the man go, so he screams more than ever. At this moment, Belschmidt enters the room. Joshua apologizes for his unexpected appearance, but also wants to participate in the conversation that is spreading throughout the corridor. The suddenness was not something worth letting loose, but the man waited a long time for the reception. The conversation turned out to be interesting. The boy may seem arrogant, but he has one important suggestion. A soft smile appears on his face. The Belschmidt family can easily take in the mistress, and then the conflict, it seems, will be resolved forever, or at least for the near future. Sitting down on a chair, the man asks for forgiveness. It seems his eldest daughter has caused too much trouble. Surely the lady was begging to be taken from the tower as quickly as possible. As he said this, his face distorts and he laughs. The girl rarely listens to anyone and thinks only about herself. There are usually no exceptions, which is why people often misunderstand everything. Without removing the smile from his face, which still remains, the young man sharply says that this is not true. The lady said that such an action only requires permission, that's all. Such a strong and interesting young lady showed herself at her best. Joshua just couldn't get past her. He's doing his best. Tossing a handful of pebbles in his hands, the Count tries to find a loophole to leave the girl next to him. A man must be sure that the beauty will want to be near him. Ingrid, as it turns out, lives happily in her own home, and she has no need to leave it. This is another manipulation that should work on primitive, gullible people. This is true, but the gentleman also noticed something important. Despite all the stories, one cannot say from the blue-eyed girl that she is enjoying being in this place. Words come into defense. It is not clear where the strange information came from, but in fact, Joshua was prepared. He asks why he has never even heard the girl mentioned before. The heroine is clearly a magician, and certainly not bad or useless. Such a person would be worth introducing to the world and even being proud of her existence. In the country in which all four live, a record of all wizards is kept, but Ingrid is not on the very lists where she was not initially included. Clenching the stones in his fist, the father measures his ardor, saying that everything had its own reasons why this happened. For a long time, wizards with such power have been surrounded by many insidious people. As the head of the family, Randall had a duty to protect his family and especially his daughter. Remembering what happened in the tower, the maiden only repeats in her head that the man is a liar. The couple does everything possible to present themselves in the right light. If Belschmidt continues to want to maintain his relationship with the Randall house, then it is better not to get involved in the affairs of someone else's family. They can figure out their problems themselves. The conversation seems to be over. Cornelia runs down the stairs, smiling. She will always be at the master's service no matter what happens. The answer is the primal fire that ignites in the hands. Nevertheless, the young man thinks that everyone is obliged to listen to another side of the conflict and understand what is happening. Passing by the maiden as if she were transparent, the man sits on his knee and looks at Ingrid. She must agree with his words and must believe everything he says. Anger takes over Cornelia's body. She stands behind, no longer holding back, and bites her finger forcefully out of anger. My sister is doing everything wrong. The lady turns her gaze to her father, or rather to his brooch, and then slowly withdraws her hand. If this is her father's wish, nothing can be done. The lady is a little tired, so she is about to leave. Leaving the room, the girl notices a strange smile from Cornelia. She is not yet ready to leave this house because there is still a lot to do. A young man with dark hair looks out the window. He had already noticed that something was wrong, so he immediately realized that most likely a time of change was coming that would force the world to change. A week has passed since the lady left the tower. She left prison and now prepared the carriage and everything she needed for her friend. Abby is not sure that she can easily return back to her city, but she is simply asked to sit in the carriage, which is already ready. The answer is tears. As soon as the baby was in the carriage, the maiden put on a smile. A beauty must take care of herself and never let herself be offended so that it doesn't get worse. Miss Ingrid is truly a good person. The only thing that worries the girl is what will happen to her next, because the most important thing is that the lady is also in perfect order. The woman smiles decisively. She is also waiting for something, namely the decisive moment in order to end the entire era of humiliation and make sure that no one regrets. In the end, the lady gave her friend some jewelry for the journey. And now the maiden will have as good a life as she wants, and most importantly, it will be next to her older sister. There is still time, but the most important thing is to distribute it so that no one is offended, and so that nothing is missed. The lady is going out for a walk. Of course, the girl headed to the studio. She had never had her own clothes, so this time she decided it was time to make things right. I finally managed to buy my own dress, which is something I can only rejoice at. This is the first time the lady is walking so aimlessly at night in the city, and nothing is in the way. Walking further, she notices the same carriage at the top with a beautiful ball. My father and mother once rode on it together with Cornelia. The carriage, which is already known, travels with the help of magical powers, and therefore it would be a pleasure to ride on it. Unfortunately, the lady never checked this. The girl noticed that it was closed. Memories immediately come to mind of how she screamed and hit the door to the tower with her palms, promising that she would be good and would definitely cry. I want to forget myself, because it's still not clear why only such terrible memories suddenly pop into my head. The beauty refuses to believe what is in her head. The hand reaches for the lock, but it is still not open. Someone hands over the key, and only by turning her gaze to the side does the woman notice the brunette standing next to her. It is impossible to open the cart without a key. Not understanding exactly, the heroine asks if the stranger is the owner of the carriage, and he just nods. There is distrust in the eyes. If the man is the owner, it is strange that he is going to let a stranger inside, considering that she looks upset. Not understanding what is wrong, the young man asks if the girl wants to go for a ride. She really wants to do something like this at least once, but it's hard to figure out what exactly is needed. Still, having decided to take a risk and give in to her desires at least once, the lady extends her hand, accepting the palm of her new acquaintance. They head inside. Sitting down on the seat, your gaze is distracted by the beautiful moon, which shines too brightly at night. The ball goes into the starry sky to conquer the peaks. The only thing you can think about at the moment is the wonderful moon. It seems that she has always been so beautiful, but now you can see her not from a small window covered with bars. A bright city can be seen from below, and just the sight brings tears to your eyes. What is happening is clearly beyond the beauty's strength. The woman grabs a pebble, not understanding why she started crying. The hand touches the shoulder, carefully holding out a napkin, but the man himself does not turn his head. Since it's better not to say anything, the heroine also turns away. A promise was made that from now on, the moon would be visible openly every night, not behind bars. The carriage arrived back at the parking lot quite quickly. Ingrid carefully goes downstairs, but ignores the offered hand. She thanks for the wonderful trip. After the lady has left, the young man remains in the same place and then covers one eye with his palm. He looks at something carefully, accepting the future. Blue Eyes arrived back at the tower. She settled down on her bed, falling into a sleep that never came. A man approaches the tower. Apparently, the precious Princess of Tears lives in this place. He immediately goes down to get closer. A sweet lady was sleeping peacefully in the castle, but turning around, the hero noticed her standing. It's a cliché to sneak around in the dead of night, and I would have to agree with that. Gaspard should not move, so as not to end up with more bad consequences, which, alas, cannot be washed away. The girl takes out a dark pebble, which she pulls forward. The man raises his hands up, but does not stop smiling. It is not clear how the girl even knew that they would come to her that night. Obviously, his goal was underestimated. Gaspard is the great phantom thief. I think that's what they call him because he is so virtuoso that it is impossible to keep up with him. In fact, the man is not a ghost at all, because he is an ordinary magician like the lady herself. The heroine met the boy in her 8th rebirth and then could not say anything. Ingrid began to get so nervous that she moved back, shouting something about not being allowed to take a step closer to her. They tried to calm her down, saying that her fears were understandable because some person had entered under the cover of darkness. The baby started crying. Picking up the stone, the young man realized that it was true that the princess creates jewelry when she sobs from fear and pain. The beauty is in such a terrible state that she continues to shout something about being left alone. She was locked in a damp and dank tower. It would make more sense to take proper care of her daughter and keep her in a warm manner. To calm her down, Gaspard gently strokes the lady's shoulders, asking her to stop. It was not worth staying alone, because it was better to see the whole world. Although the proposal sounded like a dangerous adventure, during all her rebirths, the heroine never left the tower and wanted to take advantage of the chance. She died anyway. The man tried to reassure her further, promising that he would not harm, but the tears grew into real hysteria, which did not end. A soft smile appeared on the face because this is a way to reassure. Since the lady is so afraid of everything, he will never come back again. The young man asked to take care of himself, but the words sounded like a mockery because a couple of days later, the lady was killed again. Of course, everything happened at Cornelia's whim. With each rebirth, there were situations that did not depend on the woman's actions, so things turned out differently each time. The appearance of Gaspard is exactly the situation that did not depend on the heroine. The guy brings her out of her thoughts, asking her not to make a terrible grimace on her sweet face. After everything that has been said, the hero has no choice but to finally give up. He asks what the girlfriend is going to do, and apparently it will be on the list of complaining to her father. Perhaps the lady will be more cruel and even beheaded for such a brazen attempt to get inside. The man no longer knows what to say. The young man does not want to die. He promises that he will do whatever is asked of him to save his life. The face speaks back, unlike the words. Of course, you can't pass by a lucrative offer. The girl asks to serve her, and of course her hero immediately kneels, promising that he will do everything. The blue-eyed woman will give as much jewelry as her acquaintance wants, and in return, she wants him to steal something. A plan has long been matured in my head. This morning, the irreparable happened. A man hears his daughter wishing him good morning, but nothing is important in the moment because he is not able to find his favorite brooch. It seems to Cornelia that her father is not feeling well, but at that moment, the eldest girl enters the room. She smiles, noting that her father seems to be missing something. The mouth is already opening to ask about what happened, but there will be no questions left the second the little thing is in the hands. In despair and anger, the Count asks where his daughter's item even came from, because this certainly shouldn't have happened. When the lady opened her eyes, this brooch was lying by the bed, which, of course, did not bother her in any way. Last night, Gaspar was asked to steal his father's amethyst. The pebble is actually a tear from a deceased grandmother, which was passed down by inheritance. You could say it was a parting gift because in the end, nothing happened. There is a special power in the last tears shed by the Randall women. A tear contains dark magic that is difficult to overcome. Grandmother was one of the most powerful in the family. That's why everything turned out that way. One day, the beauty died due to the magic of a tear and ended up unable to complete her plan to survive. That time, the lady completely went crazy. The girl attacked the servants and Cornelia, turning them all into piles of ash with the help of a stone. She wanted to free herself, so she tried to get rid of everyone who brought only pain. Randall wanted to reward her father, who was one of the main characters who could not help but hate with the same fate. The amethyst on the clothes prevented her from doing what she had planned, protecting her with a shield. In that timeline, the girl was accused of numerous murders that were committed, and it seems that she was eventually executed without even knowing the whole truth. While the jewel is in the hands of her father, the lady cannot completely free herself from the influence of the house in which she is currently located, which, of course, is sad. The man asks that everything be left to him, the great phantom thief who is ready to do anything to please his friends. He won't give up. Looking after the boy, the girl only hopes that she will not have to regret anything in the future, remaining unsure of her decision. When the little thing is in Ingrid's hands, the old man freezes. Quickly changing his face, he says that he probably accidentally dropped it in the tower and thanks him for delivering everything back to him. The Count must have known that amethysts lose their strength when left in the light for too long. This is not a problem because the item must be returned. The man demands what he has back. My grandfather wore this brooch after my grandmother's death, and then it became an inheritance. This seems like a great gift. It's a pity if something like this happens, and in that case, nothing will help. The girl grabs the candlestick, which ends up in her hands in a split second. Until the guy understands what his daughter wants to do, she is already committing that very act. The woman broke the jewelry into many pieces. The pieces fall to the ground, and then the screams of the father are heard, who falls to his knees. He doesn't understand why they did this to him, so he gets immensely angry, not trying to restrain himself. The lady brings the pebble to the last remaining brooch, and then turns it into ashes. The facial expression expresses complete devastation. Cornelia immediately runs up to Randall and, sitting down next to him, carefully asks what's wrong. She understands that something irreparable has happened. After everything that happened, the lady thinks that she should rest a little. She will spend some time at the Belschmidt estate, where she was invited to go earlier. The woman has been working without rest for 6 years, so it wouldn't hurt to relax a little. She hopes that she and her father understand each other. Now, if something happens, nothing will protect him. The sister sees the girl off with an angry look, but quickly turns to her dad. They are obliged to stop the escapee and, it seems, take revenge. Realizing that the man is unable to do so, the girl runs alone. The Count is not feeling well, so Ingrid has no right to leave the house because they both have to take care of him. The hand throws Cornelia's palm away. It's a pity, of course, that everything turned out this way, since the beloved daddy became a useless weapon against the girl. The carriage rushes into the distance. The girl has never traveled anywhere alone, and now wants to fulfill her cherished dream. Several stones are again in hand. It all happened because of a power she never asked for. What the lady now possesses has brought many troubles. She hated power so much that she once gouged out her eyes. The girl hoped that after what was done, the tears would stop flowing, but she was very mistaken. Drops continued to drip from the eye sockets constantly. The power will not disappear anywhere, and it's time to get used to it. No matter how the owner tries to get rid of it, nothing will ever work as it should. Now things are a little different. The lady herself has the right to dispose of her stones as she wishes, and now she should not be sad over trifles. The lady is greeted by Joshua. He couldn't even dream that the girl would decide to visit the mansion so soon, accepting the invitation that was sent to her earlier. The woman carefully gets out of the cart. She thanks for the warm welcome she received. Belschmidt is happy to see the lady again. The friend must have been tired after the long trip she had endured earlier. She should get some rest. Of course, the boy has prepared the best room that he is going to show. He asks to go with him into the estate. From the new day, the room will be completely at the disposal of the girl. Everything is beautifully furnished and just perfect for temporary living alone. The smile never leaves his face while the man tries to understand whether he likes everything. If you need anything, he asks you to let him know in more detail. The room is spacious. The mansion's grounds are as large as those of the Randall family, so the heroine should not be shy about exploring it. You should treat this place like your home. Ingrid can stay here as long as she wishes, because she is always welcome in this house. The only rule that is set is the ban on leaving the territory of the mansion without the knowledge of the owner. The woman, although she knows everything, is interested in why everything is this way. There is a possibility that the Randall family will want to bring their daughter home by force. Of course, Joshua understands everything, so he tries to do everything as best as possible. He knows that he is lying there. He just doesn't want to return to that same place. To all that has been said, the young man only adds that he also does not want her to return to those terrible people. The girl definitely doesn't belong there, because she won't be happy. I hoped that I would be able to find something useful, but local books were no different from those in the family library. All the time, Joshua pestered the girl under the pretext that he wanted to be together. He was probably checking to see if the girl had run away, or if she had stayed put for now. One of the volumes closes, and then the lady extends her hand to the other. She sees the register of state magicians that the Randalls talked about. One of the publications was not at home, and this is more interesting. I would like to know if there is a magician who can deprive others of the ability to cast spells. Winter Clement attracts attention. Although he is listed in the register as a magician, his abilities column is completely empty, which is strange. The woman could not get that magician out of her head, but decided to take a walk. She did not immediately notice the hidden door to the basement. There are stairs leading down. Memories of how the young man asked not to leave the territory immediately pop up in my head. It's almost scary. The hero finally showed his true colors by revealing something hidden in the house. There is nothing new in this, because the lady knew everything in advance. The Belschmidt family has existed since ancient times. Magicians universally control fire, which among people is called primeval and the most powerful. Joshua was the strongest of the family, despite his strong father. It seems he became the head when he was only 12. During her 7th rebirth, the lady already understood how to use her powers, so she quickly got out of that terrible tower. Thanks to her repeated deaths, the girl finally understood the power of Black Diamond. When she managed to escape, she was convinced that she would finally be able to live happily. That day, literally an hour later, the lady found herself in the garden and hoped that she would not meet anyone. Ironically, she bumped into Joshua, who asked if the girl was okay. It's cool outside, and your clothes don't allow you to be outside at all. To be a gentleman, the young man quickly threw his jacket over his shoulders. The lady immediately felt warm, so a tear flowed down her cheek and turned into a diamond. The hero leaned over to kiss the hand and asked the lady's name. The young man wants to be a defender and is not going to give up so easily. The blue-eyed girl smiled strangely and quietly said, "Yes." The woman forced herself to believe that the prince in armor would take her from the tower, but she was very mistaken, so she was captured in the basement. The beauty sobs while they grab her by the shoulders and throat. A tear flows and the pebble falls again, but Joshua believes that this is not enough. He wants the lady to improve her abilities. The hero is almost forced to use fire, but it will be terribly painful. He doesn't need diamonds, but rubies that he can use for good. Belschmidt promised to give protection if the lady made rubies, but then the heroine did not realize the horror that would happen. The rubies were created over and over again, and with their help, the friend managed to increase his strength significantly, without changing anything. It was nothing short of a miracle. The young man saved him from his father and took him to his mansion, without demanding too much. In the end, the lady ended up in the dungeon as a prisoner, which was not what she wanted most. It was too late to realize her situation, but even though the heroine managed to escape, nothing changed from the word at all. She regrets having made terrible mistakes in the past. An acquaintance who has gone completely crazy shouts that the girl cannot even imagine how valuable her powers are. Now she will help a powerful family. The girl must be happy, but she doesn't dare say anything about her happiness. The lady tries to restrain herself, even if it is too difficult. Finally, out of anger, one ruby falls out. The young man heard somewhere that before her death, a beauty is capable of dropping the most powerful of all stones. Cornelia said that the last tear will have incredible power that cannot be compared with anything else in this life. Although it was not possible to believe it, there is no point in doubting one's strength, so Belschmidt is going to take a risk. He doesn't care about the problems that will overtake him later. The body is consumed by a portion of fire, which spreads around and makes you cry in pain. The hero will be made the most powerful magician in history. I want to get rid of the memories, somehow erase them so as not to remember. The lady is skeptical, but erasing has another task to complete. The blue-eyed woman stops near the camera with the man, saying that they have very little time. The only request is to listen carefully. Right now, the beauty is not able to help, but very soon she will be able to find a way to escape, so she only has to hold out for a little while longer. The young man is a magician, like everyone else. He is not an aristocrat, but just an ordinary artisan who is known. He was locked in this place against his will. Joshua, as it turned out, locked the man in the hope that he would be useful. However, as it turned out, this did not happen yet, because he was not released. Belschmidt clung to his mistress again. He looked for her for a long time to ask how she spent her time in this place. The girl is a little bored. I would like to leave the house. As it turns out, the handsome man is planning to host a welcome reception next week where he can relax. Many magicians of the country in which they both grew up will be present at the reception. It's kind of an important event. Just hearing about the magicians, the beauty immediately smiles. If everything is really like this, then it sounds tempting, and the man managed to interest his girlfriend. Everyone will be surprised when they meet Ingrid. Joshua is genuinely happy and surprised that the girl liked his idea, which doesn't seem like the best idea. The man's plan is already known. He wants to show his best side at this party so that the girl will again like her and be calm. Unfortunately, the relationship will come to an end by the end of the reception. A young man should not hope too much. The girl knows what she will do to get out to safety. The maids take the lady's measurements. Many important guests will arrive for the evening, so of course you need to sew a chic dress. The lady is so beautiful that she will most likely be the center of everyone's attention. It seems that the reception will indeed be too formal. If the master wishes, he has the right to invite at least all the magicians of the world. This way, the girl will know that the guest list has already been created and needs to be looked at. The butler will bring the leaflet soon. It needs to be compared with the register of magicians and carefully study the abilities of the guests, which may be useful in the future. Since the heroine has already built a plan for herself, of course, she is most interested in the appearance of Mr. Clement, who is important for the mission. Ingrid began studying the list very soon, but she didn't even get halfway through when Joshua disturbed her again. The man asks what is going on and receives a dry answer. The girl was just wondering who would be invited to the evening besides her. Joshua smiles. He is sure that the lady will like all the guests at the reception, so he is not going to interfere. The lists have long been created. After this, the handsome man bows in a respectful gesture and bows his head as a sign that he wants to invite the lady to rise from the sofa. The girl was taught manners and dancing until she was 10 years old, but then, it seems, everything went wrong. Of course, she is not going to tell the truth, even later. It is obvious that the heroine has no idea what dances are popular among aristocrats. The words sound absurd because he does not know about the years in the tower. The facial expression becomes sad for a moment. The man also had to invite Cornelia to the reception, and one can only hope that no one is against such changes. The woman doesn't care, and she doesn't lie. The sister won't do anything wrong anyway, because she will have to keep her face in front of others in order to remain calm. It seems that there will be more guests than the beauty expected. The only family that is known is Clement. I would like to ask if they are invited. What was said, of course, is a lie, but this is the only way to find out more information. Joshua, of course, sent an invitation, but the family rarely appears at events. Clement seems to have close ties to the royal family, and no one is entirely aware of their abilities. Personalities are very mysterious and constantly try to hide. Rumor has it that the family has the gift of foresight. All this is because they don't talk much about their abilities, and no one knows for sure. What has been said gives interest again. Obviously, a man can see the future and will be able to know what will happen in the future. The young man distracts from thoughts, assuring that he will always be there to help and provide everything that is most important. If a girl is worried, there is no need to move away even a step. After completing the dance, the beauty untangles herself from the grasping hands. She wants to be alone before lunch so as not to spoil the atmosphere with guests. The woman hopes that Winter will appear at the reception. She remembers how she and Abby often gossiped and talked about social events and aristocrats. Maybe Clement also has an older sister, about whom it is not known. The lady sincerely hopes that everything will go smoothly, so she sits down to write the letter. That very day has come. The heroine went down to the same closed basement and asked the man to be quieter. Today, we will be able to escape far away. First, the girl applies a dark diamond to the castle so that it crumbles like ashes, and then an ordinary stone to her face to heal the wounds. The body became light after the help. Today, there will be a big reception at the estate, so the prisoner will be able to easily escape without any obstacles. Guests are arriving every second, and the servants are busy serving them. No one will stop the boy from fulfilling his plans. If everyone finds out that Ingrid helped a simple worker escape, it could be worse. The corners of the lips rise slightly. You don't even have to worry about something like that. The blonde man forgets how to speak for a second, not fully understanding what is happening, but then promises that he will never forget the kindness. The Clement estate was already in turmoil. It seems that the sister invited someone, but to check everything, the man snatches the letter from her hands. They also asked me to persuade my younger brother to go to the reception, and even sent me a gorgeous gift in the form of a stone that glows. As it turned out, my brother personally received an invitation to the reception. He knows that this is the most important thing, but his face doesn't show that he really wants to go somewhere. Turning away, the girl shrugs. Personally, she is not interested in welcoming the Belschmidt family, because she knows who these people are and how they can behave. A fox, or the lady who used to appear in some stories as a magician, will be present at that event. Cornelia has already left for the estate. Of course, she is glad that the master even called her, but there must be a sister who will not understand. The last few days have been absolutely disgusting, and there is no denying it. The father became too worried about what was happening and was constantly angry. The maids became irritable because there was no longer someone to take out their anger on, and at this rate the estate began to crumble from the inside. Due to a series of events, interest in the girl began to gradually disappear, and the charm obviously began to work worse, remaining weak. The thoughts ended quickly when the carriage stumbled over a bump. The lady shouts menacingly that she needs to drive more carefully. What happened is entirely on the sister's shoulders, so the heroine will definitely make her suffer in such a way that she will think that things were better before. The lady was received with open arms. Her friends sing along that the girl, as usual, looks simply stunning. In general, they try not to lie. Upon entering the main hall, the lady receives many compliments on her outfit and hairstyle. The girl is on friendly terms with almost everyone through charms. In my thoughts, I want to scream so that everyone around me will do nothing but bow down to the girl. After all, she is the Randalls' daughter, which is an achievement in itself. The rumors were true. Joshua and Cornelia's sister enter the room. They both smile as they greet the assembled guests, who are delighted by what they see. Everyone thinks that the man has a new favorite. The lady can only stand on the sidelines and burn with anger mixed with wild jealousy for a man who did not belong to her. The heroine is already tired, although not much time has passed. Cornelia always boasted that she had been to receptions, but everything was not at all as described. The woman still didn't understand what was so fun about the events that her friend attended. Unfortunately, more importantly, Clement never showed up. My sister appeared behind me. She asks how the maiden feels, because she must be uncomfortable in the estate. The woman is so clumsy that she doesn't even know how to dance. People around started whispering instantly. Both ladies are from the Randall house, but Mrs. Ingrid has never been seen before. I want to know what they are talking about. Noticing what is happening, the lady notes that it would be better if the sisters did not intersect at the reception. Don't spread rumors. Knowing about abilities, the only one who should feel uncomfortable or left out is the girl who is nothing of herself. In order not to reveal her true nature, the beauty smiles and agrees with what they say. She is glad that she met Ingrid at the event. The girl wanted to talk about her father's condition, but since this is not interesting, she can only wish her a good evening. Joshua intervenes at this point. He looks a little upset and then says he missed you. One can only hope that the lady has not yet promised anyone her first dance, which can be stolen. In order not to scare the man away, the heroine says that everything is fine. In this case, they both have the right to go to the dance floor to keep company. Time passes happily. Belschmidt is glad to hear about this, because he thought that the girl would not get used to so many people so soon. It seems he was wrong. You have to look around, because the young man himself suggests it. All eyes are directed only at the couple, who are smoothly spinning around the dance floor. The hero admires the resilience of the one standing in front of him. His pet, who lived in the basement, recently ran away. Joshua wants to know all the details. When the man went downstairs in the evening, the door was broken, and in a very unusual way. Something alarmed him. The grate was tightly locked with a key, but all that was left of it was a handful of ashes, which scattered over his hands. There were even more questions. Ingrid pretends not to know anything, suggesting that perhaps the pet broke the door on its own. This is impossible because he was not that good. Unlike his girlfriend, he was weak. The guy was locked up only for the sake of discipline, so that he would become more obedient in the future. Because so far his behavior left much to be desired. Lights of bad anticipation flicker in his eyes as the man continues to ask if the lady knows any details. Unfortunately, the lady shakes her head no. Changing his face almost in a second, the hero asks for forgiveness for his rudeness. If he is so worried about pets, he should install more secure locks. Cornelia does not hear the conversation, but watches her sister's every move. Her friends ask her where she is going, but the room is stuffy, so she should go out into the air. The brunettes ask to take them with them, but they don't even have time to finish the sentence properly. The madness seeps in as the lady says through clenched teeth that she wants to be alone. If only the lady knew where everything was leading, she would have long ago gotten rid of her sister, who was interfering with her plans. Nobody had any idea how things would turn out. The lady flies forward without looking around, so she crashes into the man. She already wants to scream about negligence, but freezes when they give her a helping hand. The young man who leaves is much more handsome than Joshua, so of course the girl wants to know who he is. Finding a suitable partner is quite difficult. The guys crowded around the lady. They all ask the maiden to give them her next dance, which is also very important. Only a refusal is heard, because the girl is very tired. It looks like the Clement family never showed up for the reception, which means things are only going to get worse. Ingrid thought that it would be quite difficult to contact Mr. Winter directly, so she tried a different approach in her own interests. Grace Clement is the older sister. Although she couldn't, like her younger brother, she doesn't like to appear at social events, so she was sent a ruby brooch made from tears. The thing came with an invitation, which said that the blue-eyed one wanted to see both of them at the event. It's disrespectful to ignore something like that, but that's exactly what happened. There should have been a response, or at least a letter of refusal, but they never responded. They usually send thanks, but everything turned out to be not so simple. Unfortunately, nothing worked out, and the best thing to do is simply accept your defeat. The reception is almost over, so all that remains is to go to your chambers. In the distance near the entrance, you can hear the noise of a crowd. The beauty pays attention and notices a handsome man with dark hair who stares back. If the Clement family was on the side, the person is doomed to success in everything. This is a rather dubious saying, but history proves its truth. At some point, rumors spread about the family that this was the most powerful family of all. Everyone was wondering what ability the magicians had. No one ever found out the answer to their questions. They whisper in the hall, not believing that winter has arrived. Usually none of them attend events. At first, I wanted to deny the truth, but then everyone reconciled, because without a doubt this is a magician from that same family. It's amazing how things can turn out this way. The couple met back then near the carriage. The girl is immediately recognized, so she introduces herself. Joshua starts watching from across the room. Bowing her head, Ingrid says that she is a magician of precious tears. Although they had met last time, apparently, because of his position, he did not want to introduce himself. Now the brunette finally says his name. He came to thank him for such a generous gift on behalf of his older sister, who was glad to receive the letter. Grace did not come to the evening because she is not a magician. The girl smiles, asking forgiveness for her ignorance. It is a great honor to meet her in person. I was incredibly lucky to meet the wizard at the right moment. It's worth being alone to talk about his capabilities, so the girl offers to dance together. Belschmidt appears ahead. He could not have imagined that the head of the Clement family himself would honor him with his presence. But the evening was truly unique in itself. The handsome man wants to offer to drink together, but there is no need for this, because the young man is already getting ready to leave. Treats will also not be accepted in any form. The lady is about to follow, but her friend grabs her wrist, stopping her. He wants to know where the beauty went. The only explanation is poor health. The room is a bit stuffy, and it would be nice to freshen up outside. The girl wants to leave the company, but wants to be alone. Before the lady leaves, the man notices that she has not had dinner yet, so he promises that he will ask the maids to bring something to the room. The beauty runs down the stairs. It seems that the carriage is still there, so she can calmly talk about everything she needs before missing him. The young man stands right at the foot. He turns and looks at the lady, but a second later, a fire appears in front of her, which Joshua started. It's okay, it's just a simple optical illusion. The flame did not touch the body, and therefore the heroine calmly takes a few steps back. Winter understood this himself, but his reaction was different. Obviously, the boy wanted to warn about the danger from the very beginning, but simply did not have time. It looks like part of the caring that is being presented. Belschmidt pretends to talk about the nightmare situation. His companion decided to cheat with another man, which made her feel bad. The young man must think about what he wants, or at least about what he says. He refuses because he did not use his abilities to the maximum, which could have killed him. It's time to be honest, and not try to hide anything. The lady is going to leave the house she's in, and nothing will stop her. Obviously, the lady had found herself a new man, so she was getting ready to run away. He shouldn't have carried out this technique, which ruined everything from the very beginning. The heroine cannot really think that she will be so easily released without any questions, because this is unrealistic. Everything costs a price, so the fire increases. With the help of the ruby in her hands, the girl passes through the pillar of flame. She is no longer afraid, because she found out about everything in advance, and this, of course, helped her. The lady first learned about true power during her death at the hands of Joshua. In her hands was the treasured stone. The hands did not catch fire, but of course there was no complete protection. The palms also ended up burning, just like the body after death, so it was pointless. The effect of the ruby is much weaker than that of the father's amethyst. If Belschmidt fights at full strength, then the thing will not fully protect, giving up. In any case, if the lady gets injured, the aquamarine she used on Abby and that guy in the basement will help her heal. Only now did the young man understand the true power of the ruby. He would like to understand what the beauty is going to do in such a situation, which looks strange from the outside. Winter is inactive just like her friend. Perhaps his gift of foresight has a limitation, or if the situation does not change, then he has decided not to participate in the altercation. The duo just laughs, glad to continue to behave so horribly. No longer in control, the hero increases the amount of fire that flies forward. Whispering something quietly, the young man looks straight at those standing in front of him. The flames suddenly disappeared, leaving not a single drop or even a single trace behind. The brunette takes the girl and puts her behind her. Everything is over. If the man tries to use force again, it will be considered attempted murder. The words sound harsh. A smile blooms on his face as he makes excuses for everything that seems to have shown him in a bad way. In any case, it is better to stop and stand where he is so as not to get caught. Joshua was personally convinced that the boy was an omnipotent magician, but he still couldn't believe it. Be that as it may, the battle is already lost and nothing can be changed. The man apologizes again because this is all that is available to him at the moment. The battle is over, but it's far from over. The girl doesn't pay attention to anything, realizing that Winter has just literally erased the ability. The boy whispered a spell, but no one heard what exactly was said. The girl seems to be fine, but this is only thanks to a new acquaintance. Deciding on what she came to the reception for, the main character asks if the young man would like to complete the deal with her. She wants to know more about the gentleman. Finally, the couple arrived at the same place. I can't believe that the girl was finally lucky enough to be there, because it seemed like an impossible task. Rubies are capable of enhancing magic several times, and knowing this, the lady decided to make a deal that would be sufficiently beneficial to both parties. The stones can enhance the magic of the wearer several times. The lady will give as many rubies as the man desires, in exchange for something more important. It seems that this was created by his twin sister, but from the expression on the interlocutor's face, the hero immediately understands that these were just stupid rumors. In return, the beauty wants to be taken away from this place. She wants to live in the man's mansion. He thinks for a few minutes, and then decisively says that he doesn't need tears. If the lady so strongly desires what she said, she, of course, can go with him, because she will not disturb anyone in that place. After all that has been said, the hero slowly goes down the stairs. The girl walking behind still doesn't understand why her stones were rejected. Blue-eyed would like to understand the true purpose of the person who stands in front of her. It feels more like an unsolved mystery waiting to be solved. Nothing else matters. If the heroine can leave this place, she will definitely take advantage of the opportunity, because death is the most terrible thing, especially after so many rebirths. After a while, the couple found themselves near the entrance to the estate. They were met by a beautiful woman who, smiling, was happy to greet all the guests. Obviously, standing in front of Ingrid is Grace Clement, or rather, Mr. Winter's older sister. Rumor has it that she is more outgoing than her younger brother. The woman goes downstairs and then stops a few centimeters from her new acquaintance. She stares intently, her brows furrowed. Within a second, the girl is smiling again, saying that Randall is just a cutie. She goes in for a hug without asking anything. Looking at her brother, the brunette does not understand why he did not warn that he would arrive with such a beauty. The words even make it a little awkward. Grace should calm down. The man had just arrived home, and she just wanted to grumble. They brought her a souvenir from the evening, which will now be nearby. Cutting off the young man's reprimands, the girl turns back to the newcomer and immediately asks if her name is really Ingrid, even after she introduced herself. The only right move the boy made was that he brought the charming girl to the mansion without even asking if she needed anything, and that was nice. Remaining in shock, the blue-eyed girl assures that she is not worth thanks. She does not understand that she is with a girl who does not behave at all like an aristocrat. The girl is really nicer than she might seem. The captive princess from the tower happens not only in fairy tales, but also in life. The brunette still can't leave her new friend alone. A slight smile also freezes on the young man's face. He hopes that Randall will like the house she was brought to. If there are complaints, she can always tell. The heroine blinks her eyes in surprise. He said that he didn't need tears, and at the same time that he brought a new souvenir, which no longer adds up. A slight piece of anger lights up inside, which shows dissatisfaction with the situation. The man was going to give his friend Clement for use. Grace has completely different thoughts in her head. It's rare for a brother to come home from the evening so happy, given that he's often in a bad mood. In order not to further spoil her mood and atmosphere, the beauty offers to go change clothes and drink some tea. They will have their own evening. The dress the heroine is currently wearing seems too loud for ordinary get-togethers with a friend. It is quite possible to find something more beautiful. The only strange thing is that the girl doesn't quite look like the same fox that her brother was talking about. He made a mistake about the person again, or time will tell. There is no point in saying anything more, so Clement grabs the girl by the hand and pulls her inside the estate to quickly make everything come true. Even though the brunette isn't wearing anything cute, She's sure she can find something suitable to dress up. It will take some time. The woman wanted to stop because she sees Winter slowly leaving. She is afraid that she will never be able to unravel the secret of this family if she is not there. The beauty has been living in the house of the Clement family for a week now. She lives the most ordinary peaceful days, but she failed to move towards her goal. As sad as it was to realize, it was difficult to understand what was happening. The family turned out to be extremely secretive in their actions. The girl lives with the head of the family, Winter, and his older sister, Grace. Their parents died, so they live only together. The woman lived in this place for only a week, but during this time she managed to realize how strong their relationship was. The sister and brother are different from what the girl had with Cornelia. She could only dream of something like this, and it would forever remain unrealistic. The brunette turned out to be a talented and beautiful lady. Moreover, she is kind to everyone, regardless of a person's background. She is smart, gentle, but in addition, she understands the art of war and has a talent for fencing, which she has been practicing since childhood. As the girl said, she, unfortunately, is not a magician, but this does not mean that she does not need to take care of her own family. She will try to develop in different directions. While sipping tea, the girl thought about the words that were said to her. This seems to mean that the beauty does not want to get married in the future. The brunette confirmed the guesses. If she gets married, then my brother will be left all alone on the estate, so there is no point in leaving him. Judging by the expression on Ingrid's face, they think the same thing, which is already a plus. There is a smile on your face again, which makes your soul feel warm. In fact, the lady has no idea whether what she says sounds good or not. She would like to know much more. Lady Grace is just like that, unpredictable. Who you definitely won't be able to understand is the cold and eternally distant Winter. The man opened his heart only to his sister. Over the past week, Randall had seen him only a few times at the table. It seems that the young man is unsociable and works very hard to get the best. Clement spends all his time in his office. Although the hero allowed him to stay on his estate, it is already obvious that he is not at all interested in who is in front of him. Presence will be useless if you cannot speak. It's worth talking about something important at least once. The girl went to the meeting. She wanted to start a conversation, but noticed how the guy walked somewhere towards a closed secret room. Ingrid would like to know what kind of room this is, but Grace called her. It's time for dinner. The table has long been set for a meal. The heroine nods her head, but first she is going to call Mr. Winter to the table. He shouldn't be left alone. The boy eats whenever he wants, so there is no need to worry. Randall has gone through some hard times, so Grace wants the girl to be able to relax and start life with a clean slate. All that remains is to say thanks. A lady can do whatever she wants, especially since they want the best for her. Winter accepted his new acquaintance into the house so easily that he wanted to ask why. Most likely the woman is special. What has been said makes me cringe. The young man doesn't even want to accept the girl's precious tears, so there's no point in thinking that she's special. Even if this status is best, the brunette asks you to never enter the room that you just noticed. Cornelia is in the garden. She freaks out, aggressively stepping on the rosebud over and over again and trying to hold back as best she can. She didn't understand why her little sister left after the reception with Mr. Winter and didn't say anything. We have to guess. The heroine moderated her ardor. Perhaps the young man needed something from the Randalls, so he decided to use them for himself. The girl at the reception must have used her magic. There are tears left over from the last year, so there is no need to worry about finances. Joshua appears behind him, smiling as usual. This is rare for him, because this is the first time he sees such a beauty in anger. Anger again appears in the eyes and irritation in the voice. Don't look so threatening. A smile suits your face better. The young man actually came for a reason, because he has an interesting offer. He wants to unite together. Turning away, the beauty snorts. Joshua took his sister without Daddy's permission, and in the end, she simply abandoned the boy. Now the man decided that after what happened, it would be normal to offer something similar to his enemy. He must be out of his mind. In fact, she is right, because it brought a lot of problems to their family. The eldest lives in the house of the Clement family and thinks about nothing. It hurts Cornelia to even think about what is happening, so she tries to avoid the reality that continues to overtake her. They can only help because they both want the couple not to be together. The goal is the same, and it will be easier to achieve it together. This is true, but in order not to get caught, The girl asks what good this will do to her. She doesn't want it to end badly. The boy has an idea how the two of them can separate those people. If you have your own ideas, you can tell them too. The proposal to unite with the head of the Belschmidt family sounds quite good. He has many connections among the magicians of the country, and he himself is strong and influential. The most important thing is that the beauty will be able to pretend to be a fool at any moment and put all the blame on her partner. The girl actively nods her head to show that she agrees. Belschmidt is glad that he didn't have to use force, so he smiles again. As the hero knows, Cornelia's stones have the ability to bewitch, but the girl does not immediately understand why this was said. Rubies can be used to enhance strength, and it would be worth trying at least once in your life. The spell will work on any person without question. What can be done with enhanced force sounds great. Of course, the heroine is interested in this, so she nods. Mrs. Ingrid is getting ready, but a maid enters the room to remind her that Grace is waiting for her, who is probably already tired of waiting. In the Clement family mansion, the lady discovered a secret room to which the exit and entrance were closed. Winter himself got there, but in some strange way. The other day, the heroine tried to sneak inside, but the door was locked too tightly. It would only be possible to destroy the castle with the help of a black diamond. Grace appeared in the room, waving her hand welcomingly. You will have to use the method as a last resort if there is nothing left. The girl apologizes for suddenly calling her to a meeting, distracting her from other activities. She bought several dresses because there were no clothes at all. The heroine looks in surprise at the mountain of gifts, not understanding why there are so many. It's just a whim of a new friend. The fitting begins so as not to put everything off until later. The woman constantly comments, saying how beautiful the clothes are and how well they match the style. After everything was almost finished, the beauty holds out the last option, which seems to be one of the best. It's also worth trying on. You can't keep it in anymore, so a conversation begins. Winter doesn't let anyone near him at all, not allowing anyone to know anything about him. For some reason, he hides his abilities. Grace suggests asking yourself, but that doesn't seem like the best option. The boy is just shy around his girlfriend, but this can be fixed quite easily. The heroine seems to have the ability to learn a little more, and this should not be ashamed, because on the contrary, it is a privilege. It is not immediately clear what we are talking about. One option is a wedding. You can easily become Winter's bride. The lady heard everything correctly, because this will not be a problem. There can be no secrets from the bride, because then she will be able to become a full-fledged member of the family. There is no need to worry so much, because Grace is not against it, and will even give her blessing. It seems her friend's brother doesn't like the girl enough to do anything about it. The idea is terrible. Marrying a man without understanding what is in his mind is bad. As a last resort, the heroine will be able to turn to her friend for help in order to find out what secrets lie behind that very door. The door swings open. The younger brother comes inside and asks where Ingrid is. They tell him that they don't know, even if she is standing next to him. It's surprising that the man came to his sister while trying to find a girlfriend. He had to go directly to the girl's room to find out something from her. One person wanted to see the heroine. There is no immediate mention of who has arrived, but as soon as they enter the living room, everything immediately becomes more than clear. This is a magician from Joshua's estate, who was recently released from prison. He introduces himself as Chris Bryan, who is glad to meet again. He is the owner of the magic of creation. The girl is also glad to meet again with someone whom she no longer thought she would see at least once more. The blonde next to him thanks Ingrid, and he can't express how grateful he is. Kindness is not easily forgotten. The lady already said that everything will be fine even if you forget. The young man has no idea why he was interested in the head of the Belschmidt family. No one would have even thought that under the pretext of cooperation, he would offer horror. The backstory isn't really that important. Putting down the suitcase, the hero says that he came on another matter. He made a beautiful gift for my lady. An oblong box falls into your hands, which attracts attention. The lady doesn't understand right away, but she sees a beautiful necklace inside. The young man asks to try on the thing, and after a second, it wraps around his neck, making a beautiful pattern. Everything was as expected from a beautiful lady like her. Thanks to creativity, he, like a jeweler, can make jewelry that will suit a certain person. It will be something unique in its own way. The blue-eyed girl has a precious tear, so an empty nest was specially created for her, where any jewel can be inserted. Now it became clear why Joshua kept Chris in the basement. He had jewelry made, into which he inserted rubies later. He was imprisoned because of his acquaintance's abilities. Noticing the expression on his face, the young man is very nervous that the decoration was not to his taste. In fact, it is expertly crafted and truly beautiful. Because of her background and behavior, the heroine is not worthy to wear something nice. Noticing the atmosphere, Winter turns to Brian. It's already evening outside. It seems that my friend planned to leave before sunset, so there is no point in staying a minute. They're having dinner soon. Time flew by quite quickly, and the man himself didn't even notice. In any case, he was happy to meet again with Lady Ingrid, who saved him. The lifeguard escorts Chris into the carriage, but hands him the necklace. She doesn't deserve to wear the thing, so she lowers her eyes and tries to explain it. The blonde asks for forgiveness for what he did or did not do. He made a piece of jewelry out of wonderful feelings for a woman and does not want to back down. Saying bad things to yourself is not a good thing. For the sake of the guy, the virgin is obliged to wear jewelry with pride. She still thinks that such a beautiful thing does not suit her at all. Leaning close to his ear, Chris asks if her friend is staying at the estate of her own free will. He heard a lot of rumors, so he thought something was wrong, and now he is afraid. Not understanding at first, the heroine quickly came to her senses and smiled. Of course, she stays only of her own free will, so there is no point in worrying. After the carriage rode off into the sunset, Randall moved closer to Clement to ask why she was allowed to stay by his side. The girl is much more different from other magicians than her sister. I would like to know why such conclusions were made. The necklace that was made for the lady is incredibly beautiful, but she still believes that it does not suit her at all, denying the truth in every possible way. A man wouldn't say that. Brian's ability is that the jewelry reacts to the owner's inner world, taking on a special shape and color. Having said his final words, the young man headed to the site where he met his sister. Bad memories immediately pop into your head and make you feel bad. That day, Grace hugged Winter, assuring him that everything would be all right and that she would never leave him alone. She will always be there. The words that were just spoken to the magician now come to mind. She is different from the others, so I wanted to express my thoughts out loud. You should never reveal your abilities to anyone. The father repeats this over and over again, and the little boy nods in agreement each time. The man was the head of the Clement family. Although he was a strict magician, you could always rely on him. He was a wonderful father. Although the boy should become the future head of the family, and he should be raised in strictness, he grew up in a loving family with an older sister. They were happy together, but it all ended the moment my mother fell ill with a terrible disease. Everyone was sad and did not know what to do. Vinty came to the door, but there he met only Grace. She saw beautiful flowers for her mother and asked to look closer, wiping her tears. The bouquet must be given to the nurse so that it goes directly to the mother. You can't visit her yet, even if you really want to. The young man wanted to say something else, but he was hugged tightly at that very second. All I had to do was listen to her say something soothing and try to convince her that everything would be fine. The boy would really like to believe in his sister's words, but every day his condition began to deteriorate significantly. At that moment, the hero met a man. The blonde said that he had heard a lot about the gentleman and assured that he could cure his mother of the disease that had taken over her body and mind. He sounded convincing, but there were some nuances. In return, I wanted to know what Clement's true power was, which would be a crime to agree to. Of course, the boy didn't believe in what was said one bit, but he couldn't ignore it either, so he decided to listen to everything. But the very next day, the man introduced himself as a magic healer. To demonstrate his strength, he caught a rabbit with a wound and immediately healed it. The kid ran back into the forest. The hero also knows how to treat people from diseases in the same way as animals. Of course, he will be able to save Mother and help as much as possible. The boy did not forget about his father's words for a minute, but the maid who looked after her relative died. Fearing that the same fate would overtake his mother, the young man decided to tell everything. Trouble came early in the morning. This is all partly because the Clement family is weak during the daytime. This is certainly not something that should not be expected in this situation. A strange noise began on the street. The father was playing with the boy, and when it all started, he moved him away without answering questions about what happened. Winter was quickly taken into the closet. It would be best for him to hide inside and not make a sound until his father comes back. This is for safety reasons. Screams are heard from the room. The men shout that such a weakling cannot be the leader. The boy did not immediately understand what was happening, but only then remembered the blonde. The young man could not stand the pressure of what was happening on him, so he quietly squatted down, covering his ears with his hands. The criminals escaped, but they could not run far, so one of the arrivals asks them to immediately find them. Winter was studying with his father, but disappeared somewhere. The servants ran away to find the man's son. The boy quietly left when he was left completely alone in the room, because he did not want to disappoint his father. Tears welled up in my eyes almost immediately as soon as my father's body covered in blood appeared before my eyes. Something was done to him, and it seems it was because he revealed the family's secret. The brunette held his father's hand, sobbing over his body until it became completely cold. Finally, the kid realized what a mistake he had made. The same man suddenly disappeared. After so many years, the man was still unable to find him, no matter how hard he tried to do so. No one else will know about the family's secret. The young man still doesn't know what that man's true goal was. Following her father, her mother, whose no one could help, left. Brother and sister just wanted happiness. Clement had to become the head of the family at an early age, so there was no time left to mourn the death. In order to keep the secrets, he studied day by day while also building relationships with the king. As soon as the public became aware of the death of the elder, many magicians visited the boy. They wanted to take advantage of their youthful inexperience and get all the secrets out as quickly as possible. Everyone gathered wanted to weaken the family and nothing more, and this made it somehow scary. The boy filled in his father's words once and for all. Now the hero does not believe in any wizard because the past is closing in on his heels, but Ingrid is completely different. She burst into life so unexpectedly that it took my breath away. The girl was destined for the sad fate of producing stones for her greedy family, but she was able to escape. This is something to be proud of. The beauty sits on the windowsill and tries to cry. A pebble falls into her hand, and this is exactly what she needed so badly. The plan is already ready. A man stands and looks at the moon through the glass. Grace quietly enters with candles in her hands, asking what prophecy the boy saw today. There is silence in the room. There is no need to speak to the brunette. She herself knows that what was seen somehow concerns the beautiful Ingrid. The young man himself understands that it is not as simple as it seems at first glance. She's far from a bad person. Even if something was done, there were reasons for it. No matter what happens, Randall will never become Clement's enemy. So far, she remains as wonderful as when she first met in the mansion. The girl has already gone to bed. She was very tired all day, so she decided to rest. Gaspar calls Ingrid by name, asking how she is doing. The guy was a little late. He is nervous because stealing something from such a powerful family has always been and will be scary, especially since this is the first time. You need to keep your distance with your hands up. The young man, after all, is a gentleman and is not going to do anything indecent with such a charming girl. After all that has been said, the hero leans a little closer and then says that he generally likes older women. He has a strange way of speaking. If we talk about something important, then there seems to be something wrong with the ruby that was provided. We need to try to fix it at least a little. Gems have a magical limit. Their magic runs out quickly, and unless Ingrid herself uses them, things are much worse. In this case, they retain their properties much longer. The heroine has already warned that magical abilities may dry up, and for this she reproaches her friend. He thought that the thing would last at least a year. The woman wordlessly hands over a new item so as not to continue the meaningless conversation. The man, a teleportation magician, is therefore a part-time phantom thief. Even a young man's ability has limitations. The girl nods, but asks if the two of them will be able to move into one secret room in this estate. Gaspar does not believe that he was called only for this. She lives in this place and could steal the key or destroy the castle with her magic in no time. Only the head of the family can enter this room. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't unlock the door. And in this case, the thief is there to help. The boy just needs to teleport inside and then do the same back. The plan should begin very soon. Everything will be done tomorrow afternoon. It won't work at night, even if they don't seem to attract more attention. Winter visits the room only at night and never goes there during the day because he is always in his office. A smile freezes on his face. The young man promises that he will do everything he can because he understands how important it is. Even if they are caught and the woman is kicked out of the house, her friend will still remain on her side because he always promised to follow her, no matter what happens. The great phantom thief seems to have lost all confidence to act like this. They won't get caught if they believe in the best and are careful. After the last words, the girl goes to bed as if nothing had happened. The boy runs from side to side, asking to at least discuss their plan with her in more detail. Morning has come, and now the couple is standing in the corridor. Grace will go to fencing now, so she needs to act immediately to get everything done. The woman comes forward and asks to teleport back to her room in about 10 minutes. This time is enough to understand what this family is hiding. The heroine is ready. After that, Gaspar wishes good luck to have fun in that place and snaps his fingers. He follows all instructions as ordered. The body becomes weightless, but only for a second. The girl is transported to a half-empty room in which there is emptiness. The room is more spacious than expected. The blue-eyed girl looks around. The room looks more like a ritual room. Perhaps the abilities are enhanced here, and perhaps this only happens at night. With the help of moonlight, you can see the future or something else. If so, the hero may know about the beauty's intentions, because everything was already seen at night. He said that everyone is different from ordinary magicians, and Clement is a different story. I would like to talk calmly and ask more questions. Now the lady is more confident that the abilities are somehow connected with the vision of the future. But this is strange, because he is omnipotent. The magician has only one ability, but it is not clear how Joshua managed to erase the fire. Lady isn't sure if the same will work with her precious tear. More detailed memories from that night come into her head, making her think even more. If Winter does have the magic of precognition, he must know where the heroine is right now, and therefore she cannot escape without being noticed. The door behind opens quietly, but makes a slight creaking noise, causing the beauty to turn sharply. The heart beats wildly from the fear that has accumulated inside. The young man looks attentively at his companion, but then turns away. She almost immediately quietly asks for forgiveness, hoping that everything will be okay. Surprisingly, the brunette says that there is no need to apologize. He also wasn't completely honest with the lady who stayed with him, so now he can't say anything. And yet, Winter knew everything, and the power of foresight did not turn out to be a wrong proposal. Most likely, he was not going to stop just because even if she entered this room, she would not know all the secrets. What the beauty surely understood was that this room was like the heart of the abilities of Mr. Clement and his family. It's strange that the friend is not angry at all, but stands with a calm expression on his face. It is extremely difficult for the average person to understand. The young man knew that the guest would be able to get inside, but then why didn't he stop her? It's simple, because he was curious about how the beauty would penetrate. A difficult question. Was the boy truly surprised by what the blue-eyed girl chose? He assumed that the door would be broken by magic. In fact, it was impossible to expect that the girl would resort to the help of the phantom thief. He was sure that it would still be possible to be inside, so answering the question, he could say a clear yes. At least the girl acted differently in the past. The words resemble something crushed, something that is difficult to understand the first time. Looking straight into the young man's eyes, the girl loudly asks if they have met before. This has never happened, but there are certainly no fewer questions. They move on to a question from Winter. He wants to know what knowledge of his abilities will give to such a smart lady. She never said what she needed. The answer should be quite obvious, but in fact it is not true. This is not the case for the brunette, so he decided to ask directly so that there would be no misunderstanding. You want to have an idea of what Winter is capable of, but if he says absolutely nothing, it won't work, and it will be sad. A woman must honestly say what exactly she really wants. The girl survived many of her deaths to get this far, but so far it has given her nothing. She is trying to get out of the vicious circle. Cornelia would like her little sister to die for her happiness, but in the end this did not happen. Ingrid explored new horizons of despair again and again. The memories hurt my eyes unpleasantly, and it makes me want to cry more than ever. Tears well up, so the lady quickly turns away and walks away. The girl looks at the floor and tries to say something, but every word seems to pass through a lump in her throat, which prevents her from saying more. In fact, Randall would be much happier if she got rid of her power once and for all. She never wanted to be a precious tear mage. If everything had been different from the beginning, the beauty would have finally found peace. I want to disappear without leaving a speck of dust behind, or these are obsessive thoughts. Perhaps the most important thing at the moment is to find the peace that you never had. Each time it follows the same scenario, which makes you suffer. The young man finally understood the idea and what the beauty truly wanted. She wants to live in peace and never cry, even if it benefits other people. The guy's ability is the foundation for the existence of his family. Unfortunately, his magic is unable to fulfill his plans, and nothing can change this. Hope slowly fades away in the chapters. The words broke a piece of something needed in the heart, although the lady did not hope for much from the very beginning. She nods, saying she understands. After a while, the man still says that he will try to help. He will look for a way in which it is possible to lose his power, at least for a while. While everything is going on, all that remains is to rely on a new acquaintance and do everything to help him. Everything will be fine, although he cannot promise that he will quickly find a solution to the problem. The girl nods her head. She is in no hurry, so she asks not to apologize for such trifles. She needs to remain modest until the end. Nodding his head in response, the young man is about to leave, but stopping at the door, he says that he never told Grace about the sophisticated method of entering the room. The friend who is left outside must be stranded alone with a girl who won't just let him go. The words turned out to be true. The heroine points her sword at the thief and asks for more answers. Whoever he was, she wasn't going anywhere until she got the story in detail. Still holding her sword, the woman threateningly asks to answer the question of how the guy got inside. She wants to be given all the answers before something happens. It is beyond the power of an ordinary person to penetrate inside the estate, which means the companion is a magician. He doesn't give the impression of a strong opponent, but it's still worth keeping your distance just in case. Gaspar cannot tell all the details, but in fact he helped one friend in one important matter. Smiling, the young man notices that the girl is a swordsman. Flattery won't help, but the words are true. He is not a thief because a member of the household invited him. He's not going to say who exactly, but it will soon become clear. The woman does a quick analysis in her head. Winter would never invite such a person to join them, which means the last option remains. Lady Ingrid is now considered one of the permanent residents, and she could easily do something like this without difficulty. The girl had already guessed without any clues, but it was Randall who was invited to this house by Gaspar, which he openly declares. Still frowning and trying to control herself, the heroine again asks why the man was called to this family and not told anything. Leaning back so that the edge of the sword does not touch his neck, the young man shrugs. He's already said too much, so it's time to shut up. The only thing that can be said is that he never lies. Ingrid must have thought nothing of it when she invited such a suspicious guy inside. It is not immediately clear what the young man's ability is. She must be very useful, otherwise the friend would not even contact him. He doesn't look like a stupid man, which means he knows exactly what he's doing and saying. So far, we haven't been able to find out more, so we'll have to wait for a friend to come. Quietly lowering her head, the lady wonders how she can know that they are not lying to her. It would be impossible to dodge the answer, no matter how hard he tried. Saying that he doesn't know, the brunette asks Grace if she's tired of holding the sword right to her throat. An unarmed person is not able to do anything terrible, so there is no point in worrying. The brunette protects her home, so she will always be ready to hold this sword to the last. She must be sure that the newcomer is not dangerous to loved ones. The chapters are filled with surprise. Gaspar now also understands that Grace is really cool for acting so boldly and not giving up the first time. It will be even better this way. The beauty's position seems to be the best in this situation. After this, the man smiles to show sincerity. Ingrid runs out of the room, calling the guy and asking what happened. He snaps his fingers, and within a second he appears next to her, beginning a greeting. They ask Grace for forgiveness, because in fact, it was Randall who invited the man, as they said earlier. No one warned her in advance before the man appeared. Obviously, the young man could have run away with peace of mind all this time, but instead he decided to stay and continued to carry on the conversation, trying to convince. Even after everything that happened, the heroine was not kicked out of the mansion, believing that she had reached the limit of her virtues. One could only rejoice at this. Now there is one more person ahead of the lady. Something happened between Grace and Gaspar while the girl was not around, and she doesn't quite understand what the whole point is. Gaspar very soon fell in love with the beauty, and from that incident he began to appear frequently at the Clement estate, not really paying attention to others. What was happening was not surprising, because the friend was very sweet and smart. Anyone would be blown away by such a person. The young man asks if they listen to him at all. Grace snorts. Although the boy's presence is annoying, it doesn't mean she didn't hear. He was talking about some kind of fair. Very soon there will be a fair, which is organized every few years in the capital. You definitely need to visit it, at least once. The organizers are an order of magicians, and this is like a sign of their influence on the continent. Every time something incredibly interesting happens there. Grace obviously wasn't even listening because she asks again, so what if this became known? The man suggests everyone go together. Clement is not involved in the organization. She and Winter hate noisy places. It turns out that this is bad when you want to give people smiles and go out into the street. There will be an exhibition of some famous wizard. Ingrid is silent for the time being. She herself does not know that the young man is even going to choose the next target for such a wonderful thief. The girl thinks, but then asks her friend for her opinion on whether they should go. Gaspar tries to become the one who agitates for execution. It's worth thinking about it, or even better, immediately agreeing with everything proposed. In any case, the lady intended to visit the fair herself. Everyone has arrived. There are a lot of people on the street, making it difficult to breathe. The lady carefully gets out of the carriage with the help of Clement. There is a spirit of fun and celebration floating around, which makes you want to start dancing. The girl looks pretty happy. The boys will carry the purchases that will be made, while the girls will look around to understand where to go next. You can tell from Winter's face that he wasn't particularly eager to come to such a place, because it would be better to stay inside the mansion without any problems. It seems that Gaspar lost his wallet upon arriving in the city, so he wants to rely on a powerful family that will definitely help with his shopping. In fact, the man had not stolen anything worthwhile for a long time, so there really wasn't much money left. The guy hits himself, leaving his friend completely alone. It is not so important. Since they don't want to keep him company, then it's better to go do your own equally important things that will bring benefits. Winter caught up with Ingrid and her sister. He would like to know what they think about this holiday and what they would like to do later. We need to make some kind of plan. Most likely the lady came here not only for fun, and therefore asking such questions would be quite logical. It sounds like the girl is up to something. In fact, the woman came only at the invitation of her younger sister, whom she could not refuse. I think her name is Cornelia. The young man remembers that the two of them are not very close, unlike Grace and Winter. She made sure that the invitation was given personally, and no one knew about its existence. If the lady had disappeared suddenly, no one would have looked askance at her sister, who actually arranged it all. She asked if the girl had changed her mind about returning home because they missed her. The letter literally screamed that if the lady came to the house, a trap would await her, and this made my soul sad. Even if she and her sister don't get along, the heroine still decided to come and accept the invitation. And there is one simple reason that is obvious. If the beauty had not come, they would not have left her so easily. And of course, everything would have ended horribly. To be honest, the heroine is the most curious about what will happen. The girl is definitely up to something, but she's not revealing all her cards yet, trying to hide behind it. It appears the Randall family was involved in the creation of this year's fair. If this is the case, then Cornelia will receive love from those around her, which will only increase her powers to the maximum. She will only be glad. If something like this happens, of course, it will not benefit the beauty, so she already knows in advance that she simply must interfere with the plans made by her sister. The entrance to the fair was very close, and they did not notice how they got there so quickly. The castle is made of ice, which is amazing. It was designed in such a way that nothing would melt. Grace's mouth opens in surprise. Magicians are truly amazing, and their work is sometimes breathtaking, making you believe in their abilities. It's suspiciously quiet around. The boy who had been with them from the very beginning disappeared somewhere, as if he had evaporated, and as if it had been on purpose. Gaspar always disappears without a trace, and returns just as suddenly. So there is no need to worry. He behaves so unpredictably that new people may find it strange. The brunette nods, but still hopes that nothing will happen to him. In any case, he knows where the satellites are heading, so if anything happens, he will catch up. The couple goes forward. Randall feels a little sad because such a beautiful and fleeting moment will very soon disappear from her life. For some reason, my soul is even lousier than usual. In theory, the heroine should have gotten used to this by now, but again, she was mistaken with her feelings. The girl wants to go inside, but at the last second, 2 guards put their spears forward, blocking the passage and saying that the lady needs to go the wrong way. The sisters are well prepared for the girl's arrival, so they won't miss the opportunity to try to skillfully ruin everything. The most important thing is not to give up. In order to confirm her guesses, the lady looks into the guy's eyes. It had been a long time since she had seen a gaze so clouded by the spell that had disappeared. In order not to get involved in a conflict, the heroine simply asks to be let inside and again hears that she is not allowed to go there. No one says why exactly, even though she paid to enter the exhibition. Someone like Randall doesn't deserve to enjoy the beautiful exhibits. The answer is primitive, and a wave of contempt oozes through it. The lady could not have expected any less result from Cornelia. She had always used such statements through other people, and now everything fell into place. The sister herself invited me to this exhibition, but now she behaves like an enemy. There is a determination to put the beauty in her place. After thinking a little, the lady decided that nothing else was important. The meeting wouldn't last too long, and until those 2 left, she would wait outside the castle. The girl is already turning around to leave. She doesn't really want to get involved, but she hears someone behind her calling out to one of the guards. The man menacingly asks who is asking him, but then notices the family coat of arms of the Clement family, which is emblazoned on the suitor's jacket. The gentleman wants to know what problems arose, but he is almost immediately told that everything is fine. There is no point in getting into conflict, and this time it is the guard's thoughts. The young man has no idea why the mistress was not allowed through, but this is no longer so important, because now she is standing next to Winter. Since Ingrid is now a new friend of the family, she will go with him without the permission of some left-wing people. After what happened, all that remains is to say thank you, but she is interrupted. Grace rushes towards the beauty, who immediately hugs her friend. She knows what it was like for her. The girl quickly left, leaving the blue-eyed one all alone with those rude people, and now sincerely asks for forgiveness for what she did by accident. Convincing her friend that there is no point in worrying, the beauty is about to leave, but the girl now offers to always walk by the hand. Everything is fine, but the answer is no longer accepted. The woman still gives in and does as the brunette asks. The 3 of them move inside the hall, looking at the huge crowd that has gathered. It's definitely breathtaking. The spectacle is too beautiful, because previously I was able to attend such events only once with Joshua. The downside is that many people look at the lady with a steely gaze, full of hatred. It seems that the lady is not welcome here at all, but the head of the family, Clement, and his sister are walking nearby, and therefore no one dares to approach and start an open conflict. The girl is about to move on, not paying attention, but then she notices a baby who is looking around in search of his mother and calling her over and over again without receiving an answer. The baby runs forward along the carpet, but accidentally trips and falls. He never found his parent, so he begins to cry out of pain and resentment, sitting on his knees. Ingrid steps aside, simply unable to bear witnessing such a thing. She carefully asks the boy if he hit himself too hard. He must be in a lot of pain. If he sees magic, he will most likely be even more frightened, but his conscience does not allow him to leave everything as it is. The solution finds itself. Asking the child to close his eyes, the lady takes an amethyst from her pocket and carefully applies it to the place that hurts. The procedure is completed quite quickly, so you can even open your eyes. A woman and a girl rush to the baby, calling him by name. Beauty is glad that the child is okay and that someone treated his wound. The most important thing is to thank your benefactor afterwards. The girl hopes that her son hasn't caused too many problems, but in reality it's just trifles and isn't worth thanking. The brunette still thanks from the bottom of her heart, because in fact, the girl managed to help the guy before the wound got bigger or before the mother arrived. Cornelia walks into the hall with a smile on her face. She is looking forward to her victory. Stopping next to the guard, she thanks him for his hard work. The man smiles back. There is no need to say anything, because in fact, everything is fine. The girl shows concern for such a commoner that she already seems incredibly cute. The heroine wanted to ask for something. If he sees his sister, he needs to be on guard. No one knows where she is and what she has planned for her family. As if hypnotized, the young man nods his head and no longer notices anything around him. Cornelia grins because she understands that there is only one step left to victory. They will see each other very soon. For now, she wishes the guard a good day and hears again, "Thank you for your concern from such a high-ranking person." The lady is greeted at the entrance by another man. She feigns surprise that someone is rushing towards her so quickly. After all, the girl will not go anywhere, but will remain nearby. The young man asks for forgiveness for his behavior. The aquamarine that he was given the other day cured his daughter of an illness, and this makes him want to rejoice endlessly. The good news does not pass by. Virgo is happy that tears can save someone's life. In fact, no problem, so I'm always happy to help. An acquaintance has never met such a merciful magician as this girl, so he is amazed. The words are pleasant for the mistress, who easily blushes from embarrassment. Still, you shouldn't talk about something you don't know about. The lady's sister was as kind and wonderful a magician as the maiden herself. The young man stammers. He asks for forgiveness in advance because perhaps he shouldn't have talked about his sister. But they are completely different from her, even in character and appearance. Deep down, the girl smiles and laughs with joy. Joshua did a good job spreading the word about what happened at the event. Ingrid rejected the good intentions of the head of the Belschmidt family and is now sitting on the neck of Clement, who had to accept her until the situation comes to its senses. What has been said is partly true, at least in the head of the beauty herself. Poor heart. But Joshua was broken by the cruel eldest daughter of the Randall family, and he was consoled by the sweet sister of this same vixen. The script was created specifically for Cornelia, because, of course, she was completely delighted after hearing the details from her partner. In such circumstances, no one will be able to resist the spell, even when someone wakes up. If the plan works, the sister will have no choice but to return back. In the most ideal scenario, even Mr. Winter will refuse the rubbish that, in fact, poisons his life, even if nothing is known about it yet. The woman fakes a laugh, saying that she can't wait for everything to happen. She lost control of herself for just a second and succumbed to her emotions. The interlocutor standing opposite did not immediately understand what this attack was for. The lady makes an excuse by saying that she thought about what an interesting person Randall is. The only thing the beauty asks is to be careful when she meets her sister, because they say that she is dangerous. The girl takes out a ruby to increase the force of impact. In the capital's mansion of the Clement family, where the brother and sister are staying for the night, there is excitement. Grace noticed that it was the same in high society now. Surely even Winter already knows that the younger sister Ingrid is up to something, and she has one strong ally who will be difficult to defeat. The young man, of course, heard all the details, so he silently nods his head. I would like to understand what their next step will be and somehow see it already at night. The brunette goes out into the corridor where she finds Randall. Even though they had just arrived, she would like to take her friend to a wonderful place, if she doesn't mind. After 10 minutes, the couple found themselves in a carriage rushing down the street. They head to the mansion to visit a close friend of the heroine. Very soon the lady will meet new people, which doesn't sound so bad. The best-case scenario is how the blue-eyed girl will be treated in that place. You can see from the face that something is wrong. The woman is obviously still worried about the incident with the guards that happened earlier. Of course, the feelings are understandable, because no one has the right to look so despicably, although the girl did not even do anything wrong. Rumors definitely ruin life. Although the girl does not know all the plans of her younger sister, she can already guess what will happen next. She always tried to be showy with ideas. They go to collect information from the nobility. A friend lives in the city and is aware of all the gossip. This is a way that will definitely help you stay informed. Surely Randall herself noticed what was happening throughout the exhibition. Only the nobles paid attention to the lady and looked at her with disapproving glances. The girl could not ignore the fact that the exhibition staff were also hostile. The guards seemed the most unfriendly. The commoners, on the contrary, were absolutely normal because obviously they decided not to bewitch them. Cornelia took the matter seriously. The lady manages to earn the love of all the nobility, and each time her strength definitely grows. I don't want to think about it, but it's scary that Grace also falls under the spell. A thought appears in my head that could save the situation. If something irreparable happens, the heroine knows how to respond, so she will wait. The couple enters the room, where they are already greeted by a young lady. The blonde smiles welcomingly, saying that she is glad to see Grace. Barbara sighs because she rarely gets to spend time with the lady, who is usually also very busy. Girlfriends should be around a lot more. Only after a few minutes, the beauty turns her gaze to the girl who is standing next to her. This is the woman's friend, and her name is Ingrid. Most likely, the lady will not mind guests. Repeating her first and last name, the heroine looks at the figure skeptically. The mood immediately deteriorates because, as expected, nothing good awaits her even here. Collecting her thoughts and trying to remain calm, the beauty convinces herself that she just needs to choose something that will be possible to accomplish. Randall bows in a respectful curtsy. Hopefully they'll get along, but judging by the atmosphere in the room, that probably won't happen. Everyone sits down at a table prepared in the garden, on which mugs of tea and cookies are placed. Grace thanks Barbara once again for the invitation. The estate is quiet and peaceful, which brings unimaginable pleasure. In the capital, people live at a frantic pace, and because of this, the brunette feels out of place. The blonde nods but then laughs. She is surprised that uninvited guests showed up at their tea party. It immediately became clear who we were talking about. The behavior is strange. Although Ingrid did not receive the invitation personally, she is an important guest in the capital. Everyone has already heard that the Randall family is sponsoring the fair this year. Barbara is not one to behave disrespectfully towards distinguished guests. After such news, she must soften her obvious disdain for Ingrid. Nothing has changed. The girl is grateful that Cornelia took part in the organization because she is sweet and generous. There is a drop of bitterness and pretense in the words. Unlike her older sister, who has affairs with influential aristocrats and immediately leaves as soon as she finds wealth, she is really different. A woman can be called a real parasite who haunts everyone else, trying to poison their lives. Rumor has it that the girl left Belle Schmidt for someone else and broke up without even saying goodbye. It sounds funny, but it looks like this time Joshua and Cornelia decided to join forces against the girl who didn't even do anything to them. What has been said may just be rumors, but the lady would do well to choose her friends more carefully. She's not as careful as she should be. There is definitely something wrong with the behavior. The girl never behaved so impudently with guests, even if she did not like them. Something has changed. It's scary to think about what will happen if this continues. If nothing happens, then Ingrid was brought to this place in vain for nothing. Perhaps something happened to her friend, so the brunette, who is used to solving problems calmly, asks why she is treated this way. She came with good intentions, but because of rumors, everything is ruined. Grace's point is correct. It seems more like the blonde has a personal grudge against the person sitting directly across from her. She clearly shows how much she doesn't want to have anything to do with it. The woman pointedly turns away, saying that she doesn't understand at all what we're talking about. If this is the case, the lady is obliged to look you in the eye and say it straight. Ingrid reaches out to her friend's hand and asks her to forgive. This seems like the perfect opportunity to try something important and get rid of what's going on. The blue-eyed girl takes a beautiful amethyst out of her pocket and puts it on the face of her interlocutor, who tries to resist a little. Beautiful light spreads around. The lights seem to help. The blonde looks around with a misty gaze. She doesn't understand why her soul suddenly became so light and simple. The lady wants to know how her friend feels when she sees her face, but she grabs her head with her hands. She sees the guest for the first time, so she does not understand the essence of the question. The girl doesn't understand how she ended up in the garden at the tea party, but very soon everything becomes clear. Clement was a little scared, but now she praises her friend. The noble daughter of a powerful house is the perfect target for Cornelia. She could not help but take advantage of her chance, which does not always arise. Ingrid didn't do anything bad to anyone. The brunette explains in detail what happened. If Grace says so, then it must be true. You can see from the face that everything is not so simple. The heroine allows not to believe in what was said, because in fact, they have no evidence, and the spell has left its residue in thoughts. The blonde has heard a lot about the girl, but after talking with her, it seems that she is not a bad person at all. But on the contrary, she deserves the best. What is more important is that everything is not yet known. Lady Barbara must tell about the rumors that are circulating in high society and where they came from. The girl sadly lowers her head. She didn't personally distribute any, but she had heard a couple of the most popular ones. They were of different characters. Many said that because of the desire for easy money, the beauty began to engage in dark deeds, and in the end simply went the wrong way, without helping her family. Cornelia said that her tears are sold to bad people. What has been said arouses curiosity, because there is not even 1% of truth there. Rising from the table, the lady thanks Lady Barbara for the help provided. They are already getting ready to leave, so we need to quickly deal with other matters. The girl had learned more than enough in the past day. For what happened, we only need to thank Grace, who did everything possible to help. The girls exchange grateful glances and understand each other without words. In this case, they say goodbye to their friend to leave the estate. Before disappearing, Ingrid asks to leave the conversation that happened between them only between them, so that no one begins to suspect anything. The body is very tired, so the blonde falls on the bed. She can't believe Lady Cornelia used her charms on a person like her. There is also a possibility that Randall also used her magic to deceive her new acquaintance. If the person were bad, Grace would never communicate with her, because there is a rule regarding the people she allows into her life. The lady cannot understand exactly who she should trust and who she should take a closer look at. Cornelia has arrived to her, and the maid reports this. The woman is glad that she was able to catch the beauty. The visit was so unexpected that I had to quickly jump up. The girl has a new request to fulfill. Taking a ruby out of her pocket, the heroine comes a little closer, causing her friend to freeze. She carefully watches what is happening, not understanding what will happen next. Barbara is already known in high society, so they would like to ask her for something important. The girl leans towards her ear and begins to quickly whisper something. After everything, manipulation comes into play, because a woman is simply obliged to do everything for the beauty. She nods and looks away as if hypnotized. Ingrid has gathered herself and is already heading out. She seems to be getting ready to go for a walk, but before doing so, she is stopped by a man who asks a question. It would be possible to go there completely alone, but as it turns out, the girl has a meeting today, so she is going to go there completely alone. It's something to do with my sister. The brunette has already managed to look at the future or simply guessed, because what is happening in high society is making itself felt. The friend has said more than once that she is not going to indulge her sister, and yet, judging by her behavior, perhaps this will still happen over and over again. The girl cuts off the sentence, again reminding him that she is not going to interfere. She wants to meet in private, so she has no choice but to agree. There is some piece of paper in his hands, and the man does not immediately understand that this is a letter from Cornelia, who decided to remind him of her existence. Sadness creeps in unnoticed. Of course, the guest should do only what she considers necessary, but she should remain careful so that nothing happens. Ingrid did not immediately understand, but then she noticed that the young man was showing genuine concern towards her, no matter how strange it was for her. Perhaps Grace was the one who asked to simply look after the lady. She is about to leave because it is not nice to be late for a meeting just like that. Thoughts begin to torment her. But unfortunately, the boy can't help her. Although these are her affairs and she shouldn't get involved in them, chaos is happening in her head. The girl has put too much on her shoulders, and it is noticeable to the naked eye. She wants to lighten the burden that continues to weigh down from above. The atmosphere at the tea party is not the most favorable. The woman wants to ask why this is happening, but the answers appear on their own. Cornelia smiles, but it's false. She is glad that she can finally meet and spend time together, although in fact she was not even worried. Ingrid doesn't understand why people suddenly care about her. She thought that her sister was being treated inappropriately in the Clement family, but in fact she was wrong again. That's not the point at all. The girl left her family so suddenly that you just had to worry about her. She did not know how things were in general, whether the food was good or whether the clothes were good enough. There was a pretense on her face again as the maiden drooped and asked if she should be worried. The aristocrats standing behind gasp when they notice this attitude. Cornelia can't help but worry that her sister won't get involved in something dangerous. The most important thing is to always be careful, despite all the problems that appear along the way. A woman can also misunderstand. The heroine believes that the girl is not a bad person because she could simply have been deceived and thus left by her side. Ingrid is so stupid that she could do bad things without even suspecting that there was any problem with it. The atmosphere in the hall is progressing in a bad direction. Rising from the table, the lady asks not to worry, because, in fact, although it doesn't seem so, everything is fine with her. She's not going to listen to any more stories about what's wrong with her. The lady tried to help, but in the end, the friend began to act so coldly that she did not leave the others indifferent. The girl runs after her sister and asks for forgiveness for what was said if it somehow offended her. The hand reaches the elbow. The heroine is asked if she was at the exhibition of Randall family heirlooms. All the tears of our ancestors are collected there. They were passed down in the family from generation to generation, and the girl would like the lady to look at this work of art at least once. Looking around with a skeptical gaze, the beauty leaves. She promises that she will do everything in the near future, and then she won't have to worry about it so much. It seems that the heroine was late for the event, so in the end there was nothing left to do but play along with Cornelia, who was just waiting for this. My sister would never in her right mind have behaved so politely and courteously with a girl, but this was just another performance to show others her image of a cutie. After so much time, the lady finally took action. In some ways this deserves respect. To behave like that in public with a person you hate is an extremely difficult task. The girl turns into an alley. Going out onto the main street, she would be able to catch a free coachman, but she had one more unfinished business. The moon is beautiful, no matter when you look at it. The Virgin does not seem to notice how the figure of a stranger has appeared behind him, raising a weapon above his head. Turning sharply, the beauty gets ahead of the attack, putting forward a dark stone that turns to the bat. She knows exactly what to do to save herself. The weapon turns to ashes. Obviously, another daredevil was waiting around the corner for the lady, who was also going to help with the attack. Apparently, that's why Cornelia stopped the girl from leaving the meeting too early. They needed time to prepare for the perfect thing. They decided that if there were no jewelry in their hands, then there were none in their pocket, which turned out to be a huge mistake. It's a pity for those who could, in their own minds, believe such a thing. Ingrid no longer leaves her house without a drop of tears, which can come in handy in different situations. Over all the lives she has lived, the lady has learned that she needs to be on her guard and never walk alone. In this case, everything was obvious, because the sister could not help but allow herself to do something like that, because her behavior was completely logical. The girl returns to reality. She doesn't hear the answer to her question. It doesn't matter how many people are nearby, because the crystals have enough power for at least 100. The guy turns and tries to quickly escape, but is stopped. He chose the easiest path, which will not help. That daredevil in ambush around the corner should also be on alert. If he decides to run away, his partner will turn to ashes. Realizing that she managed to capture the attention of the men, the girl smiles, asking them to take her to the scene. We need to find out as much as possible. Most likely, the guys intended to kidnap the magician and take him to some secret place. You don't need to have the power of foresight to understand what the idea was. Joshua, sitting in a chair, takes a sip of wine from his glass. The evening is truly beautiful, and he says this to Cornelia, who is nearby. The girl seems a little nervous, so she asks if everything went according to plan. You don't need to rely only on luck, but it's worth checking. Ingrid is already being taken to the appointed place. If they have time, you can have a glass and then go to that very area for a meeting. Virgo refuses. If rumors spread about wine, then so will rumors about an affair. If this reaches Winter, he will not be able to bear such shame in front of his master. It's too complicated, so Joshua snorts. The man doesn't think that he has gone too far with the plan, but his companion has a completely different opinion. It is not clear why the kidnapping was carried out at such a time. They could have gotten her back to the mansion a little differently. There is anger in the voice. In fact, in her heart, the lady thinks that it would be just wonderful if she could just kill a woman and not regret anything. Unfortunately, this will never come true. The girl still hasn't understood the genius of the idea. Clement will easily find out about his intentions if he does something wrong, and this way, everything will be easier. It is necessary to set the stage so that Ingrid will never be able to clear her name in front of everyone, and at this rate, everything will work out in the best possible way. Returning home is a different matter. A man steps on a puddle of wine that he spilled on the floor like the last drop. Randall will be accepted back on only one condition. She must never get involved with the Clement family again, otherwise there will be no options left. She will have nowhere to go. She and her father are the only family, so she will easily make such a deal because of the desperate situation into which she will be driven. That's right. If they can break the girl's will, then Winter will finally realize what a vile girl he got involved with due to his own stupidity. Joshua smiles, nodding. If the families found out why Randall kept Ingrid captive, he was confident they would understand the intentions from the beginning. For such a wonderful ending, all that remains is to put in a little more effort, and then everything will work out. In any case, you should not give up, under any circumstances. This time, Belschmidt is not going to interfere with the performances, so Cornelia can completely have fun and do as she pleases. A woman can handle it the first time, so she certainly doesn't need any instructions. The curtain will open very soon, and then the sister will regret everything. The brunette looks carefully at the moon. It seems that whoever came up with the trap for Ingrid knew that he would try to interfere. The young man cannot see what will happen next. Grace is already aware that her friend went to meet her sister and is ready to go into battle at her brother's command. All that is possible for now is to find Cornelia. As soon as you manage to track down the girl, it will immediately become clear where your sister is. Although the blue-eyed one knew what she was getting into, and she was ready for any consequences, but this is different. A man cannot sit quietly with his hands folded and watch what is happening, because for him this is wrong. Something irreparable can happen at any moment. Perhaps, nevertheless, it is worth thinking about before running forward. No one is sure whether the girl needs help or whether she is able to cope on her own. The lady could expect that her friend would come to the rescue in any case, without even listening to the requests. This again seems like something wrong that does not give way. The cloak is back on the chair. Of course, the heroine did not rely on someone so strange. She said she didn't want to cause unnecessary problems for anyone. Unfortunately, it's too hard to come up with an excuse. Winter wilts, and his determined attitude slowly evaporates somewhere, leaving not a trace. Grace bursts into the room screaming her brother's name. The face shows horror mixed with concern. Ingrid never returned home, although night had already fallen. In this case, the girl should have been taken away by the kidnappers. Hearing such a statement in a calm tone, the girl blinks her eyes in surprise, not understanding what's what. I can't believe that knowing this, the man will continue to stand and do nothing. The friend begins to get angry from the indifference she observes. Perhaps the lady does not want anyone to make an effort to save her. It becomes increasingly difficult for Winter to understand this person, because she is completely unpredictable. The man thinks too much without actually making any moves. You just have to ask yourself first, because he should know what he wants. You cannot constantly listen to others while you have your own opinion. Now, perhaps he will not continue to stand still. The brunette suddenly grabs his jacket, which was hanging on the chair. Still, he is not going to leave the situation just like that, given that it could end worse. A woman stands in one of the rows at an auction. There is a beautiful mask on the face, and two guards who were supposed to carry out the kidnapping are sitting on the side. They begin to show the next lot, which interested her even more. The girl never expected that she would ever end up in such a place. During the day, it is a beautiful fair organized by magicians, but at night, this place is very different from another version of itself. This place becomes a closed auction only for insiders. There are various jewelry from the exhibition and a lot of other junk. Items put up for sale can be purchased for huge sums of money. Naturally, everything that happens is illegal, so it is carried out as secretly as possible from prying eyes. Only aristocrats gather at such an event. Representatives of the law turn a blind eye to this because they do not want to get into more problems. If anyone dares to talk about this event, everyone will blame the unfortunate person, and in high society, there will be all sorts of bad gossip. The girl's plan became clear almost immediately. The sister, greedy for money, began to illegally sell her younger sister's tears, and this story will become known. Of course, many will believe it, since they will be under the spell of Cornelia. For her, this option seems to be the most profitable, no matter how you look at it. If you think about it this way, then this plan is too complicated. The girl would come up with something simpler and more effective, and this raises another question. Although this auction is indeed selling jewelry with precious tears, this does not mean that the fact that the lady appeared here will not prove anything. The girl herself would have proven everything that was happening just with her simple actions. That is why they tried to drag Ingrid by force. In addition to everything else, the hall is simply full of people who have gathered for the show. They could be potential witnesses to Ingrid's appearance, and it is possible that they are all under the influence of a spell. After all, you have to be calm to get everything you need. Cornelia wants the show just like her friends and turns the rumors into reality. My breathing even becomes a little difficult due to the anger that overcomes me with all its might. The woman doesn't try to say anything because she has no other options. Finally, the main one comes on stage. He asks those around him to forgive him for the delay, but then opens a velvet cloth containing rubies. They are ready to present the main lot of the auction, and what crowds of people came for just to get a glimpse of it. The sister is already hurrying into the hall. They should hurry up so that they do not end up getting stuck and miss the entire plan in execution. The woman is involved in bad things, and she, as the youngest, must set her on the right path in front of millions of people. Madame Cornelia expresses herself more than correctly. The girl got involved in criminal matters, and in order to change, something needs to be done so as not to get stuck in one place. No matter how things are, the lady wants to put the lady on the right path and wants to save her. The girl is too heroic to come to such a place of her own free will. In her thoughts, the heroine rejoices and wants to jump to the ceiling. Very soon, she will be able to destroy the reputation of her sister, who deserves the worst. Right now, Ingrid should be with Joshua's servants and should be sitting somewhere in the back rows. She must not be able to do anything because they are holding her, continuing to monitor her. The girl came to make sure that the girl was not involved in criminal matters, so she would behave this way. Her emergence as a sweet and caring relative has come. The lady should burst in and cry, asking what her friend forgot in such a place. Then the irreparable will happen. If Randall tries to use her magic, this will only confirm her involvement in the auction, because the most important lot should be tears. Obviously, it was Ingrid who put the stones up for sale. She can make excuses as much as she wants, but, of course, no one will believe it. Today, it's time to turn the rumors into reality. The girl opens the door and, smiling, says that she has already won. She can't help but anticipate how they treated her, so she looks forward. I already want to say that the lady forgot in the hall, but her face shows confusion when she notices an empty seat and not a single servant. Someone dared to let the beauty go. From behind, you can hear the voice of a girl who says that she is standing right in front of the heroine's nose and is right on the stage. The lady gazes straight into the eyes of the hated maiden and then burns the pebbles to ashes, leaving not a trace. The head of the auction grabs his head and starts screaming. To get into line, Cornelia pretends to ask her sister why she came to this place. The girl freezes and realizes that the plan is failing, although it is not entirely too late. She doesn't know where her sister got the precious tears in her hands and how to explain it. I can't believe that the rumors were true, and a woman greedy for money sold tears in such a place. At these words, the lady runs straight onto the stage. If the heroine did not have enough money, she could easily ask to share it, instead of trying to say something incomprehensible. The lady is sorry that she had to come such a long way, but these were not true stones. The stones turned out to be fakes. Having learned what rumors were circulating about Ingrid, she decided to attend the auction and find out the whole truth personally. If these were the Randall stones, they would not have succumbed to destruction so quickly. Not going to give up, the girl desperately screams that these were definitely the stones of their family. She refuses to say anything that is not true. People in the hall are whispering about who dared to let the girl inside. Head Belschmidt fell for the spell, and Cornelia also suffers madly from what is happening. Horror freezes in your eyes, spreading like tentacles throughout your body. Everyone present is under the influence of the sister's spell, and it is already too late. A smile appears on her face, and then the girl once again asks to stop lying. They are all already on the younger Randall's side, and that won't change. Another stream of cries that what is happening is beyond all limits begins to interfere. It all comes to the point where everyone thinks that the girl is not worthy of life. The girl is obliged to dispel the lie. She takes out a handful of rubies, which are real. You need to act quickly and collectedly in order to complete everything as needed on time. Because of some words, the lady will no longer shed her tears, which are not worth rolling down. A wave of light sweeps across the entire hall at the same moment. People seem to wake up from a long sleep and begin to look around restlessly. Ingrid watches what is happening without any enthusiasm. Now it's time for Cornelia to say something about how things didn't work out. I can't believe that my sister managed to break all the spells so easily. everything is over. The girl tried to deceive innocent people, but nothing worked, which of course is the best thing. The woman can turn everyone to her side, but for now the real show begins because the girl falls to her knees and cries. I can't believe she's being accused of something like this. The girl claims that she came to such a terrible place only to give the girl everything she wanted and because she was worried. Cornelia can't pretend anymore. There is again a wave of talk in the hall about how the lady was literally brought to tears. The words turned out to be unimportant because they are still on the sisters' side. Under the spell or not, everyone always chose Cornelia's side. The older sister, as a rule, could never change anything, no matter how hard she tried to do better for herself and her family. It so happened that the younger sister always cried with happiness and the eldest with grief. She gave precious tears to other people, thereby being doomed to live in misfortune. The memories are too painful. The lady does not understand why she came to the auction at all. She needs to pull herself together and tell everyone the truth. The woman quietly opens her mouth, but her limbs seem to begin to shake from the fear that lies inside her chest. Someone touches your shoulder with their hand. It's Clement again, leaning towards the beauty's ear. He wanted and always wants to listen to his friend and understand what is going on in her soul. Winter prepared thoroughly. As ordered, guards were posted at all emergency exits to prevent anything from happening. If anyone tries to get outraged, the brunette is going to use his family's name. There are too many powerful guests at this auction, and they need to be shown the truth as soon as possible. The servant offers to leave at any time so that they can take care of everything themselves, but then quickly says that he spoke without thinking. He asks for forgiveness. Perhaps now your own egoism is playing inside, which is extremely difficult to get rid of. The young man slowly ceases to understand himself. In any case, I don't want such a wonderful girl like Ingrid to suffer from the desires of others. She deserves all the best. It's time to go inside. Leaving the guards outside, the hero orders them not to move until a special signal is given. The guy was about to go in there completely alone, but then Gaspard appeared. Of course, they weren't expected to meet him there, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Thanks to the guys, the boy was easily able to steal a couple of jewelry. They made quite a lot of noise, so it worked to our advantage. Since Gaspar was helped, so be it. He will show generosity and do the same in return. You can be transported to the stage much more effectively. The young man appeared right behind his girlfriend, who stood with her head down. She is forced to fight alone against those who do not even want to believe in her. The boy extends his hand, and within a minute hears the girl asking what he forgot at the auction. In fact, he was very worried. The guy always comes, but it's actually great. Cornelia stops crying and is surprised that winter has somehow magically arrived. What's more important is the reason why they hold each other's hands. Now there was a chance to embarrass my sister in front of Mr. 2. The girl gets up to express her joy at the meeting. In the end, everything led to such a terrible incident, and of course, this makes you even a little sad. The sister was involved in dark affairs. She illegally sold the family's tears at a closed auction, all just for money. This is the beauty's version of events, but in fact, it is not yet clear what will happen next. It is good to listen to both sides of the conflict. The guy almost immediately turns back to Ingrid. He looks into her eyes and wants to ask something, but freezes for a split second. The girl immediately understood what the hero was up to. He wants everyone to listen, even to her, because no one has cared about this one bit before. Words differ from the knowledge of one person. This time, the victory will be for Ingrid. The door to the hall opens and quiet steps are heard. Lady Barbara appeared on the stage. She comes forward decisively because she certainly has something to tell about how she was bewitched. The lady, like everyone else, suddenly woke up in some strange place, not understanding how she ended up there, because she had never attended such events before. The gentleman must have never attended auctions either, all because Cornelia brought everyone here against their will, using stones. Virgo begins to become noticeably nervous. She used her magic, making them her dolls, who unquestioningly obeyed only her. Everyone should have already noticed that the last thing that remained in their memory was the meeting with Cornelia. People begin to whisper and seem to believe what is said. The girl is scared by the way everyone around her looks at her. The lady joked well, but for some reason not all the details add up, because she is one of the organizers. It is not surprising that the one who compiled the competitions for the fair communicated with other people. They were needed only for minor issues. The woman is openly lying. Since she wants to save the situation so much, she needs to immediately use her tears, which were sold at auction, and charm everyone again. Pretending as if she doesn't understand, the girl quietly asks her sister what she's even talking about. It seems like there is a better idea than what can be done. To make sure the guests believe, the sisters can demonstrate to the guests the powers of their charming stones, which are sure to show everything. Stepping back, Cornelia stutters and says that it seems impossible. The girl is able to create tears of crying from happiness. You won't be able to cry when the heroine is so angry. In this case, nothing can be done, and all that remains is to come to terms with what fate has been prepared. In fact, the lady herself would not have cried from grief so unexpectedly. She must put an end to the game that Cornelia played. Several guards come forward from the door and address Winter. The girl immediately understands that she will most likely be arrested, and she will not run away, because there are too many of them. In despair, the heroine grabs Clement's elbows with her hands. He must believe her, because in fact, he is an extremely smart person. Both sides of the conflict have already been heard. It was necessary to understand that Ingrid was lying, but the man, without listening to the end, broke away. He knows her sister well, so he is more than sure that she would not pretend. The Virgin sold family jewels on the black market, illegally used her powers, and also kidnapped Randall Sr. All listed crimes will be charged against Cornelia. She freezes in horror, realizing that she cannot even object. The auction ended peacefully. All victims of the sisters' spell were sent home without unnecessary interrogations, so as not to traumatize them to the last. The blonde approaches Lady Ingrid. She would sincerely like to apologize to the maiden because she behaved very badly at the tea party that happened earlier. Virgo asks not to worry. She was, after all, under a spell, and that was clear from the start. They don't hold a grudge against her in any way. Barbara promises to make that same delicious tea the next time they meet. She was happy to chat privately and clear things up. Security took the girl into custody. Of course, the lady kicked, screaming about the guilt of Joshua, who ordered such things to be done to innocent people. The knights would have to pay for such an attitude, but in reality, nothing would happen, because the arrest did not occur without reason. If Belschmidt is involved in this story, knowing him, he has already cleared all traces of complicity in the crimes in order to remain secretive. Although my sister will not be sent to prison, most likely, her father will forbid her to appear in public for some time. For Cornelia, such punishment is simply terrible. Still, the blue-eyed girl is incredibly glad that she was able to prove her innocence. The last thing she wanted was for someone to look askance or judge without giving any importance. Of course, my sister will never give up, because she is not such a simple person. She will take revenge when the time comes for it. The girl exhales with relief. She looks up at the balcony, where she sees a handsome young man in a white robe and with the same hair. He smiles calmly. The man simply disappeared in a few seconds. The lady had not seen him in the hall until that moment, so she began to get nervous. She has no idea who he is. It's time to go home. Grace, after all, is very worried about her brother, and even more about her friend, who did not return home at the appointed time. The girl claims that everything is fine when she is asked again after noticeable nervousness. She lowers her head, but then thanks him for saving her. Do not mention it. The young man could not allow the lady to be accused of something she did not do. You should always stand for justice and on the side of the person who is innocent. The girl thanks only for the fact that they believed her. She herself was able to prove her innocence, and the young man was simply there as support. He doesn't see anything else. It's probably true. I managed to see the future, so as soon as the whole truth emerged, the hero decided to come so as not to leave the guest alone. It seems that the young man saw the whole truth only thanks to his abilities. I would like to at least believe in this until the last moment. Unwilling to rest until the details are known, the lady wonders if there were any forces involved. The man simply believed, without using prophecies. In the end, a lady would never act so vilely, because she has some boundaries in her behavior that are known. I can't believe that the brunette will have such a good opinion of her friend. This did not appear without reason, of course, so there is no point in being surprised. The hero remembers everything that the beauty did, thinking about wonderful deeds that one can safely admire. As an example, you can take that child at the exhibition. A feeling appeared inside. It's completely new and scary, but at the same time entertaining, like something that needs to be explored better. For some reason, although the lady is not sad, she has the feeling that she is about to cry. My eyes sting strangely, but my soul feels lighter than usual. One single tear still rolls down the cheek alone. In the palm of your hand, you find a beautiful green stone that sparkles slightly. A woman can create only 3 types of precious tears. Sadness is born from aquamarine, despair from black diamond, and anger from ruby. When she died, the girl always cried out a red diamond, which turned back time. This is the first time the beauty has created something like this, so curiosity takes over. She seems prouder than usual. The young man reaches out to wipe away his tears. It is not clear why one would behave this way, but if a lady is really crying, then she deserves to be treated well. This is par for the course. If someone wipes the tears from their cheeks, it will not be possible to create precious stones, which, by the way, remain valuable. Clement remains firm in his position. He doesn't care at all about what is happening, because the fact that the lady is upset will always be much more important. Every time such words make my heart beat like crazy. The cheeks turn slightly red, showing embarrassment that is difficult not to recognize. To avoid a further scenario, the girl abruptly removes her face. Grace must already be tired of waiting, and therefore it is better to return back as soon as possible. The young man carefully inquires about his well-being. The face is so flushed that it becomes restless. Everything is definitely normal, and this is the only answer they give. Mr. Joshua is resting as usual. It seems the lady has failed and it is being reported. He doesn't look surprised and lets out a sickly gasp of surprise. It was impossible to be upset by this fact, and he really was not saddened by this news. Everything went according to the plan, which was built in secret. No one can blame Belschmidt for what happened anyway, so there is absolutely no point in trying to deny it. There was no evidence left against him. The people who were hired to kidnap Ingrid do not know the name of their master, so even if they wanted to, they would not be able to bring the person to justice. It's getting better now. Since the name of the Belschmidt family is not tarnished, you can sleep peacefully and think about a new plan and how to move to the next step. Cornelia miscalculated if she didn't think that she would end up betrayed. She can say whatever she wants, but nothing will change. The main thing is that nothing was lost in this story. Clement behaved as he had planned. He's become too predictable lately. The head is interested in the rubies that were put up for sale at auction. I would like to know what happened to them, even if there are guesses. According to the servant, everyone there turned to pure ashes. The fakes that the guy's family created were completely destroyed as yet another piece of evidence. A smile blooms on your face after realizing that everything is gradually starting to get better. We need to think about preparing for the second stage of the plan. Everything is going according to instructions. Cornelia turned out to be an even bigger fool for thinking that the man gave the real rubies to Ingrid. She doesn't realize their value, that's for sure. In the girl's head, only ideas and thoughts are spinning on how to kill her sister, who is like a thorn in her side. She couldn't be a good part of the team. Perhaps the girl will be able to ask what happened. Randall's jewelry is too expensive, so getting rid of it would be too wasteful. Tears shed in a fit of anger are the most wonderful and beautiful. I want to kiss the stones that glow so beautifully under the sun. Gaspar sits on the roof of the estate. He looks at the starry sky, which opens directly above his head. A ring appears from the pocket and ends up on the finger. This year, the fair ended, and it was on this note that the peaceful days at Clement Mansion began. Finally, there is time to breathe out calmly. The man lying opposite on the sofa is trying in every possible way to attract attention. He demands a good attitude and tries to say something. Something happened to the gentleman, but he is not immediately eager to tell the full story. 2 minutes pass in deathly silence. Surprisingly, at night there were not so many guards. Most likely, because of Ingrid's arrival at the closed auction, everything turned out this way. The faster a man finishes where he is, the faster he will come to help. This is the only way he calms himself down, realizing that he really should hurry. The guard almost noticed the ghostly warrior, who hid behind the wall in time. There was no one outside, but a couple of people remained inside. The young man throws one of the firecrackers, which begins to burn out and makes a wild sound. Everyone rushed in a crowd to check the noise and where it was coming from. Gaspar chuckles. Just a couple of toys, and everyone almost immediately ran away. Obviously, this was the best option. Even if it didn't work, there is always a last option, and that is the red stone that ends up in hand. Ingrid made sure to help. Taking off his hood, the young man follows inside the warehouse and then breaks the glass behind which there is a ring. Finally, the thing fell into his hands after so much time. As a result, he did not even use the ruby, which the maiden was skeptical about. With such words, a person is literally asking for compliments so that someone will say how cool he is. Virgo still doesn't quite understand the meaning of the story being told. The young man stole some kind of ring, but did not further explain what power was hidden in it. In fact, no one stole anything. According to the friend, he simply returned what once belonged to his family because the thing is valuable. The girl does not immediately understand where the conversation is going. The jewelry could have been stolen only to propose marriage to Grace. That's not the reason. After the boy took the ring, he immediately went to check how he and Winter were doing. He couldn't help but worry. After the entire operation was completed, the boy went to the Clement mansion. In the garden, he noticed Winter's older sister walking around the garden alone at such a late hour. The girl repeated the same phrase, asking God that everything would be okay with Ingrid and her brother. If something happens, you can't even imagine what will happen next. Gaspard comes out, starting to give a calming speech about the unrest. The brunette literally attacks him, asking where he has been. The girl, as it turned out, was even worried about the boy, because he had been missing since the first day of the fair. After that morning, no one saw him again. The man didn't even say anything when he would return or where he was going. In the hands is a ring, which is put on the little finger. When the young man put the thing on his finger, his hair immediately acquired a completely different shade. Oddly enough, this may surprise no less. He gets down on one knee, starting to say something. The words that followed shocked the girl, who was not ready for this. The hero asks to marry her. And just at this time, Ingrid and Winter, who have already returned, enter the garden. The man promises that he will find a decent job and will do anything for the happiness of his loved one, but he is refused. The words at that moment were like a knife in the heart. The boy seems to be getting depressed. From that moment on, the lady began to avoid him, and it is not surprising because the time to confess was not the best. Shouldn't have disappeared for a week beforehand. Gaspard couldn't help himself. He thought that this would be the most ideal moment for confession, and he could not do anything about it, because he wanted everything to be better than ever. The young man saw Grace's weak side for the first time. She has always been that same protector with a sword in her hands, but then something went wrong, and her true nature was revealed. The girl exhales. She has already realized how bad things are, but in order not to make things worse, she promises to talk to her friend, who should change her mind. In addition to love troubles, the lady also needs to deal with another important task. The green stone has not gone anywhere, and its powers have not been studied. At this moment, it is more important to fulfill the promise that was given to the boy before he left. The girl can't just forget about it, so she knocks on the door. The only problem that stands in the way is the lack of any experience in love affairs. It's better to start the conversation calmly, but how exactly is completely unclear. I don't want to put too much pressure on the girl so that she doesn't test her nerves, feeling a sense of duty. You will have to approach the topic slowly, but the main thing is that everything works out as it should. In any case, the girl will try, even if she doesn't quite understand what she should do yet. There is a knock on the door, and then a head appears in the door. For the first minute, the lady hesitates a little, as if trying to formulate a proposal and her thoughts. She asks why her friend refused Gaspard. Until today, Ingrid only cared about herself and never asked about others. She has changed a lot in such a short period of time. As soon as the heir of a powerful family puts on the family ring, his hair will become darker than night. This was mentioned in the book. The conversation promises to be long, so the friend offers to sit down. The heroine has never even heard of the twin family that will be discussed. The noble family that will be discussed was known to everyone. This is a family of powerful magicians who helped the kingdom from the shadows. From generation to generation, the head of the twin family was given a ring that dyed their hair a dark color that was different from the usual one. Thanks to this ring, family members could become invisible. During times of war, wizards of this kind were indispensable spies. As soon as peace reigned in the kingdom, the need for the twin house disappeared, because now they were ordinary people without any attractive ability. In order to avoid revealing secrets of national importance, the royal family ordered to get rid of everyone in that family, and therefore they were executed. In those days, Clement received enormous support from the queen and king, but the family that was killed has long been forgotten. The brunette knows this very well. High society will never forget what happened. The royal family put them up to represent their homeland, and many still believe it. No one even knew that the head of the family survived. Now, Grace has learned the amazing information that Gaspar is a descendant of a long-vanished family. She didn't even suspect. The girl was glad that the man did not live in the name of revenge for his ancestors. It turned out that that day, the young man still got down on one knee to do something. The girl would never have thought that her friend would be a former aristocrat. This information makes you feel warm and more interested. This time does not completely answer the question my friend asked. She came to ask something completely different, and now it seems as if she was ignored. Ingrid knows that Grace is the eldest daughter of her family. After the wedding, she will become a wife and lose her name. Gaspar will have to restore the name of his family, and this is a rather thorny path. The girl doesn't think she can support him. It does not seem as if the young man is eager to restore relations with the imperial family or clear his name. The blue-eyed girl didn't even think about it. This is far from the only reason for refusal. He came so suddenly with a proposal that it was simply impossible to agree to such a thing. Many have already done this, but this is the first time in memory when it was so spontaneous. The brunette doesn't think that she's even suitable for this kind of relationship. She would like to understand what she is doing wrong, but this is just an installation in her head. The girl lost her parents at an early age and realized that she did not have magic or even any abilities. She couldn't do anything. To protect her brother, the maiden had to become stronger at all costs. There was no other choice but to get ready and start our journey. Yet, deep down, the brunette remains the same ordinary girl who wants love and loves soft toys. Now all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Grace cared about others all the time, not thinking that she would ever deserve anything more. Ingrid feels sorry for a girl who treats herself this way, so she gets up and goes somewhere. A bear cub appears in his hands. The toy is placed in the lady's arms when a friend says that she thinks it is very cute. I don't want anyone to consider themselves unworthy. A girl deserves to be with someone she truly loves. It doesn't matter what other people think, and it doesn't matter what the voice in the back of your mind says. Lying in bed at night, the beauty thinks about what happened. No one could even think that the heroine would fall in love with Gaspar and would now react like this. Lately, a woman has also been feeling a strange and obsessive feeling in her chest, which sometimes makes her feel restless, all just because of one person about whom it is already wonderfully known. The beauty even dreams of him in her dreams, which makes her not even want to wake up in the morning. Sleep doesn't come, so the lady sits up on the bed, taking out that very stone. This jewel is apparently an emerald. The lady shed a tear when she was overcome by strange feelings. The girl is not Cornelia in any case. Her tears of joy cannot turn into jewelry, but in fact, there is no longer any confidence in the words. The heroine had few happy moments to cry with happiness. This problem cannot be solved because it is impossible to go back to the past. Still, I want to know the power of this tear. The pebble is incredibly beautiful, so you want to look at it for hours in the sun. The emotions when receiving this jewel were not entirely clear, more blurred. The Randall family mansion has fallen silent, but only Cornelia is raging. She doesn't understand why she was suddenly forbidden to leave her room, even after everything that happened. Unfortunately, this is the owner's order. But in this case, the girl demands that her father be called to her so that they can discuss all the details of what is happening. The maid nods quietly, but also says that she cannot actually fulfill the request. The gentleman said that he was busy and could not meet with anyone yet. Because things don't go as planned, the girl screams in her face for the maid to get out and closes the door. She falls to the floor. There is chaos inside. Dad does not want to talk to the beauty while more and more questions arise. Joshua also turned out to be a rat who abandoned his partner. People are talking about the girl, but she doesn't know what exactly. It all came to such a terrible end, and now she is not allowed out of the room. At this rate, you will have to become the same as your sister. The woman was left completely alone, and realizing the situation made her want to cry. The body slowly moves closer to the mirror, in the reflection of which a clogged body is visible. I have no strength to restrain myself. Cornelia gets so angry that tears begin to fall from her eyes, turning into pebbles and falling to the floor. A new jewel stood out to her. It is not immediately clear what this is, but it seems that there is only more to be learned in the future. In the entire history of the Randall family, there were no magicians who could create emeralds from their tears. They all had the same powers and the same stones. Now Ingrid is holding in her hands nothing other than an emerald. She examines him carefully, probably for the 100th time while in a warm bath. It had been a long time since she created it, and she tried to use it in the same way as the black diamond aquamarine, but it was to no avail. The girl tried to create a second pebble, but she couldn't, even remembering those strange feelings next to Winter that did not leave her heart. Clement is very busy right now due to the family's involvement in the underground auction. He had to deal with the problems that were created. The best solution would be to sort out the events once and for all so that everyone is happy. It's the girl's fault that he's so busy, but she didn't want that. That evening, after the conversation, the brunette asked to stop talking only about her and switch to her friend, who, it seems, did not quite want this. It turns out that we are talking about feelings for Vinti. Ingrid never thought it would be so noticeable, but it seems it was true. Nothing can be hidden from the eyes of the older sister, because, of course, she was the first to notice the strange behavior of this couple. It was even a little cute. After talking with Clement's sister, I don't really want to go to him. I don't want to admit the truth either, because it makes me a little scared. Getting rid of the auction turned out to be not as easy as it seemed at first glance. Due to the family's position, many aristocrats agreed with the decision. There is another side of people who are on Joshua's side. He is playing his own insidious game, which, in the end, most likely will not end in anything good. Maybe it would be worth using your powers, but that doesn't seem best either. Now, Belschmidt is unlikely to be planning anything serious, and there is no point in wasting time on such things. The young man never communicated with Ingrid after those events. Even though they live in the same mansion, they hardly see each other even if they want to. The girl looks at the starry sky. I wonder if she died in such circumstances, what could have happened, and whether the tears would have turned back time again or not. Even if this were true, the heroine is no longer sure what exactly she wants. It becomes scary that something will go wrong. In any case, nothing would make sense, because the maiden still has not managed to get rid of her powers. They will interfere until the end. After death, the lady would return back to that hated tower to try again to start all over again. Of course, I don't want to relive that nightmare again. Gaspar runs to Ingrid. He finally found her to tell her that Grace had just agreed to be friends. This is a new level of relationship. Even though the lady hasn't completely fallen in love yet, this is a good start, so you shouldn't give up and try to come to terms with what is no longer realistic. The woman expresses her joy for her friend, but her face literally shows how disappointed she is. He seemed to understand what was happening. Beauty, Mrs. Winter, and this is quite obvious. The reaction proves the same thing because it is too violent and the voice even breaks. If the guy is wrong, then it's worth saying something else. In fact, the lady was only thinking about her future, which could end again at any moment. The future they are talking about is most likely where they will be with Winter forever. The smile on the face shows the frivolity of the man's words. It is not clear why everything is so complicated. If a girl really wants to see her love, she just needs to visit. It would be better to close the topic. The guy won't shut up. He wonders what will happen when he marries Grace and his girlfriend becomes Clement's wife. They will finally become brother and sister. The hero can help in love affairs better than anyone else, although he does not have much experience. It is considered something good from the very beginning. The woman does not understand what her friend is saying, so she is about to leave. It's not that simple, because he snapped his fingers and his body moved in space. Ingrid didn't immediately understand where she was, so she looks around. She sits on Winter's lap, who just a minute ago was sorting through his papers. The girl freezes and immediately blushes. In her head, she wants to curse her friend, who for some reason decided that it would be a good idea to send her to this particular place and in this position. Ingrid jumps up from her knees and asks for forgiveness. She is about to leave, because the man is so busy that it is better not to disturb him over trifles. Everything happened because of Gaspar, so now it's time to get away. The lady cannot afford to stay in this place. At the last moment, her hand is grabbed. The brunette would like to take a break from work, and in this case, his girlfriend can accompany him. The couple sits down at the table, where mugs of tea have already been placed. The brunette wanted to thank Grace for her help. He is the first to break the silence. Winter himself is not knowledgeable in such matters, but apparently communication with Ingrid helped the girl decide on her feelings. She became more confident. Until the very end, the lady believes that she didn't even do anything like that. If the sister does get married, the brother must somehow take care of himself. If the maiden desires it, the young man will not have the right to detain her. He might get lonely being all alone in this mansion all the time. At first, it will really be difficult, because after everything, they supported each other in difficult moments. The hard times are over, so Winter wants her little sister to find her happiness. The young man is truly a caring brother if he thinks so. The heart beats from the kindness that is hidden in it for the world around us, which is waiting for it. This is natural, because they are family. Unfortunately, not everyone has this. If he and Cornelia had not been born magicians, perhaps they could have gotten along too. Thoughts quickly have to be driven out of your head. The lady doesn't even want to think about this, because every time she becomes even sadder than before. They had to go through a lot. The family was falling apart. The father was killed due to the fault of the magician, and the mother died suffering from an incurable disease. This was far from the end. After so many years, the boy still hasn't found the blonde man involved. All efforts went into restoring the house, and many magicians tried to push the child around. Since then, the brunette vowed that he would not tell his secret and his abilities to anyone else, so that they would not be used against him. Winter seemed different, but he was exactly the same. The boy suffers from his powers, but nevertheless uses them to protect the people dear to his heart. The man wanted to find his father's killer, but when he began to investigate, he did not find any evidence that would lead to anyone. I can't believe that there is a magician who is able to hide from Clement's power, but it seems to be true. Turning back to his interlocutor, the young man asks for forgiveness. He didn't want to spoil the conversation with such depressing talk. Now, it's not only Grace that's on the guy's side. Whatever happens, he can rely on the help of a new girlfriend who will be happy to do it. If something bothers a boy, he can always tell everything that is hidden in his soul. Virgo quickly stammers, realizing that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Surprisingly, the man smiles and says with a calm expression, "Thank you." There has never been a person like Ingrid who would be so kind. In this case, the friend would like them to sometimes spend time together, enjoying tea and chatting about everything. The interlocutor agrees to do just that. Joshua was tired of waiting and was already pretty tired of how long it was taking. The healer arrived only after a while, even a little late. The young man had reasons for this, so he is not going to apologize. He brought exactly what was asked of him. There is a jar with something scarlet in his hands. Felix was already supposed to hand over the drug, but at the last moment he took it out of his hands. The look is too sad. Perhaps Belschmidt needs to be healed, and that's what he needs. The boy turns away. It seems that someone is making it up, because in fact, everything is completely fine with him. A couple of days ago, an incident occurred that made me doubt my plans. Clement burst into the office like a whirlwind, not listening to the guard. Joshua, of course, did not miss the moment to tease his old friend. It didn't look like Winter. Now he seemed to have forgotten all the norms of decency. The brunette came to the place only to give some practical advice regarding what would await him next. There is a gloomy expression on his face. False pleasantries usually work on the stupidest individuals, so it's best to leave them and get down to business. The man managed to win Randall Jr. over to his side. Even if the young man cannot prove Joshua's involvement in the auction, his word in high society is valued much more than his opponent. In order not to show his anger and weak side, the guy jokes again. The hero felt his power because of his new mistress. In fact, the magician even shows a little jealousy. Not everyone manages to seduce a sorceress with the power of a precious tear. Most likely, the woman cries just because of the master's knowledge, and therefore he will soon become rich. The words sound more and more absurd now. Ingrid is valuable not only for her magic, but Belschmidt disagrees. If the girl didn't have the stones, she would literally have no meaning. Judging by the way the brunette reacts, he has already been imbued with sincere feelings. This makes you want to laugh, even though the situation is sad. Feelings turned Clement into a real fool who does not understand that a woman can be used to his advantage. Nobody would say anything. The young man is no longer going to put up with this attitude. He whispers something, and the fire, which managed to consume the chess piece, quickly goes out. If the boy tries to harm the lady again, he may not even hope for mercy. There is anger in the eyes, and this makes it clear the sincerity of intentions. Felix snaps out of his thoughts. If the Lord really does not feel well, he still wants to examine him to understand what is wrong. He already said that everything is fine. The can is finally in hand, and it's a great job judging by the purity of the contents. The eyes can't get enough of it. The blonde thanks for the praise. It's a common potion, and he can't perform miracles like Joshua, but he will try his best to do everything right. This is obvious because Felix himself is not a magician. He is a self-proclaimed healer who can prepare magical potions to help other people. We need to see what happens next. For now, the young man makes a fire to confirm the owl. The gods gave him the ability to perform magic, which was already excellent. The man falsely believes that wizards stand in the same column as the gods. He does not understand that they are more powerful and can decide who and what to give. It seems that the hero will never be fully satisfied. He wants to become so strong that he can surpass all the gods on the planet, leaving them no chance. Felix nods, but is more interested in how he will use the drug. With his help, they must be trying to kill Winter. It's quite rude to say something like that. The young man believes that he cannot do something like this without making sure of the effect of the medicine that was given to him. In any case, no one knows what Clement is capable of. He has already managed to unravel the plans, but he cannot be omnipotent. He can also be deceived, like another person. Joshua thinks about how to properly change the plan. You can try to include Ingrid in the game, which will help him achieve his goal. 2 more days passed. The girl spent them constantly looking at the stone. It was not possible to understand how it can be used for one's own purposes. If Randall found a use for it, he could easily use it in the future. There is no one to test the power on, even if it would help. The tear was not created from negative emotions, which means only one thing. The effect will not harm people. You won't be able to make a mistake, but you won't be able to understand how it works either. So far, there is not a single volunteer to try to use the gizmo in action. A familiar voice is heard from behind. This is, of course, Abby, who smilingly promises that she will help. I can't believe that an old friend is right next to me. They haven't seen each other for a very long time, so the first thing they do is sit down at the table. Ingrid asks about her well-being and how her friend's days are going. Everything is in the best possible way. Thanks to the power of God, nothing else bothers her, and she will remember the lady's kindness for the rest of her life. Memories rush through your head like a whirlwind and bring a smile. The girl is glad to hear that everything is normal, but she still doesn't understand why Abby came here. The head of the family, Clement, invited him to visit the mansion. The woman is truly surprised by what the man is doing, because she did not think that such a thing would happen. The woman told only Grace about the maid. It seems that she shared what was happening with her younger brother, who invited her friend to see her. If everything is really as it seems, then great respect goes to him. From what is happening, a smile appears on the face, which was to be expected. The lady looks especially happy, which makes you want to rejoice. They got a little off topic. If a lady needs help, she can always tell. The girl is obliged to do everything in her power to help her mistress get through all the difficulties that stand in her way. Abby's life was once saved, and she will certainly never forget it. You need to be grateful. It was the friend's turn to do everything for the savior. The girl hands the brunette a diamond, which is in her palm. He looks incredibly handsome, even at first glance. If something happens, the lady will be ready to save the beauty. This jewel was created by Ingrid herself, and this becomes clear almost immediately. They want the brunette to use the magic of the amethyst on herself. It becomes scary that everything could collapse at any moment. You don't have to ask for long, because in fact, the lady agrees to do anything for the mistress. She becomes more excited about this idea. The girl looks at the jewel, trying to understand what is happening. After a few seconds, a smile appears on your face and a slight blush on your cheeks. The lady does not understand how to describe this feeling that she experienced, but she knows for sure that she felt a surge of boundless happiness that passed through her body like a warm wave. When the light of the emerald illuminated the girl, she immediately remembered all the things dear to her. Her older sister, Mrs. Ingrid, and even the fluffy puppy left at home immediately came to mind. Abby continues to smile genuinely. I have never been able to feel something like this before, and therefore I want to continue to rejoice. The pebble is returned back to its owner. It seems that emerald makes a person happy. The experiment did not reveal too much, but it does not have a negative effect. The girl would like to know how to use what she created. She will think about it further, because giving up when something like this is already in her hands is not the best option. The friend sincerely hopes that she was able to help the lady at least a little. There is concern in her eyes, but for this, she is calmed down with an obvious word. Gaspar, sitting in a tree behind the veranda, watches what is happening. Nearby, below, is Winter, who hears him being asked about this glorious view. The brunette had probably been thinking for a long time about how to please Ingrid, and even consulted with a friend. This is the honest truth, but now the face expresses nothing. It's hard to find a gift for a girl like Randall. Judging by Grace's words, the girl does not particularly follow fashion or jewelry, which she has already been given before. Giving something expensive would be a bad idea. Clement thought so too, even before anyone said it. He saw for himself what was happening. There is a good option in the form of flowers or chocolates, but the lady would definitely not be impressed by such a gift. Gaspar came up with the idea to call his dearest friend. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but the guy isn't sure whether it was a good idea or not. He lowers his head, remaining confused. The phantom thief himself has no idea. It is worth admitting, however, that Ingrid cannot often be seen as happy as in this moment. In any case, most likely they chose the most suitable gift. This looks like something worthwhile, so I have to agree. Clement wants to create a world where Ingrid will never have to cry again. She has already endured enough because she has suffered too much. The young man is obliged to do whatever is required. In the meantime, a servant comes to him and quietly whispers something in his ear. The words make your heart ache. Almost immediately heading to his room during the day, the hero puts his palm to his eye. What he was given to see seems too strange. The weather is great outside. Felix noticed that his friend was in a good mood, despite the fact that until recently he did not understand what was best to start doing. If this is true, then the man obviously found out what he wanted to know. He smiles, saying that he does not understand what we are talking about, although in fact, everything is obvious. The boy managed to find out Winter's weaknesses. The crowning achievement was the serum, which was used as intended and which helped a lot. The hero is not completely sure of his assumptions, but in fact, everything is a little simpler than it seems. You don't need to think about anything, and thus you can simplify your life significantly. It was possible to notice one important detail regarding the guy's abilities. Felix, with a surprised expression on his face, asks which one it is in order to keep the conversation going. Clement knows Joshua's every move and even what was done in secret. He also knows all the weaknesses, so he does not hesitate to use it. The many who challenged this family were never able to recognize their weaknesses. They are as secretive as possible, but Belschmidt is different. The hero believes that he remains an order of magnitude superior to other magicians. His ego sometimes goes through the roof, and now that much more has been revealed, it definitely does. From what is already known, we can draw some conclusions that will not remain aside, for sure. Either Clement sees the future, or he can read other people's thoughts. The young man is definitely not omnipotent. Of course, it is impossible to know with 100% certainty what exactly he can do, but this did not stop him from conducting several experiments. All this time, the hero was trying to understand the nature of the enemy's abilities. He couldn't leave him alone just because someone asked him to. Without going into details of the investigation, we can already reach a residual verdict. Felix is afraid that the master will find out about this if he tells him out loud. The young man is confident in what he is saying because now the enemy cannot see or hear what they are saying. You can discuss his person as much as you like. Ingrid is worried about what is going on in the mansion because nothing is clear. No one wants to talk about what is happening, no matter how much she asks. Grace moved away from the topic, saying that it was just about their family and that they would sort it out. Winter is back in his office, which means Joshua is involved. If only the hero had told the truth, things would have become much easier. The only good thing is that thanks to Abby, the beauty managed to find out the true power of the emerald. The girl left the estate, saying that she was happy to help with an important matter. The heroine was able to recharge the pebble with her energy. It's time for Ingrid to try the power herself. The effect could be 100 times better, but for now, it's a little scary to even think about it. The heroine whispers something and closes her eyes, only to then open her eyes and discover that she is under a strong greenish shield. It seems that the emerald has similarities with the ruby, but still there is something different about it. They were obtained in different ways, and the second was clearly more pleasant. The decision to leave studying for later was not the worst thing. The Virgin enters the estate, and there on the stairs she meets a friend who rushes to the meeting. The brunette doesn't understand where her friend has gone. She needed to think about something, so she decided to take a walk alone. A smile appears on your face. It seems that the lady no longer has any plans for the day, which already gives the option of what to do with just the two of them. Grace suggests having tea together. This option doesn't seem so bad. The beauty has just finished all her business, so of course you can breathe out calmly. Ingrid agrees almost immediately. Sitting alone in the mansion became incredibly boring. Winter left on his own business not long ago and has not yet returned. The boy is too restless to try to behave like that. In any case, he solves the family's problems, so there is no point in saying anything against him. The lady nods in agreement. The woman is right, but there are completely different thoughts in my head. I would like to know where exactly the young man went and what would follow. The girls go inside. They can discuss all their affairs over tea, but not now. The door swings open and a voice is heard from behind. Turning around, both freeze in horror. Clement is standing in the middle of the room with a huge scarlet spot on his stomach. Something bad definitely happened. Ingrid is almost crying in horror, but Grace firmly grabs her friend's hand. Everything will be okay because this blood does not belong to my brother. The brunette, just in case, clarifies to be sure that everything is fine with him. The carriage was again attacked by a group of bandits. The blue-eyed girl has heard that attempts are often made on people from high society. But for some reason, it is strange that the family remains so calm. None of them managed to steal anything, and this is for the best, because in the end, things still retain value. Unfortunately, the subordinate who accompanied the young man was seriously injured. The rest didn't have a good time either, and this makes my soul feel bad. People urgently need a doctor to quickly start treatment. Grace must escort them to the guest room so that first aid can be provided there until the doctor arrives. The sister quickly realized what exactly they wanted from her, so she quickly nodded her head in agreement. She asks her friend for forgiveness and promises that they will drink tea a little later. Winter follows the girl, who suggests first changing her stained clothes so as not to scare the servants even more. Ingrid is being left behind, but she's not going to leave it just like that. She wants to participate in what is happening, so she has to ask that she be allowed to examine the wounded. The trio headed to the room where the escorts were located. The one the owner spoke about is in terrible condition. He lies unconscious. The girl asks to be patient a little longer. After a while, it should become at least a little easier, so the beauty quickly takes a few pieces of aquamarine out of her pocket. The rest of those gathered are also worth checking out. They should be completely fine, but it won't come right away. There are still minor wounds on the body, and it is not recommended to simply leave them. The lady carefully places a pebble on each limb that has been hit or broken. The guys are amazed that the pain has really gone away, and now they can move calmly. The servants smile and clap their hands. Milady became their savior who took care. She asks not to praise, saying that it was a small thing. Just in case, the doctor should examine the remaining ones before heading somewhere. It must be the right decision for the benefit of others. The girl steps aside. From now on, guys have to be more careful not to spoil anything. It is best to monitor your health before it progressively deteriorates. The heroine goes outside but runs into Winter. She has no idea how long he's been standing there. He bows his head thanks to the magician for healing his subordinates. Turning around, the blue-eyed girl asks to stop. She hates being addressed by her title instead of her name. The brunette runs after her, saying the words, "I'm sorry," to show his sincerity. He truly appreciates the help that was given, even without being asked. Genuine kindness is also very important. Everything that happened was purely the fault of the young man, who did not behave as he should have. He did not protect his subordinates. In addition to what happened with the carriage, the guy forced the lady to use precious tears. He said many times that he did not need strength, but now they helped him. The whole range of emotions is displayed on the face. Winter is much kinder than she initially seems, and much better than the heroine herself. She will never appreciate herself. The lady helped people because she wanted to, and not because she owed anything to her friend or his house. It is better to do good deeds yourself. What is more important is the truth, about which for some reason everyone is silent, as if on purpose. Joshua is most likely to blame for everything that happened. Winter talks about the truth and how things really are. Ingrid shouldn't worry this time, because it's not about her at all. The guy is called again, and the servant says that the bottle was found in the master's carriage. It was dropped by one of the attackers, but the contents were still there. The red liquid resembles blood, but no one can be sure, because it could easily be a type of poison that will only make things worse when opened. The jar should be sent for examination before drawing any conclusions. The heroine seems to have ideas about what's inside. The girl asks Winter to borrow it for a while, but before handing over the little thing, she is urged not to open the lid. It could be more dangerous. As soon as the bottle is in the palms of the blue-eyed woman, the liquid begins to glow strangely. Almost nothing is noticeable, but it immediately becomes clear what's inside. Now the lady has a direct connection to the matter. She knew from the very beginning that something was unclean, so, of course, she was not going to leave everything as it was. Clement does not immediately understand why her friend decided this way, but, as it turned out, the poison was made from her tears, which were ground into a kind of water. Recently, the family has been attacked more and more often. They moved into the hall to discuss all the details that the beauty had to learn. Most likely, none other than Belschmidt is involved in what is happening. This is true, but unfortunately, there is no direct evidence of this, and you have to suffer from it. Blue-Eyed understands in advance that this is pointless. The Clement family cannot be intimidated by an ordinary gang of bandits. There is another goal here, which is a little hidden. Virgo thinks about something and then calls Winter, who is completely downcast. He must somehow anticipate attacks using his abilities. The brunette can use his magic, but he sees less and less when new attackers will appear. Strange changes cannot but frighten, because they are truly scary. Joshua tries to figure out what his opponent's weaknesses might be. Unfortunately, it will not be possible to present anything, because there is no evidence. It's scary to imagine how much he has already learned. If the magician has set himself the goal of destroying the mansion and family, then he will stop at nothing. This man is much more terrible and insidious than he seems at first glance. Besides everything else, they have another significant problem. It seems that we are talking about what is in the bottle that was brought to the estate the morning after the attack. If everything is as the heroine thinks, then even more investigations will have to be carried out to understand how to avoid the effect of such poison. A servant knocks on the door, bringing the jar back and coming to tell him the results of the examination. The hero returns to the lady. The girl was right, because the liquid contains powder of rubies and black diamonds. Someone mixed the remains of the stones and placed them in one place. Diamond is the most destructive of all. Ruby is not so dangerous for ordinary people, because it simply enhances the abilities of magicians and gives them protection. If you mix two options in one, it won't be sweet. Joshua gave this poison to the bandits so that they could test it on the carriage guards. Blue Eyes is very close to starting to cry. I can't believe that tears have become a weapon that destroys the innocent lives of people who did nothing. The young man noticed how drooping his friend was. He understands perfectly well that it's not easy for her now because of this news and because of what happened. Stretching out her palm and covering her companion's hand, Winter assures that the lady is not to blame for anything. Belschmidt used the stones that Cornelia gave. The beauty nods weakly. A friend is trying his best to console so that nothing happens, but this doesn't really help. Admitting to yourself is the hardest thing. Night has come. The moon rose into the starry sky to complete the picture. The girl sits on the bed in front of the window and thinks about everything that happened. The sister gave away her tears without permission, and now they will cause harm to the family that has accepted the beauty as their own. They have no evidence to stop the hero. The friend's ability began to work much later, as if beginning to dull over time. Should have done things differently in the past. The girl would never want anyone to get hurt. I remember the words of my sister, who reminded me that everyone who contacts her ends up suffering. This cannot go on any longer. Understanding what to do next is extremely difficult, but in fact it is quite possible. We need to try, at least for Winter's sake. For the sake of the whole house, Clement, the girl simply must put an end to everything. She has no right to make a mistake this time either, because it will go beyond all boundaries. The lady quietly goes down the stairs. She tries to remain as secretive as possible and opens the door to get out. Standing right in front of her is the figure of Clement, who asks where she is going so late at night. He is worried about the safety of his guest. Virgo is going to return to the Randall estate and will no longer allow anyone to distribute her tears, which can then be used to harm someone. The young man looks even sadder than usual. He doesn't want to believe that this decision will be final and that he will never see his friend again. The brunette wants to warn about what could happen. According to rumors that are actively spreading, Cornelia has somehow acquired new power. Until the lady learns all the subtleties, it is best not to go to her, so as not to experience a blow to the living. The lady is still silent, although inside she does not understand what is happening. The sister could only charm people with the power of her tears. It can't be that simple, and perhaps what happened is somehow connected. The heroine also received new strength and a new stone when she shed them out of joy. It's too complex a question to figure out what to use next. Cornelia has never been so easy to use. New tears can also be used for Joshua's purposes. Finally, ending the pause, the lady turns back. Winter has experienced a lot of failure and never deserved what happened to him. In order to stop what is happening, the heroine simply must destroy the entire Randall family. They were never good people. Only now the young man began to understand. Ingrid could well have dealt with her family when she first left the tower, but she left them alive. The girl did not intend to interfere with the existence of her family, but now that Clement is in danger, she is ready to do anything to destroy those who cause trouble. There has always been justice. If a person deserves another chance, he gets it, and if he asks for another, it already depends on behavior. Cornelia did not live up to expectations. Ingrid is well aware that when she returns home, she will not be able to go back. She will have to enter the battle and end her life there. Unfortunately, fate never gave me any other choice. The girl was born into such a family and is now obliged to suffer. She says goodbye to Winter, even though she doesn't want to. The young man sees the lady leaving and already extends his hand, but does not know what to say in such a situation. As the head of the family, he will do everything in his power. The hero will not be able to help, but, in fact, it is still unknown how he will be able to turn. I remember the words of my older sister, who asked me to take care of my feelings. The young man is no longer going to hide the unnecessary things in himself. Therefore, before his friend leaves, he wants to tell her the whole truth, thereby being honest at least once. Until that moment, I had never thought about abilities and what was wrong with them. The hero didn't tell anyone after that incident, but decided to take this step. Sitting down next to her, the blue-eyed girl asks about confidence in her actions. The secret that is kept in the family is the forces that cannot be talked about. It is immediately clear that the friend is ready to risk her life to protect her friend and his family. He should be just as brave and do the same. Extending his hand, the young man leads the girl back to the same room in which they were already. It's nighttime, so it's a little different now. The ability that the Clement family possesses is called nothing more than moonlight. The girl couldn't even think about it, because she had never heard the exact name. With the help of moonlight, Winter is able to see what the moon sees and hears. This is quite useful because sometimes it helps to learn something important. The moon always shines brightly when free, and it is able to reveal everything hidden under the cover of night. All conversations can usually be heard if a person is awake. For Joshua's flame, it was a completely different story. The guy knew what spell the enemy was using, and thus was able to extinguish his fire. In fact, the young man learned about the spell only thanks to the ability of the lady, who then on the stairs did not even suspect that she had helped without doing anything. The young man learned about the girl by watching her from the window of that very tall tower that they are now talking about. It was immediately clear what was happening behind closed doors. All her life, Puddles, sitting alone in a tower, shed her tears from the resentment and pain that lay hidden inside. One day he saw his gaze change, as if realization had come. After what he saw, the hero became interested in Ingrid, and therefore wanted to learn more about her in order to understand what kind of person she was. At first glance, she seemed wonderful. The brunette thought that, having freed herself from the shackles, the girl would immediately go to take revenge on her pathetic family, but she did not. The heroine turned out to be kinder than all the people he had ever met. The first thing the girl did as soon as she was free was to save the life of her maid, who deserved better. Abby was kind, so she wanted to respond in kind. Since then, Winter could not take his eyes off Ingrid, who every day revealed herself more and more as a strong personality that everyone wants to get. The solution appeared in my head quite quickly. The young man decided that he wanted to create a world in which a girl would never want to cry again and would enjoy her time. Looking straight into her friend's eyes, Randall remembers the very moon she saw from the small window. In captivity, this was the only hope. There are tears in my eyes, and when one falls, the emerald is again in my hands. This is not the time to think about this, because you need to focus on what is happening here and now. Simply put, the ability allows you to see what happens only at night. The girl thinks that the phases of the moon somehow affect the boy's capabilities. Insignificantly, but you can still see what is hidden in the night. Even if it is cloudy or raining at night, this will not be much of a problem for the magician. The hero cannot see what is happening during the day, and Joshua seems to understand this. Now he sleeps at night while going about his business during the day. All the attacks happened early in the morning, when Winter couldn't even see it. It seems that planning also took place literally an hour before the incident. The plans are too complex and therefore cause a lot of problems. All the guy knows is that Cornelia is involved with Joshua's plans and is still under house arrest. The girl is not released because after the incident, the father became even more furious. His beloved daughter had finally done wrong and it was noticed. The tears that were used to make the poison must have been left over from the time of their alliance. The jar actually contains powdered gemstones. The brunette believes that there is no point in her friend returning back to her home. It can be dangerous there, and no benefit can be derived from it. Still, I don't want to allow Joshua to continue to use the tears that were produced by another person. Bad goals are pursued only by him. The heroine seems to have some kind of idea. She invites Winter to unite, which will ultimately end the era of terrible deeds. Of course, the friend agrees. He will happily do whatever is asked of him. Belschmidt must have understood the essence of the ability, and if so, it is impossible to know the actions in advance. Ingrid is not very upset about what happened. Since they have united, they will have to renew the old promise that was made before. Perhaps Moonlight could be enhanced with Ruby. They've never tested this in practice, and if it works, it will be much easier to go about their business. Felix was imprisoned in a cell under guard in the basement. He has been there for several days and does not understand when he will finally be able to leave this place with permission. The smile, as usual, is annoying, but the young man feigns forgiveness, saying that he cannot afford such luxury yet. You will still need a doctor. The blonde has a special role to fulfill. If the plan goes as planned, the person can be released. Belschmidt can no longer ignore Randall's existence. She lives happily, but at the same time ruins the lives of all her enemies. Joshua planned to get rid of Ingrid as soon as possible. Felix listens to the words, but still does not understand how this idea applies to him. The woman, as is already known, is too kind to martyrs who are in trouble. She had already freed one prisoner in the estate once and taken it with her. This time, kindness will turn against the heroine herself, because she will be taken advantage of. The new plan is already ready, but the last point remains to be completed and put into action. The girl arrived on a carriage to visit. She is met by an old friend who smiles and remarks that she is as beautiful as always. There is a lie in the words. The hero could be ashamed, if only for the sake of appearance. He acts as if he is the best person on earth who has never done anything bad. The boy plays dumb, but in reality they both know how they ended up in this situation. Ingrid is incredibly angry, and because of this, she is not in the mood for jokes. The lady arrived at this place only after receiving a letter from a respected man with many threats. She didn't expect him to take such a step. Joshua recoils again in horror, not understanding how he can be so brazenly accused. He just wanted to see the girl he missed. There would be no other way to lure the beauty out of the Clement estate. She tries not to get close to those people who are unpleasant to her. The man is right in this, and we can agree with this as the only true statement. Without this letter, the meeting would never have taken place. A few days ago, a piece of paper arrived at the estate, the contents of which were not the most pleasant. Grace was the angriest of all, forbidding Ingrid from going to the mansion. Winter stands silently aside. This is pure madness, but for some reason he doesn't show any initiative about what they should and shouldn't do. The girl should not misunderstand, because in fact the brunette is also against it, but at the same time he is for it. A letter is a direct ticket to a trap. The paper spoke of Joshua's loneliness. He got himself a new pet, and, on the advice of a friend, did everything possible to prevent it from running away. Virgo could meet him. If the magician decides to visit the estate, the guy may even be released, but the decision in any case remains with her. Belschmidt is back to his old ways and is putting innocent people in prison. The sister's decision was final, and nothing could be done about it. She won't allow her life to be risked for a man Ingrid doesn't even know. The girl can't give up. If she doesn't go, then the enemy will never let this person go, even though her friend continues to say that she doesn't care about others. The decision must be made as carefully as possible so that nothing happens to anyone. Virgo has no right to put herself in danger by following the lead of a crazy person. Grace really cares, but if she thinks about it, she should let her do exactly what the beauty wants. There is no point in standing in her way. The woman sighs and then abruptly hugs her friend. She asks her to swear that she will return safe and sound after rescuing that poor fellow. She succeeded in swearing, and this would seem to be where all the bad things would end. But now the lady is already sitting in the basement, where her hands are tied with a strong rope, securing her to a chair. If a girl tries to throw something out, the pet may suffer due to bad behavior for a very long time. With a calm face, the lady promises that she will not do anything. Joshua asks to sit downstairs quietly. As soon as he finishes his business, the two of them can continue their conversation. There is too much to discuss. It doesn't seem like they have any topics left to talk about, but it seems like they have a lot of catching up to do lately. All this would not have happened if the heroine had remained forever with the man from the very beginning. She chose this path herself and made it worse for herself. The girl, of course, expected something like this. The young man searched his pockets, taking away all the tears, and even if he had to cry, he couldn't take the stone in his hand because his wrists were tied. In the next cage, the man watches Ingrid, but then calls her name. It is immediately clear that the girl, of course, came when called. It was unwise for the lady to act so rashly. It seems they have met before, and it was at an auction in the hall after the incident. The blonde bows his head. If he is allowed to introduce himself, his name is Felix Loa, and he is a renowned healer. Awareness begins to dawn slowly. The tear poison that was made recently was obviously the work of this person. It seems that this time I didn't have to wait long to guess right. The bottle and its contents were created by order of the master. The young man has made several such specimens and talks about it with a calm face. The girl gradually begins to get angry. He must not have fully realized what he had done because he thought it would be no problem for the others. The hero asks to put himself in his position. He is an ordinary healer who was captured by the head of a powerful family. He doesn't even have the ability to fight back. And that's sad. Sighing, the lady realizes that he is right about something. Even though the boy is in captivity, you can't tell about horror or despair from him because his face doesn't show emotions. The blonde notices that the heroine is in exactly the same position. There is also not a shadow of fear visible in her eyes. It is difficult to know whether to trust a doctor. Most of all, the lady is worried about where Joshua went, because, of course, he did not let her in on his plans. The girl admits that she doesn't trust her friend, but promises that she will get them both out. The young man is confused, and this is the first emotion that becomes noticeable. It is not clear why she would promise such a thing, even if there is no trust. Ingrid believes that right now both are in equal conditions, so it is quite logical to join forces at least for a while to get free. The hero smiles. He will be very happy to help his friend, and for this he has to be grateful. Nothing bad can happen as long as there is hope. Winter dealt with all the attackers. He looks around and then, raising his voice, asks Belschmidt how long he will hide. Coming out from behind the tree, the boy claps his hands. He didn't know that his opponent was such a skilled swordsman, even if his voice showed no trace of sincerity. The knights were given poison, but even with such a boost, they were not able to cope and finish the battle. Unfortunately, this even makes me a little sad. Very soon the sun will set on the horizon, and then no one will be able to cope with Clement anymore. He is not going to stand on ceremony with those who behave like Joshua. The hero, smiling further, asks not to worry, because whether it is day or night, he will be able to do the right thing. It's better not to draw your sword, otherwise it will only get worse. Fire appears in your hands. If a man engages the Flame Master, Ingrid will immediately meet her end. It's not so important what happens next, but no one wants to take risks. The guys are standing opposite each other. Joshua continues to repeat the same thing so that the brunette finally realizes what situation he is in. The fire in the hands does not go out, but, on the contrary, flares up even stronger, giving strength to its owner, who, of course, is going to destroy the enemy. The hero has already informed the guards that he needs to get rid of Ingrid if the owner does not return to the estate before sunset. There's not much time left to give up. Once pain of any kind is inflicted on the opponent, then Randall will experience the same. Winter doesn't think he's bluffing, but she wants to know why she would drag her friend into something like this. The girl did nothing, but she was taken away that ill-fated evening at the reception. If this had not happened, nothing would happen in the present. From the very beginning, the young man, like everyone else, respected the family, which was the most powerful, and never wanted to cross their path. Unfortunately, circumstances became completely different, so something had to be done for revenge. If you think like that, the hero could just burn them all alive. The guy wants to fight in a fair fight, even if he understands that, most likely, the chances are not equal. In any case, it's worth testing your strength in practice to make sure. Joshua attacks first, never waiting for an answer that should have been given faster. The enemy is still very close. If resistance continues, Ingrid will simply die, so it is better to give up. The brunette chuckles. Things don't always go according to your plan. Clement is not stupid enough to fall into a trap that was set even without preparation. He is more careful and, fortunately, values his life greatly. The hero hid in the light of day, thinking that no one would be able to find out about his thoughts. Ingrid suggested enhancing the moonlight with the power of rubies. Thanks to the girl, the man managed to find out the truth even in the light of the sun. Joshua's entire plan floated out in the open for him to read. Belschmidt obviously thought he was the smart one for being able to figure out how to bypass the system, but he had no idea that it would backfire on him. With the help of the letter, the boy lured the girl into a trap and began to blackmail Clement, saying that if anything happened, he would harm the beauty in prison. During the negotiations, Winter would have been attacked and killed by bandits, and Joshua would have taken his girlfriend to him, imprisoning him forever to mine stones. The young man himself must be aware of how useful rubies are for magicians. He cannot help but know this, because in his dreams, he becomes the strongest on earth. The brunette will never allow anyone in this life to take away Ingrid's freedom again. She deserves to finally get the best and never be sad again. Belschmidt can play for time as much as he wants, but his plans are not destined to come true even after time. He will be sorry, but the sorceress has already escaped. Nevertheless, the Alliance came to the decision to use the girl's powers against the enemy. This decision seems great considering the circumstances. Now the hero officially, as the head of the family, wants to declare that he will make every effort to wipe the Belschmidt house off the face of the earth with his own hands. Lowering his head, the young man pretends that everything is very bad, but then begins to laugh quietly. Laughter breaks through the hand he is covering with. A minute later, the hero is laughing out loud, and then calms down. I can't believe that the opponents thought they would win so easily. This is far from over. There is still an option to kill them all, while becoming the most powerful magician on the planet. This option seems to be the best of all those proposed. A flame flares up all around, growing with every second. Confused, the brunette restlessly looks around because he does not understand what is happening. Since those gathered intend to destroy the Belschmidt house, then it is worth fighting seriously and not half-heartedly as happened up to this point. The young man himself will end the life of the head of the Clement family. He is not going to stand on ceremony, and this time he will try to fulfill his plans. Gaspar descends into the basement, and it was not difficult for him to move to this place. He waves his hand to greet his friend. This scene is beautiful. It feels as if the hero is rescuing the princess from captivity, as if they are in a fairy tale. There is a smile on his face again, while the man jokes about the fact that at the end of the fairy tale, the prince received a kiss as a reward for the princess, which Gaspar is now waiting for too. Leaving a skeptical expression on her face, the lady promises that she will tell Grace everything. In this case, it is better to forget everything said earlier. The young man finds himself inside the cell. After a second, your hands are finally untied, and this makes it much easier. The man brought tears, as his friend asked. He rummages in his pockets and then takes out an inconspicuous bag, which falls into his palm. Felix didn't know that such a person could be Ingrid's friend. It's time to fulfill the promise that was made since they were united. The lady takes out a black amethyst and then heads towards the bars. After using the tears, the castle turns into dark ashes that scatter in the wind. All three are now free. It's time for them to get out, and Gaspar will help with this again. Don't linger and wait for the guards to fight. The girl looks like she is deep in her thoughts. She hopes Winter is okay and isn't having too much of a hard time fighting right now. The brunette brings him out of his thoughts. He reminds her that it's time to go back, because Grace will be very worried. She didn't want to agree from the very beginning. The lady nods her head and follows forward. On the battlefield, the situation is progressively worsening. The fiery phoenix attacks from all sides, not even allowing the force to be destroyed. It will not be possible to dispel this spell, because a different formula was used here. Clement had hoped in vain for an easy victory, because now the beginning of the end had come. The brunette can hardly withstand the pressure. He falls to his knees, but is unable to hold on any longer. It's a shame. It turns out that the head of the clan is not such a powerful magician as some people think. The bird flies back to its owner, who takes the flow of fire onto himself. The time has come to end the battle, which has dragged on for quite some time. After a second, a shield of a kind of ice forms around, which covers the fire, causing it to go out. Ingrid steps forward, holding one of her stones. She could not help but come to the rescue to protect her friend. She could not leave him. Everything is over. There is chaos in my thoughts. As with his father, all those who try to protect the guy suffer only misfortunes, and therefore there is only one way out. Joshua adds fuel, saying that this spectacle is too pathetic. He laughs right in your face, not intending to negotiate, because there is only one goal. The young man blames himself for everything. He shouldn't have been so careless. It is well known that the enemy still had rubies, and yet he entered into an unequal battle. If only there was a chance to take the stones away from this character, it would be much easier. A caustic voice is heard, which promises that now the end will come to Clement's body and soul. The boy realizes that he won't have time to do anything, and this makes him even more scared. Ingrid became the one who came to the defense so as not to abandon the young man. Belschmidt freezes in shock at first, but then quickly adapts to the situation. The girl obviously came to join in all the fun. The blue-eyed girl is not going to follow this man's lead. He must be well aware that the stones will be much stronger from their creator. Turning to Winter, the lady wants to say something, but tears well up in her eyes. The young man does not even have the strength to stand on his feet. Because of the awareness of the harm caused to her friend, the heroine only becomes more ferocious. Joshua tests his patience, suggesting that he then check in whose hands the ruby is stronger. A fiery phoenix rushes towards the couple and is about to destroy them. At the last moment, a green stone appears in the hands, which opens the shield. This is definitely not a ruby, but this is not so important, because it will be almost impossible to stop the bird. The enemy put all his strength and efforts there. Phoenix hits the glass, but nothing happens. When it crumbles, a stream of fire is directed back to the owner. He will be allowed to learn about the suffering he caused others. For some reason, the flame does not disappear, even when the young man shouts that he is canceling the spell. He falls to the ground, surrounded by flames that flare up even more. The body was almost half burned. The hero tries to get up, but due to the pain and burnt bones, this becomes impossible. Opposite are opponents who are still determined. Only over time did the lady realize that the true power of the emerald is reflection. She thought it was a shield, but in reality, everything is different. For people with a pure heart, the stone brings only happiness and joy. But for people with evil intentions who are trying to hurt others, the jewel will respond in kind. Once the woman was able to know the truth, she did everything to try it out in reality, going straight into battle in order to win. Obviously, the guy was not very pleased with being burned alive. He acted as if he could do anything, but one day the evil returned like a boomerang. The young man shouts something about how the girl will regret what she did, and then, still getting to his feet, tries to get away as quickly as possible. First of all, after the battle is over, you need to heal Winter. The boy sits on the ground, but within a second, the aquamarine does the impossible. The hero quietly thanks, but then asks why the beauty came back for him. She was supposed to be at the Clement estate. Only Ingrid, better than anyone else, knows the extent of Joshua's madness. It is well known what he is capable of. Belschmidt is an incredibly talented magician. His power was truly destructive, and she wanted to prevent anyone else from suffering at his hands who wasn't even guilty. Winter looks away guiltily. In the end, Joshua nevertheless fulfilled his plan, capturing the lady captive, and she could not even be saved until she did it herself. Now, what happened in the past is not so important as the fact that the man remained completely fine. My friend is glad that he survived, and everything will be fine. Grace and her guards surrounded all the exits from the forest, so the criminal would not be able to escape. The young man will use magic to find out for sure his whereabouts. The moon, which they had been waiting for so long, had already appeared in the sky. The young man raises his head and covers it with his hand to look up. Felix stands in the distance. He looks around. The guy smiles, thereby making the brunette afraid of what he sees. Mr. Joshua runs up to the boy. He seems to be trying to say something, and since the blonde is a healer, then he is obliged to help. When the man finishes off everyone gathered, he will be able to do something. Without giving a chance to negotiate, Loa is forced to refuse the offer. The blonde holds out his stick and tries to run it across the wound, which begins to bleed more than before. The hero is scared, not understanding what is happening, but in fact, the interlocutor is only trying to save humanity. A magician as stupid as the one currently on his knees should not exist with normal people. He doesn't deserve to live. Using some kind of magic that gathers in a scarlet ball near the staff, the hero forces his opponent to fall to the floor. He, barely pronouncing the letters, asks who he is. The question is not answered, but fire magic appears in his hands, which was already discussed earlier. The body falls limply. It's time for the master to rest. Cornelia sits on the throne, smiling radiantly. Joshua finally received the punishment he deserved after everything he had done. There is a maid standing at the side who must always agree with everything. Virgo noticed that she was silent, so she called her by name. She fails to hear any sounds of happiness or joy because the woman jumps back in fear when the mistress rises from her seat. She is in shock. The maid asks to forgive her mistake, almost with tears in her eyes. The girl tries to calm her down. She won't do anything to her, so there's no need to even apologize. The lady is thinking about only one thing now. She had not seen her sister for a very long time, who had not actually visited them for a long time. All thoughts are occupied only with her. Cornelia hopes Ingrid is doing well. She is most likely happy and satisfied with her new life to the maximum. The heroine wants to become the one who will destroy the girl's life to the very end, breaking the pieces. She will not be left alone until the very end. Finally, the lady was transported back to the estate. Grace sits down with her to negotiate. It seems that Winter eventually revealed his ability. The girl is already trying to find some explanations, but her friend has completely different plans. She smiles, saying that now the couple is definitely obliged to get married and have children. The brunette is incredibly happy because she will finally become an older sister for the girl and will be able to spend all her time with her. At this rate, everything will only get better. The lady had never thought about such a thing. Winter has never revealed his secret to a single living person, so it is logical that one can say something like that. And so it became obvious what awaits the couple next. Grace had been waiting for a very long time for her little brother to fall in love with the one who would become the one. Everything is not so simple, so the beauty wants to finally be left alone. She grabs Gaspar next to her as if she were her last hope. The brunette jumps up from her seat, shouting that she has already decided everything. It would be better to organize the wedding for Winter and Ingrid yourself. The girl tries to get her word in, saying that no one is getting married yet, but Gaspar enters the conversation, saying that he will be happy to help. A figure appeared behind him. Winter gently touches her friend's shoulder with her hand. She feels as embarrassed as possible, given the topic of conversation. The boy advises never to be fooled by his sister's provocation, which she constantly uses. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Virgo thinks that her brother is too boring, but he asks not to embarrass the guest with his antics. There is a slight tension in the air. The brunette can still be forgiven. She almost never knows where to stop, which is why she acts so strangely. The lady isn't really angry. She turns away, blushing slightly. A wedding is no joke, so sometimes it's not clear what's going on in the minds of those who propose it just like that. In order not to talk about the future, it is worth changing the topic of conversation. Lady asks Winter how he is feeling and gets a simple answer. It is only thanks to the beauty's powers that the man feels as if he had never even been touched, so there are no consequences left after the battle at all. The heroine thinks about Felix. I'd like to know where he went. Gaspar took Ingrid out of the mansion, but the blonde refused help and said that he would get out on his own. The brunette is silent for a while, thinking about what to say. Actually, he came because he wanted to talk about Joshua. It seems something has happened to him. To be honest, Blue Eye didn't care who was her worst nightmare. He should be away from adequate people. In fact, something strange happened to the young man, and it's better to talk about it. The thoughts in my head haunt me for days after the incident. The guy quickly says something, but after a while he becomes silent. The Virgin, with frozen horror on her face, doesn't even find anything to say in response. After talking with the magician, the girl immediately went to the dungeon where the enemy was being held. She would like to know more details about that day. She looks at the guy who is lying on the floor, curled up in a circle. He can't say anything, and when he notices an old acquaintance, he directs an angry look. What I really want to know is if it's true that Joshua can't do magic anymore. He seemed to have completely lost his strength, according to the guards. Grace and Gaspar, who follows her like a dog, remain at the estate. The couple seems to look great together. The answer is a gloomy expression on her friend's face. The guy quickly changes, starting to ask him to smile so that it doesn't seem like everything is so bad. Exhaling, the brunette agrees. They are truly a wonderful fit for each other, but there are a few stumbling blocks. Both are burdened by the ghosts of the past, which do not leave anyone alone, no matter how the person tries to get out of the abyss. This seems to be what Grace meant, because the statement applies to both. One had a lot of problems after childhood, and the other had things even worse. Wounds can only be healed by time, which does not exist. They themselves must sort out their lives before something bad happens because of thoughts. Clement can't stop worrying. She just wants to help her friends somehow, although she doesn't understand how exactly she can change their perception. Gaspar does not want to express himself too sadly, but his companion obviously does not know that she is not the only one who is worried about the newly developing relationship between friends. The girl looks at the guy carefully and then repeats the same question again. The young man had not answered anything before, so it seemed that he had not heard anything. Noticing a bright dress, the hero rushes to the bars and desperately grabs the bars. You don't have to be happy that someone came to visit the prisoner. The guy sounds so desperate that you almost feel sorry for him. Everything that happened because of Felix. The young man is sure that he remained in the city. If you start searching immediately, there will still be at least one chance to do at least something. It was a mistake to think that Randall cared. The boy did not understand for what other reason his girlfriend came to the cell. He seems to think that after regaining his strength, he will live as before. If a person is a magician, he can rule the world, so the installation remains in the head. Joshua really was talented. Unfortunately, only the presence of magic somehow distinguished the man from other people. Now that he has lost it, there is nothing unique left. There was nothing special about the body other than its abilities. He still doesn't understand what else was needed for happiness, so he behaves as usual. A lot of time has passed since Ingrid left that ill-fated tower. During this time, she met many magicians and even ordinary people. Now, the heroine can say with confidence that their acquaintance is not even a match for them. The man is too arrogant. The hero could not resist either one or the other just like that. Understanding is reflected in the eyes, and then the head hangs down sadly. The girl did not come to the cell to humiliate her former acquaintance, because she had a completely different goal. As you know, he wants his abilities back. In order for anything to help, the boy must tell everything about Felix, whom we are talking about. They had met before. Initially, the blonde introduced himself as a very ordinary healer. He is a scientist to the core who loves to study magic and became interested in the master's ability. Most likely, only thanks to his knowledge, the boy managed to create those very bottles with poison from the tears of the sorceress. From the very beginning, it was clear that Joshua could not single-handedly create something so beautiful and at the same time dangerous for battle. The man once mentioned that he had no relatives left. He grew up in a foster family, but it is obvious that he has no complete idea whether his parents are alive or where they live. All that was good about Felix was his knowledge. He himself was extremely intractable. Joshua really did not stand on ceremony with his pets, therefore, most likely, he was telling the truth. Previously, the hero had already said that his abilities were simply stolen, but no one knows the details of the meeting. This is also extremely important for catching a thief. The guy is scared to remember the past. The interlocutor brings some kind of staff to his face, and then a sensation appears as if all the strength is being pulled out of the body. As soon as the blonde finished, the same primordial flame that everyone knows about appeared in his hand. Finally, the guy said that he was saving humanity from rotten people like those. He decided to enroll in virtue, but chose the wrong option. Ingrid sincerely does not understand what is happening and how the words can be deciphered, but one thing has become clear. Felix is exactly who they need. Right now, the girl must be talking to her ex-boyfriend. Winter remained in his office. There are so many thoughts in my head that I can't even really concentrate on my work. In order not to continue trying to remember what was originally in his head and not to drive himself into a corner, the guy collapses into his bed. Almost immediately, I remember Ingrid's words about how much she dreams of getting rid of her powers. She would be much happier if she were an ordinary person. There was never a chance to be free. If Joshua suddenly stopped casting spells, then the person who did it to him can help fulfill Ingrid's wishes. The girl definitely wants to contact that person. Everyone knows that the road to that very desire will be extremely thorny, but one day it can be achieved. The lady can be understood, but that blonde man does not inspire any confidence at all, no matter how you look at it. A person who worked with Belschmidt cannot be someone who has 100% pure heart. He made poison from Ingrid's tears. For some reason, Clement thinks that the man knows how the ability works from the family. Mages are not gods, and they also have their weaknesses. The ability only works at night, but even then, a person can hide from moonlight. If you drink a special decoction, it will merge with the shadows and become invisible to the eye. Only the magicians in the family knew about that very drug. Even Grace is not one of the people who knows how to cook what we are talking about, because it is as hidden as possible. No one living today knows the recipe for the decoction, except one person. Realization quickly sets in, and it makes you feel bad. The young man is in one of the alleys. Drops of rain fall directly on him. There is a wound on the hand that is bleeding and needs to be healed. The gaze goes to the sky. The blonde dreams of meeting Ingrid again and talking, at least once. She really is as omnipotent as rumors say. Morning has come. Blue Eyes has already gone down for breakfast, where she is met by Winter and Grace. After saying good morning to the lady, she switches to her brother. What happened last night became the most popular news of the morning. The girl turns back to Ingrid, who is interested. As it turned out, after so many years, the killer of magicians appeared again, about whom everyone seemed to have already forgotten. Recently, attacks have been occurring more and more frequently. This time, the victim was attacked right on the street, and at night. This man is dangerous only for wizards, but not for ordinary people. They called him the Killer for a reason. He does not kill his victims, but instead, everyone who encounters him loses their magical powers. The man's identity has not yet been revealed, but the blue-eyed girl is more than sure that it is Felix, because the description is quite suitable. It seems that the ability that was stolen during the night was related to summoning magical creatures. The man is still in shock. Joshua lost his powers about 3 weeks ago, and last week suffered the fate of an impenetrable fog. Felix's nature is unknown to anyone, but if he does possess all 3 decorated abilities, it will be almost impossible to defeat him. A person will fight to the last, and at this rate, if left unchecked, many more people will suffer than they should. The criminal has almost never been caught. Many people say that he is also a wizard, but no one knows what he is capable of. The girl must be careful. Silence hangs in the room. The couple sits and thinks about what to do next, not paying attention to anything around them. Grace quickly realized that she did not belong here. Waving her hand at the door, the lady says that she is full. She's about to go wake up Gaspar so he doesn't sleep through breakfast again. As soon as the door closes, the friend immediately asks Clement if he was looking for Felix using the moonlight. It turned out that everything was left without the result that I wanted to get. The brunette is silent for a few minutes and then worriedly asks if the lady is going to meet this character. The girl freed him herself, and now he hurts others. Of course he needs to be stopped. We are not talking about abilities that we would like to get rid of. The silence stretches out again. The hero remembers the magician who once killed his father. He's told this story before. It seems that the young man has finally found the one he has been looking for so long. He looks straight at the girl, who doesn't understand how this even happened. To be more precise, the hero discovered the son of that man. The mystery has not yet been solved, and this makes it even more unsettling. Felix's eyes are exactly the same as those of the killer of the former head of Clement. The woman does not immediately understand how it was possible to notice only the eyes out of everything. A few days before the death of the guy's dad, a magician with healing powers was killed. This became known only later. Now it became clear that Winter met the magician and trusted him only because he cured the rabbit before his eyes. First, the character found a magician healer and stole his ability so that he could then come to the boy, knowing that his mother was sick. He decided to deceive, all in order to kill the head and take away his moonlight power, which was the most powerful of all. Ingrid doesn't even know what to say. She is only thinking about what is best to express as at least some support. The brunette quickly realizes that he did something wrong and asks for forgiveness. He shouldn't have lashed out at his girlfriend just because of what was going on in his soul. Grace doesn't know yet. Until her brother finally finds out the whole truth, there is no point in reassuring her. She's too impressionable a girl. In any case, by order of the royal family, the young man will participate in the capture of Felix. When it is in your hands, you can find out the whole truth. Ingrid can no longer think about what happened because her thoughts continue to twist. A friend appeared behind her, quietly calling her name. The girl plans to go for a walk, just the two of them. It all depends on where the beauty wants to go. A new confectionery shop has opened in the city. They say that they sell the best sweets in the capital, and everyone should definitely try them. They have so many customers that they don't even have time to deliver. If they want to make it in time, they should go right now and make it before closing. Since the blue-eyed girl agreed almost immediately, of course the two of them went to that very place. There are a lot of people on the street who are also walking. There is a wonderful atmosphere in the room, and the smell that comes from the tea and cakes is perfect. The rumors weren't true after all, because it's literally delicious. Every time Ingrid feels down, Grace comes to cheer her up, just like an older sister caring for her little one. Half an hour later, it was time to head home. The women got ready to leave, but the duo met them right next to the table. The girls, obviously, also decided to try the most sensational sweets in the capital. The strawberry shortcake looked the best and was even caught. If this is the case, then they will be staging a new play very soon. They were tasked with sewing beautiful sets. They could use an assessment lady. The house is very close, so of course it won't take that much time. The lady thinks for a few minutes about what is best to do. Ingrid sees that look that literally asks for help, because her friend does not know what to do. She promises that she will wait in the park until the brunette leaves. The girl leaves with a smile on her face. It pleases the eye to see how popular Grace is when she is around nobles and common people too. In the park, a figure in broad daylight was enveloped in a beautiful fog. As the heroine thought, so she asks Felix to finally come out. The blonde man came out of the club and greeted Lady Ingrid with a smile. He couldn't wait to see them, and now he's very happy about it. Everything happened pretty quickly that evening. The hero waylaid the passerby he was hunting and hit him right on the head with a bat to stun him. Of course, the guy strictly followed a plan from which he had no right to deviate in order to become successful. As soon as the body fell to the ground, the knife was in the hands, and a small cut was made along the back of the hand, from which blood poured out. Immediately, the ability passed straight to the young man. He realized that it was an impenetrable fog. Something like this could help to meet and talk with Ingrid without prying eyes. Now the mistress is standing right in front of the young man. She's like something incredible, but with an angry look at the person who's annoying. The hero really wanted to meet this woman and couldn't wait for this moment. As soon as she was left alone, he immediately came into her presence. The girl hangs her head in disappointment. She had already regretted that she had saved the young man from captivity. He doesn't understand why they tell him this. This is because as soon as the hero got free, he began to hurt other innocent people who did not want to fall under his influence. Unfortunately, the man could not work any other way. He simply couldn't save all his victims, and now he regrets it. I wish things were simpler. The girl has a lot of questions about how his abilities work, but for some reason, what worries her the most is a completely different question that the lady is going to ask. The girl asks what is meant by salvation. This word is usually used for good purposes, but this time it is strange to hear it just like that. The hero smiles, offering to walk with him so that we can discuss everything. The blue-eyed one snorts because she will have to walk in the fog. The blonde offers to take his friend's hand if she is so afraid of falling. Of course, the refusal is heard almost immediately. The couple heads forward through the park. The fog was very light, so everything was visible, but so that people would not see them. This place is the most peaceful in the capital. The girl agrees that it is very beautiful here. She had only been to this park a few times, but each time she was amazed by its beautiful part. The hero lowers his head. He could only once dream of such a wonderful place. There is a visible sadness in the eyes that cannot be hidden behind a mask. The guy's mother died when he was still a child because of a sorcerer. The words make even the person who hears about it for the first time sad. Because of what happened, my father constantly insisted that magicians are evil and that we need to get rid of them. The teacher, on the contrary, said that magic is a gift sent by God for use. It's not hard to guess that the boy seems to have decided to carry his dad's word. It was for this reason that he began to take away the abilities of magicians. For some reason, the answer is amazing, because to everything said, it is just no. There was some other reason or something that Felix decided to do. The guy was not going to trust any of the adults, so he decided to find out the whole truth about wizards with his own hands in order to understand what was what. Thus, the blonde managed to attend the closed auction and helped Mr. Joshua. All this time, the city's magicians were under surveillance. The girl realized what the young man's mistake was. He talks about helping those who ultimately used him. Of all the possible wizards in the city, Felix was lucky enough to meet the worst of them, who acted like pigs. The boy came to the conclusion that his father was right after all. He didn't want to believe it, but his own investigation and observation made him change his mind. The hero saw only the vices and evil that sow magic, which is simply used by the wrong people. He did not see the truth hidden behind the mask. Not all magicians behave so badly. In fact, as you know, among them there are several good ones, or rather the majority. Wizards are people who have been given enormous power that they do not appreciate. It gave rise to vanity and a sense of impunity in them. Felix believes that only he has the right to free humanity from such vicious creatures. The primeval fire disappears as quickly as it ignited. The blonde hopes he answered the question posed. All the lady can think about is how shabby everything is. The girl cannot quietly listen to how her kind is insulted. She believes that not everyone is the same, and not everyone tries to use powers while hurting others. You can use her as an example. The lady does not consider herself ideal, but the way she does all sorts of things cannot be attributed to destruction. The woman tries her best not to hurt others with the strength she has. She is afraid that she will do something wrong by mistake. It feels like Felix can see right through him. He thinks that the abilities are partly a burden for the girl, who does not know what to do with the way her abilities are distributed. The hero begins to speak, and with each word the lady cannot help but become even more frightened. He already knows that the interlocutor was trying to get rid of the power. It was because of her dilemma that the girl wanted to meet this man so much, because she wanted to exchange. The blonde hears her trying to say something, but realizing that it's already difficult, he promises that he will try to fulfill Mrs. Ingrid's wish in the best possible way. A woman must pull herself together and understand that a man is not a threat to her. She calmly asks where such thoughts come from. Eyes reveal true desires. The explanation sounds simply ridiculous, so the lady snorts. Attempts to show their independence begin to fail. The lady is always at the center of all sorts of terrible events. Almost every time this happens only because of the presence of abilities, without which life would become much easier. Because of the ability, not only the main owners themselves suffer, but also their loved ones. Memories of all the bad things from the past flash through my head. It's hard for a woman. Felix himself saw with his own eyes how difficult it was for the girl, and therefore wants to help her. Nobody knows the truth. If she allows her ability to be taken away, the blonde could use it to harm many magicians who are innocent. Logical thinking always helps. A lady cannot allow an acquaintance to create all sorts of chaos in relation to others. The girl should not misunderstand him, because he is not going to kill anyone. To remove abilities, you need to leave a small scratch on your hand. The heroine understands what we are talking about, but immediately comes up with trump cards. She asks what happened to Winter Clement's father, who died. Obviously, the friend already knows everything, but there is no point in denying. A smile spreads across his face when the blonde assures that everything is not at all what it seems at first glance. If everything said is true, then the virgin definitely cannot trust her new friend. He begins to become noticeably nervous, and then sharply says that he didn't do it. It was the guy's father who killed all the magicians. He never approved of his methods and never stole the abilities of that great kind. The young man extends his hand. He wants to be trusted as someone who will always be honest. The man would never harm innocent children and adults. The boy needs the removal of powers from the body to occur only with the independent consent of Ingrid herself, because otherwise he is not going to do anything. As it turns out, the blonde is not at all interested in the very power of the precious tear in question. This was a revelation for the blue-eyed girl. The most important thing is the lady's happiness. If the young man is able to make the girl happy, then he will be very happy to play this role. The fog gradually begins to thicken around the couple. The guy once again asks you to think carefully about your desires and let him know when you need them. The hero disappeared, and at that very moment, Grace's joyful voice was heard behind him. She apologizes for keeping her friend waiting. They can finally go home. The duo stayed in the city for quite some time, but this does not mean that they should not come at all. Night fell, and the moon appeared again. The girl sits in her chambers and reflects on everything that happened. Felix is the only one who can fulfill her wish. It's not clear why there are still different thoughts in my head. The lady is still hesitant. It was for this that she decided to escape to her family from the Randall estate. The enmity between the blonde and Winter has nothing to do with the lady herself, and she should think at this moment only about herself and the future. The girl doesn't know how many more times she can die and come back to life again, because of the power to understand that this is not suitable for her. Clement was the first to solve the riddle. The heroine would really like to live in a world in which she no longer has to cry from grief or resentment. The dream remained unfathomable until the very end, but now it seems that something might change. This makes me want to rejoice, but I have no emotions. It is not clear whether after death there will be a blood diamond in the world again if you manage to live the rest of your life happy. Understanding the truth is too difficult. The heroine was so lost in thought that she did not notice how the door quietly opened. Winter asks what worries her friend, that she is so sad. In my head, I have an image of Felix, who tried to calm me down while smiling. She's just too entangled in herself. The Randall estate is too boring. Cornelia sits on her throne, and next to her is a maid who cries but does not entertain her mistress. There were times when a girl could play with her sister, and then she had a lot more fun. Now everything is completely different. If only the lady had known about her secret ability sooner, she would have forced time to change and come up with more ways to play. I would like to make Ingrid suffer even more, but time has passed, and nothing can be changed. All that remains is to remember. A brilliant idea comes to mind. The heroine just needs to meet the lady to relieve her boredom. The man asks the girl what she is doing, but she throws an arrow, asking why he came. The despair that was well disguised is no longer visible on the face. In fact, the brunette just wanted to invite a friend to drink tea. They hadn't spoken alone for a long time. I remember the words about how a man would like the couple to at least sometimes spend time talking with a mug of tea. The heroine thanks for the generous offer, but is still forced to refuse. She is incredibly tired all day, so she wants to be alone. If this is indeed the case, they can certainly have tea next time. This won't be a big problem. The woman thinks about what will happen next. If she agreed to Felix's proposal, then she might never have this opportunity again. The young man is already about to leave. He is at the door saying goodnight, but at the last second his name is called to say something else. The lady remembers how a friend once said that you wish a girl sincere happiness. He wants everything to be normal and for her to never cry again. The heroine is completely confused. Perhaps this happiness will cost too much, and this will no longer be as wonderful as in dreams. Now even the guy himself had to think about it. He, of course, wishes the beauty happiness, but in fact, with such a condition, there is no longer 100% certainty. In the evening, Ingrid starts talking all sorts of nonsense, so she almost immediately asks for forgiveness for starting this conversation in the first place. After everything has been said, the lady quickly runs out. She should rest and make sure that thoughts stop creeping into her head. The beauty heads out into the street. She threw her cloak over her shoulders and found herself outside the gate. Further, the road leads only to the forest nearby. Something is glowing in the trees. A beautiful unicorn comes out and looks truly wonderful. Apparently he was sent for a girl, and this is Felix's new ability. In your hands, you find a jar that was given by the animal. There is also a note there. Inside, there is a decoction that should help hide from the moonlight. This is the first time a woman has heard that there is something that can make you invisible. Thus, the hero will not be able to notice the person. The girl drank the contents without even thinking. After this stage has been completed, the lady asks if she should go to Felix, even though this is obvious. The heroine moves onto her back, and then they slowly go to one of the places where the figure of a man can be seen in the distance. There is a smile on your face. Gentleman Ingrid nevertheless decided to come and think about what to do next. The place where they are located is called the Forgotten Lands. There are many such places throughout the kingdom, but many nobles don't even know about them. The blonde asks to go deeper with him to begin. Several children run out from the side. They ask interestedly who this lady is, and he introduces her by name. She's a guest for a while. The little girl cannot believe that anyone can live in this place. She looks around and once again realizes that this is unreal. The little girl looks at the woman, and then within a second she is next to her, stretching out her arms to hug her waist. Little sister looks very much like a princess. This time the compliment is somewhat unusual, but it is accepted with joy. The man comes closer and tears the girl away from her body, who is holding onto her dress with all her might. She is very dear to him. The guy is trying to explain to the little girl that they want to talk about a lot of things. Once we manage to finish, we might be able to spend time together. While the adults solve their problems, the three of them can play together. They will definitely be able to find something to do for a while. The heroine still can't get over the impressions. She asks who they are, but all she hears is that they are orphans that an acquaintance is taking care of. They are all still just children who need an adult they can rely on. The role of such a person is played by Felix, who volunteered for this first. The couple slowly moves forward towards one of the largest buildings. I can't believe that the lady wouldn't like being there, because this place is incredibly wonderful. This is the Loa's hideout and where he lives. In the basement, there is a small laboratory for the production of all kinds of medicines and potions. He hopes that the guest will like the place. The lady never said she didn't like what she saw, but it's obvious that everything was done for her, including making the decision. A smile blooms on your face. Walking forward, the hero asks if the friend has made a decision. He wants to help, but he must understand what to do. With a determined expression on her face, the maiden nods her head. Grace brought Gaspard with her. She didn't lie when she said that Winter had looked like a dead man since the morning. He hasn't slept all night and now looks like he's been beaten. However, the young man does not explain what happened. He prefers to remain quiet. The brunette assumes that Ingrid has run away somewhere again, and he is right. The lady sighs heavily. Sometimes she wants the couple to just talk like calm people, without any bickering. They are not 5 years old to be fooling around. The couple may have quarreled, but the sister does not know this. She thought that she shouldn't interfere in their relationship, but maybe she was wrong after all. Looking at my brother, my heart begins to ache. For some reason, this man does not stop his beloved from the rash actions that she is in a hurry to commit. Vinti has become so depressed that it seems as if nothing else will help him. Gaspard notices that his friend is also not able to, so he stands next to her. The hand is placed on the shoulder as a sign of support. It's not over for them yet, so there's no need to be so sad. The girl made the right choice. The brunette sits and looks out the window. The man only thinks that he can no longer see the maiden under the light of the moon, even at night, because she has disappeared. The last thing I noticed was how the lady met the unicorn and took some kind of drink. There is no doubt that this was the same decoction. The hero needs to finally forget about Ingrid. He tries to hammer this into his head, because in fact, life is wonderful, since he found his father's killer, as he dreamed, and will be able to take revenge. Thoughts are still filled to the brim with that lady who is reflected on the surface. She was so sweet that night as she sought support from her friend. At some point, the man wanted to say that he would do everything for her happiness, which would be well-deserved. It is not clear why the words never came out. The young master was disturbed by the butler. A guest has arrived to them, but this is not an ordinary person because everyone knows about her very well. It seems that it is becoming clear who came. The lady sitting opposite apologizes for the sudden visit. In fact, she just wanted to meet her sister, whom she misses very much. The gem that is on the jacket reminds me of something. In order not to be distracted, the young man immediately says that Ingrid is not at the estate, to which her companion feigns a groan. The brunette is not obliged to respond to the person who previously behaved simply disgustingly. The turn of events is very curious, but perhaps this is the very chance for the girl. Making eyes, the girl notices that her sister must have treated her cruelly, abandoning the estate and running away again, without saying a single word to anyone. Randall was known to do this often with all the men she knew. As soon as she got tired of them, she threw them away like unnecessary garbage. Sitting closer, Cornelia assures that if she were in her place, she would never have treated her like this, because she is a good person. In fact, it's amazing. The brunette is obviously uncomfortable with the way they are clinging to him. He addresses Randall by her full name, even mentioning her status. The girl presses closer, asking not to speak so formally. You can simply address her by name to make it more convenient for both. Since the maiden asked to speak like this, then everything will be straightforward and without ceremony. The young man gets up from his seat and pulls his hand out. If this was not already known, then magicians are prohibited from using their powers on others without their direct consent. Right now, the law of the kingdom has been broken, and you can even go to jail for it. The woman does not understand what is happening, but turning around, she sees Gaspar and the guy's sister. They see familiar faces who don't seem to learn anything. Either Cornelia is stupid or incredibly unhappy. Her face, cute image, and powers do not match her guts and the way she presents herself. They won't work anymore, because everyone in the kingdom knows very well what a two-faced guest she is. By all standards of decency, Grace, as the mistress of this house, is obliged to accompany the girl to the carriage. But in this case, she has Gaspard, who will easily do this. The guy is nearby and shouts to his friend that he is always at her service. The guest does not understand what is happening, but notices how the hero defiantly shakes off his shoulder. Winter orders the girl to be escorted out of the house because there is no longer any strength to listen to her sweet lies. He's not going to stick around. Gaspar chuckles. I can't believe that Cornelia really hoped that the boy would fall for the cute, but most importantly, newly created image. Although the girl is a magician, she is actually really stupid. The words hit the bull's eye. The heroine tries to follow the owners of the house. Gaspar gets ahead of the one he was entrusted with and stops right in front, blocking the exit. Considering all the sins, it's strange that the heroine still had the audacity to show up at someone else's estate. A second later, the woman was moved directly onto the street. She carefully opens her eyes and sees in front of her the carriage in which she arrived half an hour ago. I want to scream, but turning around, the beauty sees a closed gate behind her. They dared to behave this way with Randall, which is unforgivable. Winter is in the corridor, but still thinking about everything that happened. He still can't understand why he didn't say those same words that day. The girl has always been wonderful and kind. The way she spoke to others or helped those in need was worthy of nothing less than praise. The heroine protected her friend when he was in a terrible situation. He was almost destroyed, but now there was a chance to stand alive only because of her. The man still cannot understand how he should have behaved. For some reason, next to that lady, all thoughts are forgotten almost immediately, and this makes it strange to realize everything that is happening. Perhaps the young man simply wanted to build Ingrid's happiness with his own hands. I didn't want anyone to help, because he could do it himself. It's a terrible shame that everything comes too slowly. Awareness alone is not enough, because now you have to correct your own mistakes. In order not to delay any longer, the hero abruptly takes off and runs forward along the corridor. He must find Randall and tell her everything. The guy finds himself on the street and is already heading towards the fence, but behind the gate he sees a familiar figure. It seems that this is Ingrid, who has finally returned back. The woman doesn't want to talk about everything that happened, but on the way, when she was driving, she accidentally fell asleep. The unicorn did not stop, but the lady never noticed that she had fallen asleep. She had a strange dream, which obviously had some meaning. The baby was imprisoned in the tower in which she lived all this time. Of course, it was not easy for her because she was too small. The guards did not even stand on ceremony, so they threw the body to the ground. They treated him rather rudely, but you can't blame them, because what happened was only the fault of the father. The father appeared as the last figure the baby saw. He menacingly declared that from that day on, his daughter would live in this place. She has no right to leave the tower without permission. Grabbing and stretching out her hands to her dad, the girl tries to run, but nothing comes of it, because right in front of her nose, someone closes the door with a small window on top. Tears begin. It's dark and scary inside, and therefore, of course, Randall would not want to be there as a small child. The little girl was in despair, but it seems no one heard her anymore. It would never seem that one's own family would do such a thing. That same evening, the older sister came inside. She feigned a sigh, noticing that the maiden had not cried out a single ruby, which was so needed. If the baby behaves inappropriately, Dad will never visit her. Just the thought made me scared. A hand reaches out to the girl's cheeks as a small tear rolls out of her eyes and turns into aquamarine. This is no good. Cornelia didn't want to say anything, but it seems that things can no longer continue as they are. She sighs before literally stabbing him in the back. The beauty smiles slightly at first. The sister is completely useless, and it is usually customary to get rid of such people before someone needs them. The mother did all the dirty work for the girl, but unfortunately, an epidemic took her life. Now her duties must be performed by none other than Ingrid. Not understanding why she is being treated this way, the little girl tries to ask questions, but never receives a single answer to any of them. The girl must understand correctly, but there is no point in life if she is not good for anything. With these words, the heroine turns away, but continues to smile. After what happened, the heroine, as if nothing had happened, walks out with a light gait, leaving the blue-eyed one with an awareness of the situation. When the lady woke up, she realized that it was not just a dream, but a reality in which she lived for many years, starting from childhood. At that time, it seemed that the best option was to get rid of the power. But now, when Felix turned, asking about what they would do, the lady did not know. The young man smiles. He believed that the beauty would make the right decision. Once the girl's strength is taken away, she will finally be able to free herself from the burdens of her past. A woman can heal from scratch. She needs a start where she can start, but without another portion of suffering. Felix explains the privileges very clearly, but then he hears a decisive no. The blue-eyed girl must live her life with strength until the very end. Of course, because of the precious tear, life was like hell. It has been used many times and loved ones have also suffered, but that's not all. Still, you can't just choose the easiest path without fully realizing what it might lead to in the end. Thanks to her abilities, the girl found her home and people who helped her change her life for the better after so many attempts to survive. The heroine really made the decision that from that day on, she would become the mistress of her destiny and would not allow her powers to influence her life. Although there is no certainty about how the magic will work, I would like to hope that before her death the beauty will shed the happiest tear. In fact, the lady came to Felix only to say goodbye. She couldn't help but tell him everything that was going on in her head. This is how the girl returned home. She sincerely apologizes for having to leave without saying anything. The girl is truly sorry, and she will even understand if they never want to see her again. She has no right to say anything against it. At this second, the hero takes off. A second later, the beauty is embraced in a soft embrace. She doesn't understand what's happening, but she tries to remain calm. The young man is very happy that Ingrid chose to come back. He couldn't even imagine their lives separately. Tears well up in her eyes, while the beauty sincerely asks for forgiveness from Winter, who is actually not to blame for anything. The hug is incredibly warm, and this only makes it more pleasant. But, unfortunately, this was far from the end of the story. Then, when the lady told all her feelings to the blonde, she hoped for understanding, which in the end she never received. The young man's face changed in an instant. He was wrong, because the maiden turned out to be the same as other magicians, two-faced. The girl tried for the last time to tell why exactly she decided for everything to be this way, but she was not even given the opportunity. If the heroine was not going to give up just like that, then the hero was going to take the strength with the help of his staff. It seems that the game of gentlemen is over, and now the true face of the enemy has emerged. Fire rushes towards the girl, but she puts the ruby forward in time. He can easily use the stolen abilities of other magicians, but they are not as powerful. Joshua's flame is much weaker in the hands of this man. The hero quickly realizes that he cannot cope on his own, so he gives the command to the unicorn, who runs towards him. In order not to miss, the lady puts out a second ruby, defending herself from the other side. She doesn't want the battle to end so easily. The young man decided to use it against even Kelpie, but not everything is so simple, because he already has a black diamond in his hands. It brings the ceiling straight down. The hero tries his best to hold back the falling stones, but nothing helps, because this is already an irreversible process. To steal someone else's magic, he would need the blood of a magician, and this was originally done through a cut. Another mage's powers would be much weaker, but the ability would obviously have at least some noticeable weakness that could be exploited. A man shouts that all wizards are equally terrible. They don't even think that they can hurt others with their own strength. The woman gradually begins to get angry with Felix, who falsely accuses her. You have to defend yourself, but no more, because otherwise your power will simply be taken away. Quickly hiding behind one of the columns, the beauty begins to actively think about what to do next. It feels like Joshua's magic is all he has in his arsenal. Perhaps he has the powers of other magicians, which he hides from prying eyes, but it is not yet clear what exactly will be discussed. Felix's father could definitely control the magic of healing and moonlight, and perhaps these abilities were inherited. If so, then a new plan has emerged. The lady emerges from her hiding place and follows forward towards the enemy, who is frozen. The young man does not understand why the lady suddenly decided to come out of hiding. However, in order not to lose vigilance, he monitors every movement. The blonde's face shows that he is hesitating. The girl couldn't notice this from afar, so she decided to get as close as possible. The heroine was sure that this would happen, so within a second, she had one of the rubies in her hands again. If what he saw does not let him down, then the boy will definitely not be able to cope with the new wave that will overtake him. This time, the plan is much better. The figure is covered by a strange purple cocoon, which is very similar to a shield, exactly the same as from other stones. Realizing that things are bad, the blonde begins to try to break through. He directs the fire, but he is not able to penetrate outside. The woman put up a shield and quickly runs away. Realizing that she must be stopped, the man forcefully breaks what is holding him back. There was absolutely no strength left. The guy falls to his knees, and this makes him feel even worse, but getting up would be too painful for his legs. We must admit that the father was right. In fact, magicians have long been mired in their vices and, without noticing it, made themselves worse. The kid was born and raised in a gray city, in a dilapidated dugout. That was where he belonged, and that made him sad from the very beginning. Before going to bed, my father always told stories that became more and more interesting each time. He said that he was the same as other magicians. Dad's voice always helped the baby feel safe, even if in fact there was nothing good in this place. The hero always talked about this too. When his mother was killed, the man was finally able to realize that magic is a real sin. People called wizards revel in this kind of thing, not paying attention to ordinary people whom they make worse. The baby should always be on the alert. All magicians are evil. It was not for nothing that the hero was given the ability to take away the powers of other wizards, because they deserve it more than anyone. Every night the father left, and the son did not understand where exactly. He promised that he would free them all, and the head of the family, Clement, would become the first magician. With the power of that man, a man can save so many lost souls. After the door closed, the boy was left completely alone. The magician returned home again, but this time he was on the verge of life and death. So it became clear that the plan had failed. The father himself could not survive to serve, and he entrusted his son with completing the mission of his whole life. The blonde told everything about the Clement family and about the magic from the family. In the last minutes of his life, he stroked Felix's head and smiled. To fulfill the mission that the blonde has in mind, he simply needs to obtain the powers of moonlight and precious tears. He will become invincible. I couldn't take the tears away even by force, which of course made me a little sad, but the only good thing is that not everything is lost. Sooner or later, the moonlight magician must come himself, and thus he will fall into a trap that will be made very soon. As soon as Winter is in the hands of the wizard, Ingrid will immediately come running back like a sweetheart. Felix didn't want it to turn out like this. The woman stands right next to the young man, in his warm embrace. She understands that they still have to fight for the future. Tearing herself away from the man, the girl quietly asks what they should do next. First, the brunette needs to find out the whole truth. The guy needs to know what happened that very day and what really happened to his father. If not everything is known, there is no point in it. The problem needs to be solved once and for all. If you leave everything to chance, nothing will work out, and then Felix will return one day. At first it seems that the girl is filled with kindness towards Felix, but she, almost stuttering, shouts out a word of denial. After all, this is not true. The guy doesn't look like Joshua or Cornelia. It evokes rather contradictory feelings in the heart that are difficult to understand. The young man quietly asks if he can use the beauty's tears again. She agrees, of course, but actually remembers that Felix has poison from the stones. The man understands what is being said and, of course, nods in agreement. He thinks about everything, but not in a way that makes any sense. The gaze is focused on the lady for more than 10 seconds, so the cheeks are covered with scarlet paint. He is incredibly glad that the lady has returned back. The man turns around. He plans to head back to Felix because he knows that his lair is not so far away. The journey will take no more than 10 minutes. Virgo holds out her hand and says that she is going to go with him, but this does not seem to be the best option. This option is too dangerous, so it is better to stay at home. I can't believe that my friend is talking like this in all seriousness. The girl has just returned from there and can even show the way, making herself quite useful. Based on the horse's tracks and the strength of the moonlight, the lair will be quite easy to find because it is located in an abandoned village. He lives in a dilapidated church. The brunette is right, but Ingrid continues to try to resist, constantly objecting. The problem should be solved independently, without intervention. The last thing that can be used as an argument is the fact that Felix needs to acquire the beauty's abilities, which means he can be lured out. If this is the case, then there will be no other option but to call Grace. She, smiling, promises to look after her friend. The Virgin grabs her hand and in a strange voice asks to go with her. She usually seems friendlier, but obviously not this time. The girls are sitting on an armchair in the living room with Gaspar, who is resting peacefully on another armchair. The heroine asks to let her go, but is refused. As soon as the brunette turns away, she will immediately run away. The heroine lowers her head and asks for forgiveness for causing problems by leaving. It's time to stop whining about all the negative things in life. She's not a stranger at all, but she behaves exactly like that. The woman was very worried about the beauty all this time. She is her friend, or even her younger sister, whom she wants to take care of. Ingrid asks for forgiveness, but she must leave anyway. She understands that they are worried about her, but leaving Winter alone is not permissible. The guy left without saying anything, although his sister didn't want to let him go either. They are both so stupid that they cannot calmly talk and discuss everything. Grace is constantly made to worry about little things. She just wants to stay in a normal family, and for nothing to happen like with her parents. They are already adults and can make their own decisions. After a long hug, the beauty gets up. The friend must be tired from her night's adventures, so it's better to brew some tea. The woman asks not to move, but in fact sends a smile that says something else. Gaspar opens his eyes. He is amazed at women's ability to understand each other without words. Taking out a handful of rubies, the lady asks to be teleported to Winter. He can use all the stones that he has but fulfill the request. A moment later, the girl is running through the ruined village. Children run towards her, screaming about who attacked their brother. He should definitely be fine. The lady asks not to worry and hide until everything is over. She will definitely protect them. Clement enters the ruined church. He looks at the pale man, realizing that without a doubt he sees the one he needs. The hero lived up to expectations and still came. Felix introduces himself, saying that he is a predator magician who is known about after the murders that happened. This man is an exact copy of his father, not only in appearance but also in behavior, which is very similar. The boy is obviously not on the magical register. He hasn't heard about him for a long time, but he remembers his dad mentioning him once. I would like to ask the man something, but he died immediately after visiting the Clement estate. There is reproach in the voice. Winter's father also died after he was attacked, first fooling the child. He didn't deserve such a terrible death. The blonde doesn't see a problem with this. All mages deserve to die to some extent, so he wants to spare Ingrid the weight of her sin. As soon as a familiar name appears in a conversation, the young man immediately freezes. He will not allow anyone to even lay a finger on his girlfriend. If sincere desires have become clear, then they have nothing more to talk about. The fire in Joshua's hands lights up. The flame is much weaker. In his arsenal, there should be the magic of magical fog, calling animals, fire, and it seems that's all. The young man was wrong, because this is not all. Something blue comes out of the staff and hits the wall after the man ducks. The new force is called turbulent waves. The blonde begins to brag, saying that this is a wonderful gift from one of the wizards. The real duel begins. Winter, with all his might, using his virtuosity, dodges the attacker, but each time it becomes more and more difficult. It's time to add a little more excitement to their battle. The same bottle with poison from Ingrid's tears ends up in her hands. The contents are drunk in just one sip. The young man combined several forces at once that seemed incapable of being combined. Precious tears are still one of the best abilities that reveal the potential of the others that a person already possesses. Winter believes that Felix is no different from everyone else who saw in him only her ability. The enemy screams, lies. He wanted to be on an equal footing with her. He wanted to protect and support her. But the girl made her choice. Loa will never get the girl. The hand reaches for the brooch because thanks to the power, it is now possible to use moonlight during the day. The man is once again bombarded with crushing energy. He almost doesn't have time to dodge, but every time he predicts every move. The blonde did not immediately realize that all his attacks had just been dodged, but immediately after that, he fell into horror from the realization of what was happening. The sensations are not similar to those the young man experienced less, because all this is completely new. When using the ability, it now appears as if one can see the future itself instead of the person's actions. At the last moment, the brunette dodges and quickly breaks the next wave, which rushes towards him with great speed. With the help of his sword and bound magic, the hero dramatically destroys the entire castle in which they have been fighting all this time. Now, the battlefield is bigger. The sword ends up at the opponent's chin. Winter promises that he will definitely avenge his father, who deserved better. A couple of moments before the last blow, the girl arrived behind the column. She is in despair, not knowing what to do. Felix never killed anyone. On the contrary, he tries to save everyone because he has a kind heart that cares. The guy's methods are truly terrible, but he also met the wrong magicians who showed everyone at their worst. There is another problem. Both fighters lost people dear to them who, unfortunately, cannot be returned. They are filled with revenge, and getting involved in a showdown would not be the best option. Their feelings of pain and loss cannot be understood. One thought comes to mind. Both love their fathers, which means that something can be done about this to end the battle. At this very second, the staff that was in the blonde's hands flies out. He falls next to the door. The hero promises that he will avenge his father, intending to do something. But then Ingrid ran forward, standing next to his acquaintance. The girl holds out a stone that promises good memories, asking him to remember everything now. This should spread to both, and with luck, only the best can create a good mood. Winter sees her sister, who laughs and asks if they are going home. The parents must already be tired of waiting for them. It seemed true as Mom and Dad stood in the distance, waiting for the boys to run up for a group hug. The father puts his hand on his son's head, asking how he and Grace had fun today. He needs details. The boy, smiling, presses his head to his chest and begins his story. He always likes to talk to his parents. Felix is picked up by a man who reminds him that it is time to sleep. The baby cannot fall asleep on his own. Dad promises that he will be there and tell a fairy tale that will help. The men return to reality. They both saw their memories right now, which the stone showed. No one understood what it was just now. It seems that Ingrid has a new power that she kept silent about. There is only one conclusion. They both loved their fathers, and most likely they would not approve of the actions of those who are bent on evil. No loving father would allow his child to take revenge for him when he should be busy with his own life. Winter grabs the girl's hand and pulls her aside. She quietly calls his name, hoping that nothing reckless will happen. The young man knows that Felix is in no way to blame for the death of the boy's father. He is not the one who brought sadness to the estate. In order to prevent things from getting worse, it is better to break this circle of hatred and live your life next to those you love. The girl comes forward, remembering how her friend said that magicians did not deserve to live. Saying these words, the guy looked truly unhappy. He is not the one who would say such things in all seriousness. I can't believe that Felix actually wants the death of all those who are innocent. They are also people with dreams and lives. The young man is silent and then shakes his head. In fact, his essence is not like that, and what happened was terrible. All three go outside. Loa is immediately surrounded by children who begin to cry and hug. The little girl looks menacingly at the brunette. They are angry at the man, and in fact, it is well deserved. The hero wants to ask for one favor. These children need an adult who can raise them to be decent people. No one is going to make excuses now, because a friend has committed many crimes that were a mistake. Felix wants to receive a fair punishment. In his opinion, this would be quite correct. The kids tearfully ask not to abandon them. The young man didn't want to do this, but it looks like he'll have to take extreme measures. Randall strongly intervenes, saying that they won't have to do anything like that. The guys won't need Ingrid's help. The man repented of what he had done and is unlikely to do it again. The most important thing is to restore the abilities of the victims. Most likely, you will be able to do everything as your friend asks, but it will be more difficult than taking energy from yourself. It has never been necessary to reverse the flow before, but it will likely be possible. It's worth at least trying. In addition, the hero must promise only 3 things so that they can be sure that the magician's powers will be returned, even though Joshua is also on their list. The man must swear not to do anything terrible again and not to tell anyone about Clement's true powers. The blonde nods decisively. He should agree to such favorable terms without any problems. Winter quietly asks what Ingrid is doing. She behaves too mercifully towards the criminal. Loa was once completed by Joshua. He spent enough time in the cage, so he deserves better. One can further argue that everything should be stricter, but the young man is not even registered in the magical register. Clement can't just take away the only person who cares about the children. They consider him literally a father. The hero looks carefully at the girl, who makes a sweet face for greater persuasion. Ultimately, I had to give up. Winter's family will turn a blind eye to this incident as long as the lady is happy with it. They will make sure that no one can find the Loa. The girl smiles when she hears how her friend finally agrees. It certainly wasn't very easy for him. The head of the family is a very generous person, so now Felix can trust everything that was just said. The girl promises that everything will be fine. The brunette is weak in front of the beauty, and she brazenly takes advantage of this, with no intention of changing. If not for a friend, Loa would never have been released, so there is no point in talking about his generosity. To some extent, this is true. From the words, you can understand that all the gratitude will most likely go to the beauty. The blonde, standing on the side and watching the conversation, only now realized about their special relationship. If the man had met the beauty earlier, perhaps there would have been at least one chance. There is no point in thinking about it, although it is sad. The hero watches his friend smile. She looks cheerful and laughs after every word. You need to be joyful that the virgin still managed to find her happiness. At least this is something good. Smiling, the character thanks for the kindness that was shown to him. I can't believe they helped him find the right path. The girl rides off on a horse, waving goodbye. She again thanks for the help provided, but as mentioned earlier, this is only her merit. If a beauty is ready to believe in a man, then the friend will also try his best to do the same. The heroine seems a little tired. She hasn't slept in over 24 hours, but is finally able to relax now. Although Ingrid decided to live with her abilities, she still had concerns about what was right. The Count, as usual, is working on documents. Someone knocks on the door, thereby distracting him from his papers. Cornelia appeared in the room too unexpectedly. She asks for forgiveness if she disturbed her father. The man tries to smile, saying that his beloved daughter cannot interfere with him. He asks what she needed. The girl would like to ask Daddy to do something for her. The new plan had been ready for a long time. The customer inspects the ring, saying that the items in the workshop are simply incredible. The man smiles and then thanks him for the honor of being the one to make. As soon as the maiden has left, the hero exhales with a calm soul. Finally, it's time to close. The doorbell goes off again. A smile appears on your face almost immediately when you see Ingrid. Smiling back, the woman expresses her joy at being able to see Chris. The hero opened his own shop, which looks wonderful. If you need something, a friend can only tell you about it. More than serious, the acquaintance promises that he will do for the lady everything she could wish for and will not be stingy. The woman asks that a pendant be made for her and a stone be inlaid there, which she will hand over. Chris is upset because it looks like he didn't like his gift. This is not true because the lady still wears it on holidays. You need a simple piece of jewelry that can be worn every day, like a talisman to help you in difficult times. Blaine will make the best thing that will highlight the natural beauty of the lady visiting him. The girl hopes that everything will go well. She hands over a bag of money for making a custom order. The boy shakes his head because he cannot accept the money. This is payment for work, which should also be valued. The hero still cannot take money from the one who saved his life. It was a long time ago, and Chris even repaid it in full. If Blaine refuses, then the lady threatens him with finding some other master. If the girl really wants to repay the work put into the necklace, the young man asks to give him a blue tear. The little thing, of course, may be with a friend, but as a wizard, he will need a ruby. As soon as Chris noticed the droplet, he immediately lit up and shouted that he wanted it. The little thing ended up in his palm. There is a smile on your face. If they agree on a price, then the lady will expect her pendant in the near future. Very soon, Randall returned home. She already knows that Winter is probably sitting at work. The door swings open right in front of her, where the guy came from. The ride into town didn't take too long. The brunette noticed that the beauty was tired, so he recommended that she quickly go to the chambers to rest. Clement doesn't even make eye contact. Concerned, Ingrid quietly asks what happened. If everything is fine, then the lady offers to drink tea. She brought a pastry cake from the city. The hero suddenly grabs the handle as if to save himself. He will be busy even though he just left the office. Just about to leave, the hero freezes because he is grabbed by the hand. Ingrid is trying to figure out what she did wrong. If everything is fine, then the girl wants to get all the answers. The man has been acting too strange these days. The guy turns away again, saying that he can't, but seeing the pleading eyes, he blushes even more. Covering his face with his hands, the brunette asks not to be looked at like that because it makes the situation more difficult. After the whole situation with Felix, I finally managed to realize my feelings, and now being alone is just torture. The lady seemed a little embarrassed too. Still, pulling herself together first, Ingrid asks how long this will last but receives a short answer. Of course, this arrangement of events does not suit everyone. Maybe they should choose something else. Grace interrupts the conversation in the middle. She asks for forgiveness, but an uninvited guest has arrived at their estate. The one who came to the door was Father Randall. He asks to listen because his daughter suddenly needs help. Sitting at home, Cornelia thinks that the Count should have already met his sister. She can already see her dissatisfaction. While listening to the mistress, the maid accidentally spills the tea. Immediately, apologies for what happened pour in. The girl, anyway, literally attacks her subject. She can't seem to do anything normally at all. Everyone says that there is no one in the world kinder and better than Cornelia, so even the brunette will have to believe it. Since the lady is so kind, she should help teach manners properly. Ingrid already guesses why her father came. But first she wants to listen to all the excuses. The girl's sister is out of control. After that auction, she was put under house arrest for the benefit of her family. Blue-Eyed knows about what happened, but does not understand why the Count continues to tremble like a leaf. One day the lady broke the ban and the fun began. She behaves like the head of the family. Cornelia has always done what she wanted, so this is nothing new. The woman is absolutely right even in this. The daughter always used her power to win over the servants and even her father. It's all about power. The Count makes excuses for the past 10 years. It was because of the youngest that everyone treated the eldest daughter badly. Maybe the father didn't know, but Cornelia's charms work in such a way that the more you love her, the easier it is to succumb to the network. It is clear that the man always loved his youngest daughter more and knew perfectly well how her powers worked from the very beginning. The hero no longer knows what to say. He could not think that his daughter would use her abilities against the others. The Count closed his eyes and refused to believe in the present. It was much easier for him that way. Turning away, Randall asks to get to the point. She's tired of listening to the ridiculous excuses being thrown right at her. The man wants Cornelia to be put in her place, and that person is Ingrid herself, who will help. It seems to be the norm for the older one to mentor the younger one. They should help each other as much as possible. The father never changed. He is, after all, the head of the family, so it would be more logical for him to take care of business on his own. Unfortunately, the guy is no longer able to change anything. There's no point in even trying. The girl gives up and promises that she will talk later as soon as she returns home. This could be a trap. The father did not talk about the new powers or how to put her in her place. Perhaps the man himself has no idea what to do with his own child. Everything needs to be sorted out. The virgin came straight to her friend. He most likely already heard the conversation using his ability. The brunette looks angry. The heroine decided to help someone who caused a huge amount of pain. It's not just about the father or the servants, and that's true. Perhaps Cornelia's forces will go further than the Randall house. The girl herself wants to intervene so that if something threatens the world, it can be prevented. If this is indeed the case, the hero promises that he will not even interfere. He will remain calm until the end. A friend managed to find out about Cornelia's power. She is now able to create black onyx. As before, the girl now torments the maids who would like to run away from her, no longer seeing her so kind. Like Cornelia's charms, her abilities affect people's feelings. Those who fell under the new species prayed that they did not want to see anything there. A woman's scream echoes throughout the estate as the maid continues to arrive in the abyss of impenetrable horror. The heroine cannot wait to plunge her sister into horror from which she will no longer be able to wake up. With such power, you don't even need any spells. As a result, the lady gets exactly as much as she wants. Unfortunately, powers can only affect the mental state of the victim, and this cannot be changed to the physical state. Unlike her sister, the heroine does not have tears made of black diamonds. She would like to gain a new ability. The woman, however, is jealous. She wished tears had a different power, both for her and for Ingrid. Even without features, the girl will drive Randall into a corner and play with her as much as she likes. All the people in the mansion are completely afraid of the beauty and are ready to use all her powers so that she does not use her powers on them. Simply put, the spell has faded into the background, but at the same time, the girl is actively using the new power too. Being together helps you think, but not much, so this is a failure. I would like to see if Ruby would work in this case. He usually has never failed before. If his father's amethyst did not protect him, then rubies for protection would also be useless. In this case, the emerald can work against the sister, since it pays people with their own coin, sensing their aura. Cornelia does not experience pangs of conscience, using this power, happiness, which acts for good. She thinks she's the best. The girl's mind is confused because of her behavior. But if that's the case, then this stone won't be able to work either. The more scared and unhappy the people around the beauty are, the happier she will be. Unfortunately, this will be a little difficult. The lady is thinking about what she should do. She could have killed Cornelia with a black diamond, as she had already done in one of her lives. In this case, the atrocities will stop forever, and one can rejoice at this, but no. The brunette interrupts his thought process. He remembers that the girl wanted to say something. I remember the conversation that happened right before the Count's arrival. He was interrupted. The blue-eyed girl still hasn't forgotten, but just in case, she asks if the young man will laugh. She doesn't want anything to happen. The girl looks into the eyes, and then expresses her desire that she wants to hug her friend. Winter is covered with scarlet paint. Don't misunderstand, because emeralds appear when he touches the heroine. The beauty tried everything she could, but was still unable to cry out the required stone without the help of a friend. If he does not want to help, then there is nothing left but to leave the idea alone. The girl asks for forgiveness for her strange request and is about to leave, but they hug her from behind, calming her down. Even for the brunette, it was somehow beneficial. Nothing worked, so the lady recoils as if scalded. The girl is so nervous that she is not even able to squeeze out a single tear. The hero smiles and asks for forgiveness. They both begin to laugh lightly, and this causes tears to roll down their cheeks. Several beautiful jewels fall into your hands. Still, the idea worked, although not as it should have. Realizing that they succeeded, the guy immediately hugs the beauty again to calm her down a little. The woman promises that she will return to this house alive. They ride in a carriage towards the Randall family home. The lady's gaze shows dissatisfaction. The boy was simply obliged to do this, so there is no point in being angry. The day before the trip, the parcel was delivered. It's obvious that Chris has already finished the job he did first. The girl opens a beautiful pendant containing an emerald. It glows in the sun. Grace, as usual, did not react very calmly. Until the last minute, she asked whether her friend needed to do this. The brunette is overly concerned again, but Ingrid is incredibly grateful for it. We'll have to return home as soon as possible. Gray will be looking forward to Randall's home. While they are gone, Gaspar promises to take responsibility. Virgo rejects a guy who interferes in other people's conversations. He's somewhat jealous because of the amount of love he has for the blue-eyed girl. The girl watches her friends and then goes in for a hug. She is truly very grateful to them. At the last moment, Winter came out into the corridor. The decision was announced to travel at least together for safety. This is not the first time there has been a discussion about this, and the lady also wants to go alone. Of course, no one will let her go. The concern is appreciated, but the problem this time is just the Randall family that needs to be resolved. The man is going to at least accompany his girlfriend to the mansion. There is no logic in the words, so this is all that remains. When the relationship with Felix was sorted out, a friend immediately intervened, but for some reason this time she decided that everything was different. The girl was very worried, that's why she behaved this way, but her friend was also very worried. Still breathing out, you have to agree. The conflict with Cornelia will be resolved independently. The girl must understand why her friend did this. It is worth admitting that after support and a companion, it became much better. The lady arrived and immediately asked where the father was. He's busy, but then there's no need to call him, because he's meeting with his sister. Pointing at Winter, he is introduced. The maids should give him a decent welcome at home. While the lady is having a conversation with the maiden, no one should even come close to the room until the end. Ingrid quickly heads inside. She has just one request for Winter before she leaves. This time, the man should not use his ability. The lady doesn't know what awaits her behind closed doors, but she doesn't want anyone to see. There is an ominous atmosphere in the main hall. A beauty sits on a throne in dark clothes, just like the head of the family, as the Count said. They haven't seen each other for a long time, so Cornelia says she missed her. This is, of course, not true. There is no one around, so it would be better to stop playing the comedy. A lady should not show herself as usual. The time has come to end the confrontation that had to be endured. More than 10 years have passed since the beginning. The prodigal sister finally returned home. She ran away from home, had fun with men, and did whatever she wanted. Unfortunately, even if you have to upset, the only one who did whatever came into her head was Cornelia, who knows no boundaries. All those who once loved the lady most came running to beg her to stop. Still, nothing happened. The lady also hates her friend with all her heart, more than anything in this world. It's time to look up to the mistress who won't let anyone make fun of her. She takes out a pebble. When Ingrid acts so confidently, anger and hatred grow even more, clogging her mind and making it difficult to concentrate. The lady suddenly opens a shield that protects her from a multicolored stream of power. If it weren't for the birth of my sister, I wouldn't have to pretend to be kind, naive, and modest. It's all because of her. Cornelia always dreamed of shedding the same tears as Ingrid. Everyone was supposed to love her alone, unconditionally. Perhaps if it weren't for Randall, the elder Winter might have paid attention to someone else who was nearby. Emerald shows a nightmare from which the lady tried with all her might to escape. He only makes everything worse. Even though the lady knows the answer, out of politeness, she will still ask. There is a chance to disperse peacefully and not interfere with each other on your way. It will never happen that my sister will live happily ever after. She just has to be miserable. Just like that. Apparently, because the emerald directed the nightmare at Cornelia, it only helped her with the stones. The girl managed to cry out the strongest black opal. There's nothing left. Thanks to my sister, I managed to create the strongest tear of all. A smile on your face speaks of madness. You have to use ruby. You need to approach slowly and be close to use the black diamond. The maiden creates a dozen more pebbles using her power, thereby forcing her sister to freeze. The shield gradually breaks, and therefore the body is transported into some kind of darkness that is literally impenetrable. Abby can be seen in the distance, lying unconscious. The girl promises that she will cure her friend right away. Opening her eyes, the brunette blames Ingrid. Because she became involved with the Countess, the bullying did not stop even after her illness. Life was ruined, but not in a single copy, because there are still many other people. In the distance, the bodies of Grace, Gaspar, and most importantly, Winter can be seen. The girl runs through a scarlet puddle and hears wild laughter all around. It's just an illusion. Abby would never say something like that. This is Cornelia's nightmare that never ends. Ingrid carefully inhales and exhales. The most important thing is to pull yourself together to return to reality. The woman is standing directly in front of her sister, who is also smiling. She already grabs the stone, but sees Clement's body at her feet. The illusion has disappeared, so horror is shown on the face because this is simply impossible. The girl squats down, pointing her finger at the men. Unfortunately, this is nothing more than reality. Ingrid quickly heads inside. She has just one request for Winter before she leaves. This time, the man should not use his ability. The lady doesn't know what awaits her behind closed doors, but she doesn't want anyone to see. There is an ominous atmosphere in the main hall. A beauty sits on a throne in dark clothes, just like the head of the family, as the Count said. They haven't seen each other for a long time, so Cornelia says she missed her. This is, of course, not true. There is no one around, so it would be better to stop playing the comedy. A lady should not show herself as usual. The time has come to end the confrontation that had to be endured. More than 10 years have passed since the beginning. The prodigal sister finally returned home. She ran away from home, had fun with men, and did whatever she wanted. Unfortunately, even if you have to upset, the only one who did whatever came into her head was Cornelia, who knows no boundaries. All those who once loved the lady most came running to beg her to stop. Still, nothing happened. The lady also hates her friend with all her heart, more than anything in this world. It's time to look up to the mistress who won't let anyone make fun of her. She takes out a pebble. When Ingrid acts so confidently, anger and hatred grow even more, clogging her mind and making it difficult to concentrate. The lady suddenly opens a shield that protects her from a multicolored stream of power. If it weren't for the birth of my sister, I wouldn't have to pretend to be kind, naive, and modest. It's all because of her. Cornelia always dreamed of shedding the same tears as Ingrid. Everyone was supposed to love her alone, unconditionally. Perhaps if it weren't for Randall, the elder Winter might have paid attention to someone else who was nearby. Emerald shows a nightmare from which the lady tried with all her might to escape. He only makes everything worse. Even though the lady knows the answer, out of politeness, she will still ask. There is a chance to disperse peacefully and not interfere with each other on your way. It will never happen that my sister will live happily ever after. She just has to be miserable. Just like that. Apparently, because the emerald directed the nightmare at Cornelia, it only helped her with the stones. The girl managed to cry out the strongest black opal. There's nothing left. Thanks to my sister, I managed to create the strongest tear of all. A smile on your face speaks of madness. You have to use ruby. You need to approach slowly and be close to use the black diamond. The maiden creates a dozen more pebbles using her power, thereby forcing her sister to freeze. The shield gradually breaks, and therefore the body is transported into some kind of darkness that is literally impenetrable. Abby can be seen in the distance, lying unconscious. The girl promises that she will cure her friend right away. Opening her eyes, the brunette blames Ingrid. Because she became involved with the Countess, the bullying did not stop even after her illness. Life was ruined, but not in a single copy, because there are still many other people. In the distance, the bodies of Grace, Gaspar, and most importantly, Winter can be seen. The girl runs through a scarlet puddle and hears wild laughter all around. It's just an illusion. Abby would never say something like that. This is Cornelia's nightmare that never ends. Ingrid carefully inhales and exhales. The most important thing is to pull yourself together to return to reality. The woman is standing directly in front of her sister, who is also smiling. She already grabs the stone, but sees Clement's body at her feet. The illusion has disappeared, so horror is shown on the face because this is simply impossible. The girl squats down, pointing her finger at the men. Unfortunately, this is nothing more than reality.